Hello and welcome to the Altered Weekly Online League Season 2 Invitational. We have, as of a couple minutes ago, 125 players signed up for today's Invitational, battling it out to see who will be the Season 2 champion. I'm joined today by Chile. And first off, what do you want to see today?
You know, I'm excited. One thing I'm excited about is there's going to be a new champion crowned. We have dethroned, or how would you put it? The crown has been advocated. No, the other way around. Adjudicated, where Keelan Guy has stepped down. Who is going to come up and win? Is it going to be another Afanis win, or will it be someone else? Where my heart goes is I would love to see not Ordis, not Ismia win, just to have something different. Maybe that will change the complex because there are so many, sorry, change the narrative. There are so many people that look towards the decks that are going to be displayed. They're going to look towards how they can emulate some of these uh, alternative ways of playing, and then we're going to see a shift in the meta, especially with a new set coming on board. I'm excited to see some of these strong heroes of the past, both in Afanis and in Sigismar, take a step down and someone else coming up. Where my mind is going though is I would really love to see Fen take it. And the reason I say Fen, I think Fen is probably the strongest deck that has not been fully understood because it is so complex. Now, a Wee is where my mind is going the moment I think of Fen. Can he do it? Can someone else come and take the crown? This is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, that was literally my next question. I know the admin team and Keelan guy had a little primer that we filled out for the altered blog, and we answered some of those questions. Seems like you are right in line with myself and Keelan guy. I think a lot of us casters have realized that Fen is the strongest deck. It's just like you said, not everyone wants to tackle all of those interactions. I was just talking to someone in the main altered Discord about the kind of reserve manipulation
Hmm.
of Fen. And yeah, I think that would be super cool to see. I'm not sure if we've seen Fen take down a first place spot in a tournament in a little bit.
It's been a while.
Um,
It has been a while.
yeah, we can quickly jump over to 39 cards and see when the last time was. We have some top fours. Top four. I'm not sure, yeah, if we've seen a first place for a while. Ace season 3, week 9, so 20 days ago. I think it's Fenn's time to shine, and El Wee Wee is the cast fan favorite for sure.
Absolutely. The other thing I'd look to is, will someone else with a complete different build, are we going to see something that we have not seen in the previous week's tournaments? Whether it's through new uniques or cards that are seldom played, taking a shine, taking in the spotlight. If I'm looking at it from an Ordis perspective, am I going to see some Atlas builds, random? Get Gigantic in there. Am I going to see some Athena builds? So that way they focus more on the elements of uh, card interaction, not so much characters. So spells over characters. So very, very interesting. I am extremely excited. I know we're going to kick this off shortly, but then looking to the final, what will that be? This is going to be brilliant.
Yeah, so speaking of kind of different builds that we haven't seen in a little bit, we did hear from Impuissant that they had today free up when it originally wasn't free. And if you don't know, Impuissant is the one that we call the festival guy. So we'll see if maybe we can take a festival win far. Looking at it now, we've hit just the time. So I'm gonna see if any. Ooh. All right. We have to start with a Arc visitor queue game, table one, and then maybe we won't see them for a little bit, but hopefully we'll see them back at the top. But visitor queue is another one that some of us have picked as a front runner. So we just have to give BGA a second to load in. Players are still picking their faction.
Hmm.
But table one, I did not expect to pick a table one off the bat, but then I saw visitor queue against AJT Caballo, and just had to kick it off with that. And I think we should be into the gameplay. Look at that, beautiful.
All right, I'll be joining on as well. Interesting. So two big teams that are working out to see who can be crowned. That's the other part of this fascinating experience is which team comes out on top, not only as a winner, but as the best faction representing the top eight.
Definitely, yeah. So this is Sigismar versus Tasia. A lot of competitively minded people believe that Tasia is currently a straight up counter to Sigismar. And Visitor Q is a very good Tasia. Recently just won Ace Season 3. All the seasons being different throws me off a little bit. And I guess in the chat, I do have to point out that Rune did have an undefeated Fen run on Wednesday's AOL. Those results are just not on 39 cards yet. The admin behind loading those is probably slower than myself, but they will get up there. I am
All
pulling
right.
up the competitive teams sheet, one of the great resources made by Keelan Guy. We have information on AJT, which is Ajite, but I don't think we have information on Arc yet. So they if it is a team, I assume it's a team, because if you didn't know, Visitor Queue before changing the name to Arc Visitor Queue was Digitalk. I think that's how it was said, or something close to that. But what did you see here at the opening of this game?
So it's a simple play to begin with already Afanis, sorry, not Afanis, Sigismar taking a double lane lead. This is the right setup, though, for Muna using Tasia. Get that tree out, stop the ability of anyone coming to remove your anchors. But two down, first round, first day, very tough. But if there is a team that can do this, well, even with this right now that's coming out, that with a floral tent, even extra protection, but it's mostly done, I would assume, right now for the resupply.
Yeah, so a lot of people will also say that getting this Spindle Muna Bastion down turn one against a Sigismar is key.
Hmm.
I think the main part for Visitor Queue right here is not to get double moved on again. So hopefully there will be some good, maybe maybe an O gun plus the Spindle Harvesters does it. But Sigismar still has 3 mana left after having this trooper out and his free recruit. Sigismar does not pay his employees, as everyone knows, and forces them to do his bidding.
Yeah, he's in a tough position. It depends what comes out, but I would if I was playing as the Tasia player, I would play on the hero side, given that you can block that out with the potential of what do you have in hand that costs two or less. Sigismar is definitely in control. No, he did not even do that. He went straight for the anchoring by using Dracana. Still very strong. Very.
How often do you play Tasia, if at all?
So right now, as you're aware, I have stopped playing Sigismar. I stopped playing Sigismar this turn round so that I can um, focus on a new hero. I did retire my Sigismar winning the two tumults I attended, so I feel very good on that one. But Tasia is my other hero that I'm working now.
Nice.
So
So looking at this, you might think, why is the floral tent on the wrong side? I am definitely not as good of a player as Visitor Q, but to me, this also kind of makes sense as a play. Because if I put Floral Tent on a companion side, I still get the resupply. I don't have to commit, especially this early in the game, to putting my anchor character over there. But my opponent might think that's what I'm doing. And that's pretty much what we saw here. Now, we did get a move from Visitor Q. There was, although the Monolith Legate there, kind of I don't know. I guess it was just a play to move, but did not get the benefit of the Legate since Siggy did move. So,
Yeah, he didn't get the benefit, but he keeps his board advantage in terms of now being 3 tracks ahead. Based on what you've said, the reason why he didn't have to play the Dracana on the Floral Tent so it wouldn't get removed was your opponent has less than 2
mhm.
mana in available. Therefore, there was nothing that could interact with it. And if he had progressed forward, then the Floral Tent would have gone back into his reserve, which he didn't want. He wanted to keep it on the board for future turns.
Yep, I think that is something really good for people to kind of wrap their head around. In Altered, especially, I think it's really hard sometimes to not want to use your specific thing for what it needs to do right as you can. There is a major benefit to setting it up for the next turn, as you said.
Correct. And then what we've seen here is Sigismar, knowing he had a 3 track lead, has decided to bring out the by bringing out the monolith is basically making everything incredibly strong. It's going to be very difficult, but the anchoring mechanism that Visitor Q hasn't really triggered yet. And we're going to start seeing this now that he's going to be able to bring out potentially the strongest card in the game or the strongest character in the game in Aloe Vera.
Yep. Um, we could see a couple different things here with the aloe vera, but I now think that since we've seen the spindle harvester come
Mm.
down, it's likely just going to be an aloe vera. Pay the one to get it anchored, and maybe throw a floral tent around there too. There's enough mana for all of that, so looking like a pretty good turn here for Tasia. But what do we have here?
So a special unique by that's come out, Category Alchemist from Cabello. So if played from hand, if you control a token, draw a card. When another non-token character joins your expedition, you control a token, create an Ordis Recruit token in your expedition. And for him, it is going to be a 2/2 Ordis Recruit given the monolith is out.
Yep,
That is a
and
very strong one with card draw, cheap, and very much in line with what Sigismar wants to do.
yep. The only downside to this token generator specifically is it is always in the hero section. So a good player on the other side of the board will realize that
Mhm.
and be able to kind of play against it, while some token generators say target expedition. A lot harder to play around for their opponents. Real quick, as we see all these monolith boosted characters come down, we have updated a lot of stuff on the AWOL stream. And if you notice any audio issues or anything like that, please let us know. And otherwise, hope you enjoy the stream.
Fantastic. Right now, we see a very balanced approach from both characters where neither lane is really fully protected. Uh, but we will see what happens. Sigismar is going to move on the hero side, given that Taja does not have any mana left. But can he do anything? As you had said, Kohlrabi, because the Taja player is playing uh, on the companion side, they're able to progress and make it much more difficult for their opponent. So potentially going for a 1-on-1.
Yeah, this turn is actually going to be very massive for Siggy because while Visitor Q was able to get a move, there's the Ortis Attorney and the Monolith Legate that both get to proc. So that's draw a card and then sabotage. Um, Based on what I thought was going to happen with Tasia, I think that turn did not go as well as Tasia would have hoped. As you see, oh, and it goes to discard because of the Legate. Yeah, that, we thought the Aloe would come out because the Aloe is very good, but trying to block that companion side or get a move, the
Mhm.
Thespian had to come out. The one upside is the Spindle Harvester will be online and take the position of that Aloe, but not as good on stats.
Yeah, and the spindle that's out at the moment, unfortunately, did not get the second boost to enable the resupply, which is an interesting way of playing. But at the same time, what Visitor Q does have still available to him is the Lyra Thespian with the additional boost, and now he's got an extra one that's come out from his supply. Okay, interesting. So I this is a dynamic I wasn't aware of. I believed that the Spindle Munibastion trigger all happened as well as the Spindle Harvester both happened at noon at the same time, and because you didn't have the double boost, you weren't able to trigger Spindle, but based on this interaction that we saw at BGA, it allowed him to do that and
Mhm.
allowed him to resupply. So
Yep.
that's an interaction I was not aware of. So I'm learning every day with this game. So it's fantastic.
Yep. So if you play a Tasia deck and you have Keelan Guy comment on it, he will tell you that if you have one of these cards in the deck, you better have the other, or he will slap you upside the head. And it's expressly because of that interaction. You are able to choose the order of resolution here. So you give the boost at noon to the harvester to bring it online, and then the harvester goes right after. Where noon triggers happening almost simultaneously that you have to be aware of is if a character has to be in reserve or somewhere else at noon, that ability won't be able to trigger. I think the most prevalent one is with Subash, but I have not played it enough myself to correctly outline the exact cards and everything. But I'm sure someone in the chat knows what I'm saying.
It's very interesting now, and we can see Caballo with his Sigismar build has now got two spawns coming out with the second unique that's come out, Kokoba Legion Commander. When another non-token character joins your expedition, um, create an order to recruit 1/1/1 soldier in target expedition. Of course, he's going to be playing them on the companion side, and it may look like this. No, it is not. Yes, it will be over with this play.
Yeah, this is I mean a
Huge.
good reason for me to pick this game, I guess, but also a little bit of an upset for those of us who have been following Visitor Q, aka Talks run. But Caballo has come through as the dark horse. I'm gonna call them a dark horse now, especially because their profile picture is a horse.
Well, that's what
Uh,
caballo means in Spanish, and I
hey, there
believe
you
in
go.
Italian as well. So there you go.
Literally the dark horse coming through to in I most likely upset the run from Visitor Q, because most players, if they are not undefeated going into the last round, their hopes are kind of crushed
Dashed.
to, be first place, but, a great game nonetheless. Let me Did you, in your travels, see another matchup that was, particularly exciting for you?
So I actually wanted to go down this, just trying to see which ones are still in progress. I would like to see Rico Fenwick at one point in time, whether or not that's going to happen. That's on table 7 now or later. That is one of the other strong decks that is expected to go pretty far.
Yeah, let's go to table 7. They're at 57%. If I see a table under, 60%, and we have time to jump into it, That's great. I do wanna know, Impuissant has already finished their game and did win round 1.
Mm.
So, that might definitely be some quick festival play that we'll see later.
A round 2 festival, imagine that, imagine that.
Alright, so we see Rico Fenwick on a Faunus. Uh, I don't know if I have seen this happen in a very long time, but this spindle is fleeting, anchored, and asleep, which is great. I'm sure it happens commonly because asleep is really just a great counter to anchored. It's gonna stay anyways, but now no stats. But it's been at least a couple weeks since I've seen all three, which is
Mhm.
great.
And also say, as an opponent to a Finest in this case, the Spindle Harvester here does not create as much havoc as
Hmm.
a Spindle Harvester in Rare in the Orders build, because it does not give you the resupply. So it is a fairly decent card to be able to just put to sleep.
That was an interesting choice there. I'm not sure if I know why you would pick. Oh, I guess I do know. Duh. I had to just think for a second. The Spindle Harvester is asleep. Even if you boost it, it's gonna have zero. My brain first went to the Manamoth is gonna disappear. But yeah, to win the expedition and block here. Who's
Yes,
ooh,
and
anchor.
it is not going to disappear given
Yes.
the quick ability that's just been used. One of the
Nice.
best cards for so cheap, Moona Caregiver. It is seldom played for its one stat in Mountain. It is played for its anchoring ability from reserve, and he managed to do that as well. We can assume it's this is a very different Afanis build than what
Yes.
we would have seen 2 weeks ago, since the errata that has stopped helping hand come in play. We are seeing much more creativity from our finest players.
Yeah, that is very interesting and has even thrown me off a little bit, jumping in, which is something I love to see, when things stay how they've been for weeks. You kind of just like, yeah, this is what's gonna happen. This is gonna happen. But seeing these interactions here, I have no idea what to expect from this Aphanis.
Yeah, this is interesting because when you look at it from where they are on the track in terms of progression, so it feels as though uh, Caio Marque from Brazil, playing he's playing Sigismar, has decided to take the turn off purely so that on his next round, um, he can have all his characters boosted by one. Now, because of the errata to small step giant leap, is possible. If we did not have the errata, it meant at the moment that Afanis goes first next turn, if he has a small step giant leap, he wins. I love the interaction that this now allows someone to play rather than that win condition that happens immediately.
Yep. So calling out another great resource by Keelan Guy. He has prepared a hero cheat sheet. I want to see if oh, there goes the Monolith Bastion. I want to see if he has described this deck. And so far, the first deck I don't think quite fits. Maybe possibly. Then there's the classic exhaust, and then the resupply. Um, this could kind of fit. I don't know. I think this deck is a outlier. Elon guy will have to give us an update later on
Yeah.
when he hops on or in the chat somewhere.
Yeah, we're not sure yet. Depends. The use of mana moths is just another token generator. Afanis has traditionally had access to, but it wasn't the premier build that we previously had. It was mostly about the Katagir and Mage Dancer. We have it's all brand new. It's all new. It's only a week since the erratas have gone live, so people have had to be creative, and I love seeing that. We are seeing the best of the best.
Yeah, there in the discard for a Faunus, there is a Rhyme Frost, which would maybe
And
have you
Nylum,
think that there's a Nylum, but this late in the game and there's no Nylum.
yeah, I mean, interesting, but they are winning right now. So What will Siggy do to be able to win 2 tracks, or can he? Now, if I'm the Afanis player and I do have a small step giant leap, it may not be enough because it will be enough to get a draw, but not enough to win given its cost.
Yeah, we see an off you go come out. The one thing that's looking like a downside for this Aphonis right now is the lack of card advantage. Ooh, but the resource just lines up so well right here. Picking back
Hmm.
up that off you go, having the perfect 2 mana, and Flamel's not a bad stat block that will get a boost when that off you go is played.
Correct. It looks like depending on the 2 cards that Afanis has, can he sorry, that can Siggy mu that Siggy has, does he have a card that he'll be able to put? No, he
Ooh,
has passed. He has passed, conceding the game. Kaio Marque conceding the game to Rico Fenwick. Fantastic.
all
Wow.
right. That
1 win
was
for Siggy, 1 loss for Siggy that we've seen.
yeah. That
I'm
was that was interesting. I'm still not sure we completely know exactly what this Aphonis is playing. Just from looking at it real quick, it just to me it looks like low cost token boost kind of thing because you have the Rhyme Frost, which if there's no Neelam, it's a one cost spell most of the time. Magical trainings also one cost. Caregiver, one cost, but also has that anchor support action. And then Joyride, which is really good for boosts, and Spindle Harvester. So very, very interesting. I think that will probably take us to the end of round one. Let me do a refresh here and see if we have any other upsets I can call out or anybody missing. We'll give some Altered Aces members here a hard time to Clem and No Reno. I'm not sure if yeah, Clem was missing. They just wanted to give their teammate Popeye a free little boost there. But I mean, what time is it now? Are they 6 hours ahead currently in France? It's like perfect time for you guys.
It's 5, 6 in the morning. No, no, that's they're
They're in
way
the
ahead. It's the
future, right?
afternoon.
Yeah.
Yes, they're in the future.
All right. We do see a win from a name that Elon guy says way better than I do. Tempet Denelege. 5:22 p.m. Yeah. Maybe they went out for dinner instead. So what are you thinking after round one?
So after round 1, I believe based on what we saw, the first game we saw, that is a very strong Sigismar deck. It is in line with what you had traditionally seen. Did not require the card draw because the game felt like it didn't last that long. Um, I am interested to see what other characters can actually come up based on what we said earlier. Is can we get someone outside of a Sigismar and a Farnus to win? Um, right now, we're seeing 1 and 1 on the ones we saw. Uh, there is new builds that I had not seen before. The semi Nylum build without knowing if a Nylum is part of the deck. I'm interested to see how people have adapted some of these decks in support of the, uh, I, I guess, the erratas that have come, but also in reaction to what people may be building. Are they building the Premier deck that doesn't care, or are they building in support of where they think the meta has shifted to for this tournament?
Well said, well said. Let me get a refresh here. If we do see a table that is low in progression, we can hop in and give you some more thrilling gameplay. Let's see. Table 29, we do see Tackfire against Gentarosa, both two classic players. Sometimes when it's 70% though, you'll jump in and no, we still have a game here. So let's just keep it going. Uh, we see a Faunus versus Tasia, and once again, we see something we don't see very often on both sides. We have Magic Beans on Tasia and Isatok on Afanis.
Well, I think Isitak is great. Maybe this is their trial of saying, "What else can I do?" But one in the three games we've seen, we're seeing the same three heroes twice. So looking forward to seeing can something out of left field happen, not only in the hero builds, but in the heroes chosen. Uh, Going with your traditional category and Mage Dancer coming out now for Ophanis, what will they do now that they don't have Helping Hand to be able to get the boost up quick enough for it?
Yeah. This is also
It's common.
notably a common
Hmm.
mage dancer, so it will gain boosts, but it will not draw a card for the boosts. I think Keelan guy. I don't know why I keep mentioning him so much. It's a bromance, I guess.
It is. There's a love.
Uh,
There's an affiliation there, huh?
I think he is one of the people that is a proponent of the common, because most people will go the rare, but I could be wrong. But shout out to Blue and Simon as well, so they don't feel jealous. Simon doing all the admin work, making sure people get their questions answered in the Discord and setting everything up. And then Blue just for being short and having a beard to make up for it, I guess.
That's our regular gnome here, or is that what you're calling him? That's a little bit harsh.
I mean, I did not call him a gnome, but I mean, if the
Short beard's what I
tiny
heard. So
ceramic shoes fit.
well, actually, this will be a good chance while we're waiting for the next move to happen. Is to thank all those people that are contributing to make this live in English for everyone. Lots of hard work by Simon, first of all, setting the platform, by all the casters that are going to join us throughout the day. This is not only a celebration of the greatest players across the world playing Altered, but it's also a celebration of some of the greatest casters that are making the game accessible and that we learn from as we see these plays. So hats off to all of you guys, and I'm grateful to be part of that team too.
Yes, well said. And we saw a blizzard come out, which I think over the last like week alone has increased in popularity, especially against Asia decks. Because if you don't know, it circumvents tough because it targets the expedition and not the characters. Uh,
Correct.
and this is looking pretty good for Afanis after that move.
It is even without having to use the Isutok. I'm assuming he's going to use the Isutok for its ability to draw a card if he needs it, given it's so expensive. But they do have. He has got 12 mana available to him. It's got plenty available to use. Um, Taja's going to have a hard time going ahead and winning this round, as he has to block both out to even stand a chance.
Yeah, as the resident Asia player, I don't think there is any way for Tasia to get out of this. Actually, going first here as well seems to be a huge hindrance when there's an Isatok on the board, because if the Aphanis needs to, can just counter where you have already played your first character. But as you said, 12 mana and 5 cards still in hand with 2 in reserve. And
Plenty.
playing the Thespian with no boosts is also painful to see.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It does not look good for Gentarosa, our Italian stallion. Another reference to a horse here. We are going to do this kohlrabi all day. Um, oh, okay.
We're
Let
just
us see.
horsing around.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Now, what type of build are you seeing from Aphanis? As is this your traditional plus the Isitok as the replacement? Um, it is definitely does not feel like an island build from what we have seen, but there are much more expensive characters than I have ever seen in Aphanis play.
Yeah, I think this one probably is closest to what the cheat sheet here is calling a spell slinger Aphanis. Um, but at the same time, there's different things in this deck as well than you would normally see. Even just looking at this Alice here, not one you see super often in Aphanis.
Hmm.
But stats wise and support action if you need to use it wise, a good choice. And as we mentioned earlier, the Isatok, um, not, I mean, this to me looks like an Akesha deck
It looks
in a Faunus.
mhm. Now I'll say Blizzard, I know you talked a little bit about it. Fantastic card. It really, really helps against the what I would call one of the strongest decks 2 weeks ago, Sigismar, to be able to wipe that board very quickly. But I would say, as you had said, anything against any of the Muna decks,
Yep.
it just destroys their whole game plan of anything that's anchored. Just getting rid of everything.
Yep. And we are now basically at the end of round one. Looking down the line, we saw Caballo take a win on table one. Shout out to AQZ Freeloader, who also took down a win. Uh, ANT Vittorio, aka Victor. The altered rotisserie draft games will end someday. And then someone give Cladius a hard time for getting a free win uh, by their opponent not waking up in time or choosing dinner or something.
Yeah.
So,
One thing of note, we do basically we're almost at time, and El Wiwi, who is my horse in this race in terms of who I think would win with Finn, has not yet completed their round.
ooh,
So will that cause him to lose, potentially lose, since there's no draws in this game yet? Um, or will they be able to get this through? They are a couple of steps ahead, but they are almost out of time.
yes, El Wee is some of our choices here on the. I said that so weirdly. But El Wee Wee unfortunately just fell to a Faunus.
Look at that.
I am not gonna mention what we saw at the table because maybe we will come back and see another El Wee Wee game. But this is a very classic invitational. I feel like we've already had upsets, we've had things that we haven't seen before, and now we have round two. And since it is already highlighting green, how about we jump to table six?
Okay, I am on my way there. So table six, we should be seeing we've got AJT Sabai against Impuissant. I'm
Yeah,
assuming French.
American.
Really, with a name like that, interesting.
Yeah, I actually talking to them yesterday got a cool little tidbit about Impuissant. They studied abroad in France back in high school or something, and said that they speak French at a 6-year-old level. So that is where the name came from. But they are American. And we are into the game now here. Sabai on Sigismar and Impuissant on Fen. And if we know anything about Impuissant, aka the festival guy, this will be a festival deck. Which how do you feel Siggy goes up against festival decks?
I can't speak for the rest of the world, but when I go up against a festival deck, I'm really worried. My worst matchup in all the games that I play is against Fen, and purely because of the amount of reserve manipulation they have, the ability of really getting so many cards in reserve, all of which what feels like have an ability, a quick ability, either to discount a card, to sleep a card, to whatever you want to do, you can basically do. So I struggled, but I was lucky enough. So during my Tumult Championship run, the second time around, I lost to the Fen player that I always lose to. I had only beat them once in 2 seasons. Um, but then I came in the final and I won. You've got to hold on to anything that's a removal in your hand and play it at the right time. So will this build by AJT or by Sabai have enough removal? Can they be patient to use it on the right thing at the right time? Now, what
Well
that
said.
right thing, right time is, I don't know.
Yeah. So, before we see it go away, this paper herald is a very good paper herald, and I think it's a little different than we normally see. So, from hand, if you pay one, you roll a die. Pay one kind of hurts, but I mean, it's two costs, it's fine. Four plus, you draw a card, and otherwise, on a 1 to 3, you resupply. Either way that goes, good. But also at dusk, it draws a card. So if this paper herald is part of your festival setup, it's asleep, it's anchored. Even when it's fleeting, it's going to give you some extra cards. Very, very good. I just need to check on something real quick, and then I will be right back.
Yeah, while you've gone, what you see on the board right now, Anansi, a typical card played in Fen, already getting a 3 boost if it gets played out as the first card during this turn that's coming up. So we will see what happens right now. Yeah, we're waiting on Sabai to make a decision on which side to try to aim for, and they are playing out the Orders cadets to come out. You can see here the first play um, from Impuissant is the Anansi. 555 for 2 from reserve. Ridiculous. Ridiculous in terms of how cheap this can become and how much it can grow in this build. Already threatening a lot of power in just playing one card and having aloe vera anchored.
Oh yeah, this looks nice. One thing I'm realizing thinking about Fen Festival is if you don't go for the festival win, you still have so much, like this Anansi that's
Yep.
boosted from everything in your reserve. If you've been keeping track of some of the new cards coming to Lyra next set, I honestly don't know if Ben gonna get any less scary.
Yeah, from a fun deck that's coming out, I'm interested to see who the first person is to build the musician style deck, and whether or not what looks like could be um, synergies actually becomes viable for competitive play. Look at that. What we are seeing. Fantastic. Two Anansis on the board, all of which are 555s. Crazy stats. Crazy stats coming out. And he needs this. Impulsant needs this given he's already two tracks behind. Wow.
All
Let us
right.
see. Let's see what happens next. This is going it's close. It always is close between these two. And are we going to get to see Fen take the crown? I want my bets to I should have gambled on this game. I should have gambled, made some money, or
When
lose some money,
are
but either way, I'm having fun.
when are we going to start seeing the altered betting leagues in the maybe the start of the WCQs?
Hey, maybe.
Well,
What do you mean by that? Let's tell me a little bit more.
uh, well, I mean, it was mainly a joke about the whole sports betting being like super prevalent nowadays, but actual honest question, you're obviously into sports a little bit as well, wearing a Boston baked beans hat right now, right?
Yeah, that's right. The Red Sox, that's right.
Do you ever play any fantasy sports? Baseball is insane. I don't know why you would play fantasy baseball, but people do it. But football or anything else?
So I play basketball. Basketball's one I know the most. Um, but I will say gamble. I'm not a gambler. Gambling or putting anything in, even if it's for fun and not for money, it makes the game more entertaining. You're looking at more just the end stats. You're looking at individuals. So in that sense, it's good. It is the bubble. What we call it the bubbler talk in Australia, which is something just to talk about with when you go to the office the next day. Um, I just don't know football. Football's huge here, but I don't know it very well. But basketball I do, but it's not as big. But hey, I like that there's ways you can make extra money.
Yeah, I care. Ooh, we've got two of the conditions. Ooh,
2
oh,
conditions, but nothing left
yeah,
for
are
Impuissant.
1 mana away from that Anansi being the third condition. Um, but yeah, fantasy altered. I think that could be a lot of fun. We would just need someone to code something that would work for that. If Tom or Runefolk are watching, maybe.
Yeah, what I wish we could do is if we get enough of the influencers slash streamers to be able to put almost like a tipping contest that says who do you think is going to win in terms of heroes or factions, or in some cases, which of the teams could win, and then we can see how we progress towards that. I love when the underdogs win, so sometimes it is so cool when you see that Cinderella story. From back to the board though, what are we seeing? We've got two characters that are available that are going to help, um, potentially help Impuissant build the conditions. We haven't seen Lyra Festival come out. They do need full resources to bring that out this turn if they are going down that route. Especially, oh, they are getting rid. We got rid of Twinkle Twinkle though.
For an acapella training to probably get rid of this token generator. Yep. So on the board, the really good thing for Impusat here is this aloe will satisfy the fleeting condition on the next afternoon. Um, the Kodama, it could be given anchored. It itself is usually the backup anchor, um, but there is a very clear path for Impuissant to a festival win here if it's a rare, and then you just need one or two more things. I don't play festival, but I think it's possible.
Yeah, it depends what comes out. So they will have right now. They need 4 resources for the festival.
Mhm.
They will need something to play out. Because they can get something fleeting. They don't need to use a cappella training for one of their characters. There we go. Now we have much more chances available, but we don't know if they've got the festival in hand, and then only 3 mana available to create the other 2 conditions. So
Yeah,
potential could happen. They do have to try something, but if the festival does not work for them this turn, and Asigi can move forward twice, Sabai, then that is it.
yeah.
That's part of the risk that you take in trying to build the rest festival. But when you do get the festival out, there's nothing that feels more sweet.
Yep. It would have to be the rare festival, I think, for it to happen this turn.
Hmm.
The rare from anywhere is able to give one of the conditions, which would probably go on the Kodama. Uh, Perfect scenario would be rare festival, give Kodama anchored, play another Kodama, boom, there you go. Bob's your uncle. You got
Bob's your uncle. Love that phrase.
it.
I didn't know that was an American phrase. I know we use it back home a lot.
I don't know where it originally came from, but we definitely do use it here. Probably if you're old or my age plus, probably not Gen Z using that.
So one of the phrases we do use in Australia that I love, and I got it from one of my colleagues when I was working out in oil and gas, is they use the word when something is so obvious. They're like, even blind Freddy could see that, and it's stuck with me ever since. Even blind Freddy, when something is so obvious to play out. Normally, when I see an aloe vera in reserve, even blind Freddy knows that is the card to bring out. So I'm a little perplexed here in terms of what Siggy is going to do. I don't believe Festival will come out this turn. I could be wrong, but it doesn't feel like it is, given that Esmeralda was brought out for its ability of getting another card in resupply.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the hope was to get a anchor ability on the card that was resupplied, but the Twinkle Twinkle and the Martingale do have cost reduction. Interesting, but we see a Hatter come out. There's still effectively 3 mana for the Fen though. So, um, no festival this turn, costs too much,
Hmm?
but we're seeing some interesting things here. D-Jack in the live chat says that Impuissant does play the rare, so it is possible. I think we have at least one more day to wait, though. That Hatter really good at making sure Siggy does not win here on this turn.
And it's perfectly placed. And this is the thing: when you do play any of the Lyra heroes, you you have to be so smart, so mindful of the zero stat that so many of their cards at their disposal have, and they played it perfectly into the hero expedition.
All right, going to put the Aloe to sleep. Good choice. Once again, that's going to one, resupply, and then two, provide the fleeting character for next turn. Keeping the Hatter in the reserve has your anchored ability as well as Kodama, whichever one you prefer. And yeah, there's just so many options with all these things that you can't even really say for sure what Impuissant is going to pick.
Now, which two cards would you keep out of the five that he has available in reserve?
Um, honestly, my aversion to playing Festival probably does not give me the knowledge to pick correctly. I would probably keep yeah, I was gonna say you get rid of the Hatter because the
Cost too much.
costs too much, and while it could block the hero side, it does not give you the water that you need where you are.
Mm.
And I think most players in this position would want to, if they can't get the festival, win on progressing.
Yeah.
And then the Esmeralda resupply from anywhere. So good choices there. That is maybe what I would have guessed. But yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't say it fast enough. So
No, that's okay. That's those are the two that I would have kept as well, and more to have more
ooh,
chances of resupplying. That's where I would have gone.
yeah. Silent Night. It's a gamble, but it can give you one of your two conditions. And can be played on the Esmeralda here now.
Mhm.
So
And I would say this is not so much of a gamble because you play this first, and then you try the other alternative if you've got anything else at
true.
hand.
Yeah. When you're
So
thinking of festival, if it gets asleep, that's cool. Now you just have to get anchored, which the Kodama has.
yeah, especially with what we were told that through that horse whisperer we just got in terms of them using the festival that is rare, so it gives the other condition you're missing. But enough of talk on Impulsant. Does Sabai have the removal in play? Will they have enough resources available for that removal should it come out? Should the festival come out? That's really the way that I would be playing as a Sigisma is play as low to the ground as I can until I know they don't have full resources available, which is what we see today. So if it
Yeah.
is going to come out, they have to play it straight away.
Yeah. I think the really hard part for Siggy and their current usual deck builds is there is most commonly not a sticky notes in current runs. And I believe that is the maybe not the only, but the best option for getting rid of Festival in Fortis, right?
Yes, it's the cheapest. It's not necessarily the only. The other one would be Banishing Gate, but it
Yeah,
does cost 4 over 3.
yeah. So, well, as I've learned that people say, Banishing Gate is not legal in a Sigismar deck,
It's too expensive.
which is a very funny thing to hear Freeloader and them say all the time. It's not legal. That's not legal. You can't play that.
Oh, that's funny.
Helen Burst, yeah. Uh,
Yeah,
if you're new to the stream and new to AWOL, I don't play Ordis. I hate Ordis. So Chili is my Ordis expert here.
yeah. You're just not living. You just don't wanna win. That's it.
I like to have fun. I don't necessarily need to win. I
Yeah,
think that's very prevalent. Where in AWOL the other day, I have never personally spoke to Wesh, but somehow my losing notoriety is high enough that when I was 2-0 in AWOL, Wesh said, "What the hell? Kohlrabi is 2-0."
yeah, that's so fun. So on the Wednesday stream, we were trying not to jinx you when you were 2 and
Yeah,
0. It was we can't say anything. He may go 3 and 0. Can he do it? But I have joined Greenpeace alongside you for this next tournament for season 3. So, or set 3 of the cards. I will be asking you for some advice on how to play best play Muna.
yeah.
So,
I like calling it Greenpeace.
as long
This
as
is
as long as we don't scuttle any ships, we'll be
uh,
okay.
yeah. I mean, if the ships are, eh, I think this is looking like a win, just
Yeah, a
straight up.
non-festival win.
Yeah.
Potentially. Let's see. So from, what needs to be done.
Ooh,
Oh,
Tiny
there we go.
Jill.
That saved it. That saved it.
We still do have a discount of one. Um, what are we gonna see? Silent Night or something from hand?
I'd go for the Silent Night
Silent Night.
option, because if you target one of theirs and get it asleep, you can win both sides. But you anchored their card, yeah.
Ouch.
So, but that's the right gamble to take though, is you don't wanna potentially not have one of your cards there, so anchoring it's just one. Once again, I don't believe he has enough board presence right now. So sorry, when I mean by he, I mean Impuissant has enough board presence to bring out Festival if he has it in hand. I could be wrong just because the 2 cards he has in reserve both cost 3. 3/3, nothing there available, no additional resource supply outside of his Fenn's traditional get 1 card into resupply. But can Sigismar take it to increase the percentage that we've seen today to 2/3 and 1/3 win
So
rate?
when I'm looking at this and thinking of what I don't want to see happen, Frog Prince is actually very scary to me in Sigismar. It's a 2 cost for 303. I think where Sigismar is on the board, it's not as scary because 0 in Mountain means Siggy does not satisfy half of their region here and satisfies nothing on their region on the companion side.
Yeah, this is a
Um,
a tough region having mountains on both sides.
mhm. Whereas Hathor is kind of the opposite for the Fen. Oh, and just the
Oh,
removal is
geez,
just
Louise,
coming
2
out.
fantastic straight removals. Siggy, you are doing me proud. I tip my hat off to you, Sabai. That is fantastic, making me happy, but also sad because I did want Fenn to win, but you never know. Now he's slow playing to see what can he do next.
Yeah.
Because the Dr. Frankenstein, no matter where he gets put out, will be winning the expedition. But Sigismund does have 2 cards in hand. If both of them can be played out, I do believe he'll be able to block out anything that comes out and take the win.
It oh, Sabai passed with
He
4 mana and
passed.
2 cards.
Okay, I thought that was a glitch on my end. That's why I didn't say anything. I'm like, he passed. I don't know if that was an error or not, but well done, Impuissant. I don't know if that was your plan. You would have been sweating bullets there, my dear friend. But fantastic win. Fen gets its first win on camera, on stream for us.
Yeah, so in the table chat here, we see Sabai say, I drew all of my removals in a row."
Oh,
I am not sure what 2 cards would not be playable for Siggy there with 4 mana, but we can sit and try to figure that out, the whole time, and Impusant does say, that they were sweating bullets,
yeah.
so
Now I would go if he had two additional teamwork trainings, he could have played them out.
mhm,
Um, get rid of one of his cards on the side that he had two characters on. But the problem with that is it, and then used if he had the second teamwork training, then do it on Dr. Frankenstein. But because it was four from hand, he did not have enough cards. So he read the lines and said, "I just cannot win." Wow, that is hard.
yeah, that
That
was,
is hard.
not what we expected. I was
Mm-mm.
thinking maybe we go to an arena at the, worst case scenario for the Siggy, but once I saw the screen kinda do the little thing where it says someone passed, I had to look back over, from running things on the side here, and, yeah, unfortunate, but we still have some time in round 2.
How about
Uh,
would you go to table 45? They are only at 57%
yeah.
progress, so we may have a couple of days. This is Wise Frank against Zubalute or Zubalut, if I'm saying it wrong. Both of
Alright.
which have got fairly strong um, rankings, though I have not seen either of these two players before Kohlrabi myself.
Yeah, not any that I recognize off the bat. We have uh Zobalute, if I'm trying to say it more French, in the French flag, and Wise Frank with the Italian flag. And shout out to the band that my brain just completely deleted uh from my brain. So that
An
one band.
Italian band?
No, I think it's like the shoot, what the heck are they called? The Gorillas or whatever? Wow. That's one of those moments where it's somewhere definitely in my brain,
Well,
but
hey,
it's just
this is very entertaining. We don't seldom get to see a Fen versus Fen matchup. So let us see what happens here. They are both equally as far away. Both could win with Festival if Festival builds are played. Um, let's see what happens.
yeah, looking at the bottom Fen, I'm not thinking it's a festival. Looks pretty classic Fen. A lot of reserve, a lot of card draw. So far, without looking at the discard, the top Fen, the only outlier is this winter outfits. I think it's a highly underrated card, but as some would say, if I would play it, maybe not. Um,
I would play it in Aurak. I think it's definitely for Aurak, but almost every card, every character in Lyra has got the at least one statted zero, right?
a lot of them, yeah,
Yeah.
they're very few that don't have a zero. Like you see here, your ink casters or your
Hmm.
aloe. Aloe coming back around hard in Fen is a little newer of the past couple weeks as well. I think Aloe's probably kind of gone up and down in the Fen decks, but we have it here. And the Cernunnos,
Oof.
is what's interesting from the bottom Fen here, but I mean, at first glance, it's looking good, but then you look across here, there's that Twinkle Twinkle chilling, and the other Fen having 8 mana.
This is yes, true, but the Twinkle Twinkle will just delay delay Wise Frank's potential win because their board presence is so strong right now. We will see whether or not something else comes out to do it to actually move. But it feels Wise Frank has got this, even though there is still one more day at play potentially beyond today. Now, one thing that I've seen here is I love what Fenn has brought out. Not only has he got strong characters, but complete representation from history and lore from across the world being played as well. So well done. We got the Irish. We got the. I do believe Hathor is Hathor from Greek mythology,
You
and then we've got
you
Anansi from in I believe Indian or African. And I apologize, I have forgotten some of my lore reading background.
Yeah, I was
So
gonna say you would know what area of myth they come from
yeah.
before I would. Hathor, I would just kind of say in that classic
Greek plus Roman.
Greek, yeah, Roman area. Because I know that I've heard of Hathor.
Yeah.
Anansi is new to me and something I've learned more about because of Alter. The chat is correcting us and saying that Hathor is Egyptian.
Egyptian, there we
Uh,
go. Thank you very much. Another tip of the hat coming out to you. I love
yeah.
it.
I am not the biggest mythology person
You're missing
outside
out.
of
You're
Altered.
missing out.
So yeah,
Mythology is fantastic. Kerninost for me is such a strong card. 3/3 for 4/4/4. Fantastic card. Um, it has gone through its ups and downs throughout this season, some of great use to low use. I love that we're looking at two Fen builds that feel completely different.
yeah.
One is
A lot of the decks today have been really interesting and showing us some cool things. So, question in the chat: what's the most mana I've seen from a Fen deck? I want to say like 14 maybe, but I would say 12 is
yeah,
feeling
12's about
pretty
as far as I
typical.
remember.
Yeah.
Yes, it is not a deck that you traditionally go and win quick, unless it's through Lyra Festival. All right, let's see what happens here. I I know we haven't seen a Bravos yet, but Haven Seringa has completely changed Bravos's outlook.
Yep.
Being able to get some level of card draw, and with new cards coming out, giving more ability of getting card draw for Bravos, I do see them as being a future top tier faction that will be represented much more than they are now, outside of those that constantly want to keep playing Kojo because they think it is almost as good as Sigismar. Uh, Newsflash, it isn't quite there just yet, but it will be there soon, I think.
Yep. Simon is crying in the production room that
I
we
know I
have
had
not seen any Bravos yet.
Yeah, no, I was talking to him earlier, and he's definitely a Bravos aficionado, if not cultist.
Yeah. Little known fact, at least he thinks it's little known. His second favorite faction is Ordis. So
Yeah, see, him and I can talk now. We can be buddies. Um, I want to see today as well. Will anyone be game enough to bring out an Axiom deck for this?
do you want me to give you the spoilers because I believe Tom has cracked some numbers and Simon and him have put together a list of the hero breakdown from today's tournament.
Yes, that would be great. While we are waiting to see what the result of this, we are down to the tiebreaker. Um, and I know we will have to, at least I will have to say goodbye shortly as we switch out some of our commentating team.
Yeah, we will have two new commentators coming up. I will be around and throughout all day. I don't know about Chile personally. I
In the
don't have
background,
kids,
I
so
will be in the background listening in, putting
yeah,
some comments on there, adding a little bit of spice from the lore as we go through the cast, but not
yeah.
you will not be seeing my ugly mug. So
Well, thanks for kicking it off this morning. This game is looking really interesting now.
yeah,
The left side is tied, and the right side is going to the bottom fin here. We are running out of time on the clocks, but as they kind of decide here, the prominent heroes, we have 22 Fen and Crowbars, 20 Tasias, 20 Sigismars, and 21 Aphonuses.
Wow.
Ooh, ouch. The
Yeah.
max time was reached.
Oh, I do believe that Wise Frank was basically seconds from winning.
Yeah,
And
so
I be and the good thing is I think they won given they had less gone over time less. So the right person I feel won, but that's
all right, yeah, I'm going to move over here to the interview screen real quick.
yeah, and I think
Uh,
just while you're doing that, one thing that's interesting that there is a bit of chat between the two players saying, "Hey, did you kick me out because I went over time?" Hopefully, they're able to connect on that, saying that is the tournament itself kicking you out. It's not yourselves as players that has done this. That's an unfortunate part of the game. It does not give you the chance to go an extra round, an extra minute. It stops when it stops, and whoever has the most amount of time or least amount of time overspent wins.
yep. Yep, that is what I was hopping in there to make sure a tournament organizer voice came through. Make sure no one gets too upset. We are going to, I believe, go into a break screen. Oh yeah, we got to get running because round three is up. We're gonna switch out some casters here.
It's been a
Um,
pleasure, Kohlrabi.
yes, thank
And
you.
team listening in, everyone listening in, thank you. Keep on supporting the cast and this great tournament.
Yep. We will be right back with round three in a moment.
Yep.
Hello,
Ooh,
hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are in the Swiss round three to, I mean, what is truly the real start of the Invitational, not only because Cole is gone, but because both of us are here and we're getting into the meat of things. Joining me today is um, Geo. Unfortunately, Cole went to the bathroom and hasn't changed names yet. But as soon as he does that, you'll know that I am not Kohlrabi and that is not Chile anymore, and we'll get things
I
sorted.
can be chilly if chilly allows it. I can be,
But we
but
are getting into a game
I'd rather
here
not.
real quick with Clay and Nate the Great. And it looks like we have a Finstival deck versus the good old fashioned Sigismar from Claydeus. What are you thinking of this
Yeah,
matchup,
uh,
Geo?
we already have a unique on board. Look at that thing. May pay one to resupply from hand. And what's the other effect from hand? Boop, 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 boop. You may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, draw a card. Oh, that's neat, but useless now from reserve. Right.
Yeah.
Just that one. But I'm always on the blue side. I am a true blue. All the people with good taste go towards blue, of course. And it looks like a yeah strong start for Ortis. I didn't even realize that. Dang, they're almost touching.
Yeah, I mean, we had a little bit of a break there, and Clay was not taking any prisoners as far as moving quick here. Already 2 spots away from taking the game, but they do have to watch out for that festival sitting there. Definitely a possibility that they could make that work, especially with only a 1 cost unique in that Esmeralda, getting a nice fleeting character out there. But they do have to be aware of that tiny jail removal that could just stop that festival victory at any point.
Oh yeah, he's got that in his back pocket, and he can use it on a bunch of stuff for Finn.
Yeah, and
And then
then
oh, go for it.
yeah, and plus I know everyone is aware of Clay's wonderful unique that I don't know if we've hit it yet, but the Kokoba that could at any point let him win an expedition, if not both, and does have 6 mana at this point, and it does only cost 4. So we may see just an attorney or some removal being saved here in the tiny jail, and then maybe even seeing that unique. But he only does have cards in 2 cards in hand, so we're not quite sure if that is available to him.
Only two in the discard used, and I can't see his mana. Can't see his mana from here. But that's a heavy unique that he has. Dang.
Yep, we'll have to
Again,
wait to see
almost
what.
almost just
Yeah, we'll have to see
go
what
go for
Clay
it,
does.
Blue.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Clay does here. It looks like he's taking some time to figure this out. He knows that if he plays too much mana too quickly, then he may be open to a festival victory against him at this point, and he does not want to let that happen. So he's just going to start off a little bit slow here with an attorney play.
That tiny tail is going to be very, very helpful for the time being. Unless he has another removal in his hand. But what other so it anchored and sleep, right? So Kodama can come up and he does have an anchored in the support ability. So he's oof. Yeah, this is looking very pleasant for the Fem player in that aspect. Oh
Yeah,
great. Great.
slow playing some more there with a studious disciple play, which is definitely should be more and more worrisome for Clay here. The more low cost characters that the Finn can put out, the more chances that we are likely to see a festival victory. He may even just want to throw out that tiny jailer right away or just hold on to it. So he's gonna give himself the option here. Now is the question, can Finn still pull this off with that tiny jail looming in the reserve?
You get rid of the Esmeralda, of course. And ooh,
Yeah, we will see that tiny
yeah,
jail
yeah.
come out. Yeah, because he just does not
Anchored.
wanna deal with the possibility of a festival victory here, and it's not too bad to get rid of that Esmeralda, even though he might not get a
Nope.
draw from that attorney at this point. And so, you're a big Sigismar fan, Gio, right?
I am. Yeah.
Still playing
It's the card
Sigismar?
that I foiled.
Yeah,
That
still
card that I
playing
foiled is
Sigismar
why I
these
think is
days,
unique.
or no?
No, no, very little. I play it just if you're under 150, I will play you with Sigmar. Just And if you're over 150, I'll play you with my Bravos deck. Yeah, that's those are the rules
I
for now.
I
But I do
I
enjoy winning every now and then. That's why I play it.
yeah. And we are in the 3rd round of the Swiss at this point, and I know you've done your fair share of competitions within AWOL and just overall on BGA. At any point during the Swiss rounds, are you starting to get nervous? Do you have the most tension in general, like trying to get wins or
Heck
anything, or is
yeah,
it just the right off the
heck
start?
yeah.
What
I'm feeling
round
like everybody else.
yeah,
Yeah,
what round is the most worrisome for you?
third, the third. If I have my two already and I'm going into the third, I have to get that one. If not, it's a and quote unquote waste of time, and I'm just learning the curve. Yeah, at that point, I'm just
Uh,
playing my favorite cards after that. I'm
I
not playing
gotcha.
smart. I'm just playing to play. Yeah. What
That
about you,
makes
Blue?
sense. It just depends, you know. It's one of the I think for me, it's one of those times where, especially if you're in like a 6 round Swiss and you're getting close to the very end and you want to get into those final tables, that it definitely could be a little bit worrisome as we
Oh,
see a double Twinkle Twinkle
yes,
come out
yes.
there
That's
for the
why.
Fin. So that would be good, obviously, for adding those sleep for the festival victory, and then just cost reduction that you have available to you with all those cards that you have in
Heck,
hand. So
yeah,
and it does look like, Clay on the Sigmar decided not to mana that turn, so we'll have to worry about that as we see a Ortis Spy come out, and will be only 3 mana left, so if the Finn can pull off a festival now would be the time to do it because there's only 3 mana left to work with for, the Sigmar.
betting on everything that this turn is going to be his turn. That Clay is able to, get more points, but still, all those options for sleep for cost reduction just makes it so. Oof, you're gonna have a difficult time, Kale.
And despite all those sleeps
And
available, yeah, we see the Sandman come out and it's gonna focus on the Sigismar. So probably doesn't feel like there's a possibility of the festival victory, or is just trying to set themselves up so they don't lose immediately here.
yeah, going the classical route instead of the festival route.
Yeah.
He's actually left them with left resource for the next turn, but keeps them with something on the board, 3/3 on the board for next turn. So, ooh, like really betting on today, hoping that it'll fix tomorrow. Yeah.
And
Oh, oh, oh! Come
we
on,
do
come on.
see a mobile armory come out there from Clay on the Sigismar. Is that a card that you have been using lately in your Sigismar decks?
Oh no, no, I use it in uh, the chick that starts with a G. I forget her name. I
Bullring.
use it in that deck.
Yeah.
Yes, I use it in Gold Rings. Yep, that's my go-to. The rare
So
version, actually.
yeah, and so we are down to 2 mana left for each hero. Removal, I'm sure, would be quite helpful for the Sigismar at this point to just in case the possibility of a festival victory pops up. Doesn't look like there would be a way to anchor anything at this point, but you never know. And we'll have to see what they do to respond here, or if they're just going to try to take the victory and hope that the Finn doesn't have anything to work with. But like we've talked about, there is 2 cost reductions available in the Twinkle Twinkles in the reserve for the Finn.
Then it's a heavy advantage on cost. But them being so close, like, yeah. Do we play it all this round? Do we go wait till the next? Shoot, shoot, shoot. I'm guessing that festival's out of here unless something can stay in reserve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely being the second player at this point is going to have the advantage for the Finn. Going to see what the Sigismar has left to play here. I'd have to imagine. I don't think we're going to see both cards from hand being played. So now it'll just be up to the Finn to decide and respond accordingly. They do have to worry about the fact that the Sigismar just needs one more advance, but they just may not have anything too great to make that happen at this point. We'll have to see what they end up playing, but at the moment, we should be good to go.
Because it would be 2 turns that they would have to double up and stop the orders player from advancing at all. And there we go. There's a removal. Shut me up immediately. Dang.
Yeah, probably just deciding what they want to do here as far as which card to remove.
Yep. I just get rid of Sandman and win. Good. Oh no, but he still has 2 of the fan, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, he essentially has to
Yeah.
deal with 4 mana to be played based off of the cost reductions, or could just play the Twinkle Twinkle from reserve and sleep that recruit to prevent the game to keep the game going forward. We'll have to see how the Finn is able to make things work here. They don't have 3 characters
The
out,
reduced
so
cost.
yeah, it'll be probably difficult to get a
Oh,
festival victory at this point, but, I've seen Finns do crazier things, that's for sure.
the portability and putting in a Sandman, right? That's what I would do. But then I'm not in the invitational. I'm unga bungaing. Oh, there we go.
Oh, but you qualified though, right?
Yeah, but oh, now that you mention it, Kansas City, Missouri champion here. So anybody wants some, come get some. I will put my title on the line, brother.
There we go.
I will put that scouting thing on the line. But yeah, it looks like two land advances, out of the Oceanique and out of the Montonesque. Yeah.
Yep. So the game
And
does go another day. We will see the slept Kodama stay out on the board, so the ever presence of the festival is still there for the Finn, despite the Sigismar being only one advance away from taking it. We'll have to see how the mana turns out this time. We did see the Sigismar decide not to mana previously. Finn obviously has no choice in the matter because that's just how it goes. Too bad, deal with it. But they are going to take their time here to decide if they want to mana at all with only 3 cards in hand.
I take it like steroids, but you don't know what's body part it's going to affect. Just like just pumping, you always have resources with Fen. You just don't know what you're going to get. You really have to know your deck from top to bottom. Again, these players do, right? They're here for a reason. Shoot.
Yeah,
And
definitely
yeah,
probably one of the higher skill curve type of heroes, if anyone didn't already know that. So we know for a fact, well, Robbie doesn't play it, but he also doesn't play Sigismar. So it's
oh, so, yeah. Yeah. Please do.
and
Thank you
we're getting feedback
again.
from production for some reason, but I'm not gonna have to deal with that anytime soon. Either way, we do get a mana out of the Sigismar to give themselves 7. Only 2 cards to play here. Should be interesting to see what they have available to them. That Anansi coming from the resupply will be a big help for the Finn, even if they decide not to get the festival or try for the festival victory. Not too bad at all, but, we'll have to see what they decide to start off with.
I
In
think
general,
I think
go
I
for
can
it.
get it. Yeah. Yeah, I think they can get it, right? Sani goes in, then anchor aloe vera,
Mhm.
and it's 4, 5, 6, and then you use twinkle twinkle to tweak Kodama. I think he's got it.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to they're just gonna have to worry as far as what the Sigismar has as far as removal is concerned. I don't believe that Clay is running any type of sticky note seal to get rid of the permanent, but definitely could have some other removal in a tiny jail or a teamwork training to work with because, I mean, if you're Sigismar and you're not running those, then what's wrong with you, right?
Yeah, there's a problem there. Yeah, smooth brain syndrome is something that is happening, galore around the world.
We
Yeah.
do see a unique come out here for the Sigismar and see if we can get what that does up on the screen. If you control a token, up to 2
Ooh,
target characters each gain 2 boosts, and you can draw a card.
pretty good. Well, you don't miss Baba Yaga that much.
You just
Yeah.
got to pay a little bit extra for it, but then hey, it's reduced cost when you play it from reserve. But I don't know if we're gonna have another day here to be able to be played, but we'll have to see how this works out. Still 3 mana left here for the Sigismar on the top here. They could definitely still have removal, but it looks like the Finn's just going to have to
Yes.
go all out and hope that that removal does not exist and try for that festival victory. And it does
Oh,
not look like it does. We're going to see a festival potentially come out here. Unless
why
unless
not?
this is a rallying call in hand. It could be a rallying call to target his opponent to remove a sleep. And that's why I think we see
Oh,
the hesitation from the Finn.
yep. That's how I would have played it as well. So go for it and see if it works out, and then rallying call. Yeah. Yeah,
Only
hopefully
one
not.
card would save him here. If it is a
USA, USA. Come on, Finn.
he doesn't have it. Clay is
Are
saying
you
he
down?
doesn't have it.
Oh,
So we will see
Bravo. This
the
was
and Nate's excited for that and saying, "Thank God that, doesn't have that rallying call." I think they both knew that was the only thing. Clay
yep.
was baiting it out, and we will see a festival victory for the Finn. We don't even get to see the Kokoba, so I'm kinda sad about that, but we do have 8 rounds of Swiss, so I still believe there is a possibility for folks to get in as far as in the top cut with only 1 loss. I could be wrong on that. Maybe production will yell in my ear, but I think it's possible. In the meantime, that is it for that one. We're gonna go into the next game here in the Swiss round 3. Table 19 is what we are going to go to. We'll have to see what we have going on there. Switching down. Anything in particular that you've been looking for as you've been watching this invitational thus far, Gio?
How Afanis players are reacting to the Eratus. Yeah, they're still coming out really strong. You guys are still scary. Your big brains really do intimidate guys. Yeah.
In table 19, we have a Kojo versus a Finn matchup going on here. Fairly even on the tumult with the Kojo slightly ahead, but they are on a Buddha turn with 2 Havens on the board, so that is definitely scary. But both of these
Ooh.
players are quite good, so we'll have to see how things work out.
And with a unique already showing up, if you control 1 or more landmarks, draw a card. Ooh, great for that Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, Lady of the Lake in the
Yeah.
reserve is doing that, and then we see another unique, an Astudious Disciple that, hey, you know what? You don't even need anything. Just draw a card for 2 costs. Not too
That's
bad
it.
at all.
That's it. Yep. Easy peasy. You don't need more. If only my sons of Idrisil had that.
Exactly. So we'll have to see how it's going on here. We do have the Lady of the Lake being played from reserve, so there will be a draw for the
Get
Kojo.
those buffs.
Plenty of mana for the Finn, though, to see how they can respond, but they're definitely gonna have to try to avoid that double advance from the Kojo because once they're adjacent, it's gonna be quite difficult to take the victory.
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard one. It's oh, and there's another one I really like. That's one of my favorites. The Barlow's Pathfinder. Yeah, just
Yeah. Just
such a
solid.
cheap card with some good stats.
Yeah, solid stats for the board. I feel like not a lot of folks were using that initially when we came out from Beyond the Gates, and I've even seen some people use um the overall
The
like
rare version?
the rare version on occasion, but
Oh,
not too popular, but it's always fun to see when people bring out new cards.
oh yeah, because people look down on me because I use the normal version of Tiny Gin, the common version, not
Oh
the
yeah.
rare. Yeah, I like it. I like to use my rare slots for other stuff. But now we see that he does advance because of those heavy stats and those buffs. Big numbers move us forward.
Yeah, we do they do still have to deal with the Anansi being played here and 3 mana left for the Finn. 2 mana left though still for the Kojo. We'll have to see if it is able to help them boost up on either of these expeditions and potentially get them adjacent with a double advance, even if they give up one other advance to the Finn as a possibility in the companion side based off of the lower stats that they have there in Forest, for example. But we'll have to wait to see how that pops up. Still taking their time figuring out. No more cards to be played from reserve to get those Haven boosts, though.
And we bring in the Snowman. This is a nice card. I like the rare version of this one.
Yeah, I feel like if you can have open up those rare slots in your deck for a snowman, especially on a Kojo side of things, you're gonna want to include it. Just solid stats overall, as we do see a cloth cocoon removal come out. So we will not see that double advance for the Kojo, but at this point, I'm pretty sure they're happy just to take the 1-for-1 and just be that much closer to taking the victory, depending on how things move forward.
Because he's got 2 turns still. Even if he does a double for the Finn, they'll they'll barely be in place. And he has the next turn to have Buddha on board. Yeah, he's looking great for the really good player that's playing Kojo. Good thing, Spark. No, I'm just kidding, of course. You're all great because you're here. All of the
Exactly.
marbles. There you go.
Yeah, all the marbles, the good old-fashioned Finn player. Great guy. Feel free to check out, lyricchronicler.com if you wanna take a look at all of his adventures and doing things. He loves draft, but he's pretty gosh darn good at constructed as well. I'm honestly surprised to see him not bring in another deck list that I know he was working on, but, he's always been a big fan of Finn and excited to see what he can do in this tournament with this deck list.
Coming up just a little behind, but he's dropping it.
Yeah, that
Ooh,
and if you did get a chance to take a look at the PAX East recap from the Altered TCG Instagram and social media, you'll notice that all of the marbles was able to take home a lot of jumbo cards, in victories from a variety of events throughout the weekend. So if you saw one person pop up a lot in that recap, that's probably all of the marbles.
congratulations, man! If you're listening, I mean, I'm jealous, the good kind of jealous.
Had to
We took all of them. Yeah,
probably had to bring an additional carry-on in order to take home all those giant cards because they are in fact giant and, not too small as well.
hey,
But,
it's a collector's thing, right? And
yeah.
playing a magical training now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the interesting thing we did see from the initial play was that Amale being played, getting rid of the entire reserve, feeling like there wasn't really anything that they needed, and they were trying to dig for something else at this point. To in order to
we got
catch
rid
up
of that.
to this Kojo. And, yeah, this trying to draw as much as possible and catch up and make this game a little bit more interesting as we do see a Magping Hoarder come out that will not get the boosts in this scenario, but maybe they're just trying to keep up with those giant cards coming out from the reserve from the Kojo because of those havens.
Ah, where are your giant cards now, Marvel? Huh? We're all the same here on Board Game Arena. No, I'm just kidding, of course.
And
And
it
all the
looks
Marvel is going to get something eliminated, and it's a GG.
Yeah, with that mana eruption, it's not possible for them to come back in stats. And we see the rare situation of a Bravos hero out resourcing the Finn with all those cards that they had in hand at the beginning of this day. Gotta love all the draw that's been added to the Bravos heroes for this Trial by Frost set, giving them the chance to just make things work a little bit better. And that should be
Congratulations
close
to
to
Spark.
the end of the Swiss round. We may have a round or 2 to do that, check on past that, but if not, we'll be heading in to round 4 of the Swiss.
Yep. Oh no, we got.
Alright, we are in the round 4 of the Swiss. Any thoughts going over that last round there? Any, excitement that you enjoyed? We did get to see a festival victory, and honestly, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more festival-like decks do better in these tournaments.
With alternate winning methods. Yeah,
Yeah, opposed to just the standard advancing across,
that's,
the tumult.
what would be something fun that you were looking forward to when it comes to other ways of winning?
Well, I
Like what
mean,
would
I
be
think
our Exodia
I think
personally?
obviously nowadays with the changes that we've seen in the small step giant leaps and the grand endeavors and the win conditions for those scenarios, I almost feel like if folks are adamant in different types of victories at the moment, we are talking about those festival victories. And if you look at it, we've had a lot of top tier or meta decks that weren't necessarily always running permanent removal, or it wasn't as prevalent as character removal. Obviously, that may change with the new set moving forward, but I think that will definitely, it still could be one of those things where festival type decks could definitely make things work. And honestly, I'm really excited to potentially see some festival lists in a 2v2 format, specifically at Gen Con, because I know we have a tournament coming up for there.
Yeah, I can see them being very powerful in that aspect of because you have two minds actually going around the same end goal, and then your decks could be just ping ponging off each other just for that. Oh yeah, yeah, it's gonna make it fun to play up against. Not, but we'll find ways to overcome. Yeah, us Sigmar players, We'll do it. We'll do it.
Well, I mean, I
uh,
think we're both in the
what
same
about?
camp of, liking both Sigismar and, the Bravo side of things, which sadly enough,
Oh yeah,
we don't have any Saudis in this invitational. I thought for sure West Will might make things
thank you,
work,
honey.
but, what can I do? Nothing too sad about it, but, we are still in the Swiss round 3 coming up here shortly on the Swiss round 4. We have a long day for everyone that has been watching thus far. I wanna appreciate everyone that has been joining us in the chat, starting us off. I believe we got close to 80, if not over 80 viewers on those initial rounds, so glad to have that, and then I know we lost a bunch of you when we went to a break. Sorry about that, but we'll be here all day. Feel free to tell your friends, invite them through Reddit, all the social medias, and everything like that. I am Blue. I am joined by my co-commentator today, Geo, for this round and round 4, and then we'll be switching over to some other folks in 5 and 6, and then some more in 7 and 8, and then, you know what? I'll be back in the top cut as well to, check things out and see which of these great players that we have in this invitational. 100 plus players can take the victory.
That's always
Yeah, and so we
appreciate
just
that
got a
production.
note. Yeah, we just got a note there, so we're just waiting for the final game to wrap up here in the Swiss round 3, and you don't wanna watch it. You'd much prefer to take a look at us and talk and watch Geo flex occasionally because he works really hard on those muscles. Um,
Hey, fuck you,
but
man. Look at these things. This is what Bravo's players become. What stops you from being this? Ugh.
Uh,
Kidding,
what's
man.
funny, Simon, is my favorite color is actually purple. I'm a big purple fan. If you look at my, um, mouse pad, it is entirely purple, which is why I do actually like Ysmir as far as, like, the art and everything, but, haven't been a big fan of the play. I've never been a big, Afanis player, and Akesha, I think, got
Just be
hurt.
honest, Blue. Let's just be honest. It just smooths out my brain when I see those plays. Like I could have never come up with that. Like a bunch of the monoliths just constant, just popping off, and then the whole thing with the Faunus where he's just getting those buffs from everything. It just I forget. I forget that he's that terrifying. Yeah. He really
Yeah.
does intimidate me.
Yeah, I definitely think Afanis could still be the victor that we have thus far. Is there another hero that you think potentially could take it over Afanis when it comes to this invitational?
Oh yeah. Basira. Oh, what's happening? Production saying that something interesting is happening at the table. So we're going there live right now.
Yeah. Jump into it.
Table what?
And it is a tiebreaker that we have going here into the Tasia versus Navenka. And it is a big whale that we have for the
Ooh,
Navenka in a unique
I'm
that
envious.
has gigantic, tough 2, roll a die on 4 plus gain a boost, and on 1 to 3 gain 1 boost. So gotta love the gigantics when you do have a chance to play them in the tiebreaker, yes?
That's why I have two sons of Idrisil in my Bravos winning deck. Two uniques like that. It's
And
so helpful. They
yeah,
never see it coming. Bow everywhere. And now he's putting some more stats on the board, seeing if he can tie up to that number, but I don't see it. He's in the 20s, brother.
yeah, and it's
Oof.
really interesting in order to, see such a large stat-based and cost unique coming from a Navenka player. I'm mostly used to seeing them just go hyper aggro and play low to the ground, but after all the cards being played from Muna and Navenka, we will see a Navenka victory, mostly due to the big whale taking things from the gigantic and getting 20 plus stats all across all those terrains.
I mean, Gigantic's the way to go. If you got it, why not use it? Why not?
And excited
Right?
to see that very last ending of the final bit here for Swiss round 3. We are going into the Swiss round 4 for the AWOL Season 2 Seasonal Invitational. Thank you once again for everyone that has joined us thus far. We are hard at it. Plenty of more of the matches to take a look at, plenty of other casters to talk about games as we move things forward here. But you still have us for at least one more round. And let's go ahead and take a look to see what we have available for different folks to take a look at. And
Freeloaders.
I'm gonna go ahead and interested in to see at table 3 that we have starting up right now. And we are
Yay! Production with great news
yeah,
about
we
the weather.
are waiting for table 3 to load up here shortly, and it's still in the game art, so once it is ready, we will see them pop up, and sure enough, we do see it pop up here. It's Rinku, a player
Ooh,
that
a
has
great
a
taste. There
a
we
player
go.
that has been jumping on the scene here lately, doing quite well, and we do have the freeloader coming from AQZ, doing a nice little Kojo mirror matchup. You're a Kojo player, Gio. What do you look for when
Yes.
you're seeing this mirror matchup against another Kojo?
Anything that'll let low costs that are going to let me advance at the beginning and then mid game. If you're not drawing in mighty gins, you have to be dropping big numbers, in my opinion. That's a turn 2 and 3. You have to be those mighty gins in, or if not, big numbers. That's what I look forward to. What are the big numbers that you're looking forward to? Are you looking forward to dropping big numbers with A.W.O.L? I think it's that thing's name called, and stunning them on the bottom, or are you going to drop big numbers and hoping that you get more supplies? Yeah,
Yeah, I
more
think it
resources.
depends. I feel like when it comes to this, obviously, I think it does matter a little bit who gets the first player on the start here, getting
Oh,
to
of course. Yep.
start off with a Buddha to potentially try to take some more early advances. But for the most part, I think it comes down to who can hit those tiny gens, who can hit those Haven Serengars, get more resources, and then of course, who can hit those Haven Bravos Bastions to start boosting things from the reserve. That one cost there from Freeloader is also a solid start to get them set up in the future. And then, sure enough, we see a similar
Oh, no.
card from
Yes.
It's Rinko coming out here, the good old fashioned 2-1. And then we will see a
Mm. And
pass
he
from
takes both.
Freeloader.
Yep.
Yeah, and we'll take both.
Let's
So
go. Let's
opting
go,
to keep
Rinku.
the re
USA. USA.
opting to keep the resources here to potentially play them further on. We'll have to see how they are able to respond despite going down 2-0 on that first day.
I feel so good when that happens to me, when I'm able to advance both of them on the first day with so little resource, especially with the opponent not drawing anything else. That
Mhm.
either tells me that he didn't have anything to save himself in those two cards. That's low cost, and yeah, that means in my mind, anything heavy that he's dropping right now, he has extra. But oh, there we go. We're talking about it.
Yeah, and we are seeing in the chat that it is exciting to see some new names in the top tables in general, but Maddox, I'm kind of sad that Revert Waru isn't here to represent the Warrior faction side of stuff. But what can you
Ooh,
do? As we do see some low cost plays into a physical training, I know Freeloader is a big fan of that rare slot and putting physical trainings in there. I don't know how many are in this deck list, but last I saw, multiple were set up in this deck list. And it is a solid card, especially on that day two where you're able to put a one cost straight into a super boosted Tiny Gen, right?
and even if you don't have the one card, you always, if you're playing a Kojo Buddha, you have Buddha just to bump them up. Yeah, just a free draw. Well, almost a free draw for those three. I think. Yep, and we have 1 for 2.
Yeah, one for two,
I'm telling
which
you,
yeah, go for it.
all you. No, all you.
Yeah, so yeah, obviously still good for Rinku staying ahead and going into a Buddha turn. So we'll have to see how Freeloader can make things up, but still a lot of game left to play here. Despite Rinku being able to get that Haven down and then
They,
having some more resources for him.
they couldn't be closer. Look at their score. It's 445 and 446.
Yeah,
They're playing the same hero and everything, so that's interesting. Yeah,
Elo really
I'm
is a
invested.
yeah, that is a really nice sabotage that we see coming out from Rinku there, taking out the resources that are in reserve for Freeloader in the bottom Kojo, not allowing them to resupply and doing the smart thing and targeting that card opposed to the physical training because there's nothing on board at the moment for the physical training to hit. Although we are more than likely going to see a character come out, it could just not matter because we also see an intimidation in the reserve. So we will see Freeloader doing the smart thing and slow playing as much as possible with an Boshi.
Just resupply on this point. You resupply and hope for the best, and just wait, lose one and advance one. That's what I'm seeing. If he chooses to use his free
Yeah,
his physical training. Yeah.
yeah. And he is
Oh,
gonna
back
opt
to his hand.
to intimidate. The question is, he is going to intimidate the Boshi, thinking that there is nothing available to Freeloader other than that Boshi potentially. I was curious to see if he was going to opt to potentially try to get some additional resources by hitting himself with that intimidation on the Haven, but probably a little bit too
Yeah.
early to do that. And we will see that Boshi come out right away and get hit with that physical training. So another 1-for-1.
You're still up front. It's Rinku. You're still up front. We got faith in you, man. But the good thing is that we're watching two people with class play each other, of course, and that I get to see a Kojo either way.
Yeah,
But for
that is
now, yeah, he just got the extra resource. Oh, and it helped him out extra because now he can get something in reserve that buffs up. Yep, yep.
yep, another
This is
one for
good,
one,
good
but some
game.
nice, yeah, some nice setup here for Freeloader in the bottom Kojo, being able to get that tiny Jin coming out here, especially on a turn where they will be the first player, so they do not have to worry about a sabotage hitting it and them being able to ramp up even more as they are 1 mana ahead after they had that previous tiny Jin into physical training play. Despite the Haven being out for its Rinku, being able to keep up overall. We'll have to see if they're able to do it though, because that Haven can be a bigger mountain to overcome in general, depending on this matchup.
It's annoying really quick, especially with any extra boost that they're getting, like Haven Bouncer. Yeah,
Yeah,
for 3, he's
indeed.
gonna get a 4.
Yep, indeed. So we'll have to see how they decide to start things off here. We do see that Tiny Jin come out immediately. Not going to give the top Kojo in its Rinku the possibility of taking it away from them. And now it goes to the top Kojo, who's going to opt for some more resources in the Axiom Salvager that goes straight into
Nice.
another Axiom Salvager.
That was nice. Can't
Yep,
complain about that.
indeed. Do you run the Axiom Salvager in your Kojo deck?
Oh Lord, no, no. I have extra good taste. No. I stick with what's in Bravos, and that's it. I don't go around poking another. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't play because I like my rare slots. I really use them for, Mighty Jin and yeah, Mighty Jin, Tiny Jins. Even though I just have common Tiny Jins, but Mighty Jins and Haven Bouncer, I think. Yeah,
I gotcha.
those are my reserves. Those are my rares. And he's playing another one. Ooh, look at that! This is an awesome play for it's Rinku. All the everything he's going to be able to play, and now he's going to get another mana at the end of the turn. Nah, nice.
And we will see a
But
lot
my
come out
favorite
here.
card comes into play.
Yeah, we do see a lot coming out for Freeloader, and 2 mana is still plenty for them to play something else, but it is that situation for Rinku as well. And we do get to wait to see what's going on there. And yeah, in the chat, Chrissy, I know I'm famous. Just calm down. We don't want the other people to get jealous. But appreciate the call out. Either way, we do see a Tidy Jin come out on to the board here. Not enough to help them
I am.
advance on that side. So it looks like it's a 1-for-1 for now. But bottom Kojo and Freeloader still has a one more card to wait to play potentially.
What could it be? Oh no. Yeah, something too heavy, apparently, or something that is not useful in this moment. They both advance one, but still, it's Rinku with that confidence of being one ahead because this is a turn where they can actually win. Dang it. Such a good game we're seeing today.
Yeah,
Ah,
a lot of back and forth after that initial 2-0 from Rinku. Both players getting a little bit lower on resources, and both of them throwing out some tiny gen stuff to keep things ramping up. Now will be the question is, can Rinku pull out a victory here at the very end with a double advance to take the game? Should be difficult though, because still a lot working for Freeloader and still having at least a 1 mana advantage. How much do you prioritize ramping up, especially with you using the common tiny gens when you're playing Kojo?
not that all. No, no. I treat it as an extra in my deck. Like if it's there, it's there. I'm not looking for it. That's why I don't play the um mana channeling, I believe it's called, or and the rare version where you pay 5 and get 3. I don't play any of those.
Mhm.
And Aja, I believe the name is the
Yeah,
from the Moon Effect. Yeah, yeah. I don't play her as well. No,
gotcha.
I prefer more of drawing cards, and I also have a very good unique for that. I'll let you I'll let you tell us what's happening now on screen while I catch my breath.
No worries. We do see that Haven Saringer come out from its Rinku, more of a block to the companion side of Freeloader, and we see an equivalent block type card in the Bravos Pathfinder as they are on opposite terrains to decide who can go forward there. We still do have enough stats for its Rinku to potentially take the 2-0 on this day. Even a 2-1 would be enough for them to in order to like take this game entirely. Not sure what they have left. 3 cards left in hand for Freeloader. They'll have to pull something out here. The Pathfinder is a good
Yes.
card to potentially do it, but the Mana
Ooh.
Eruption will hit them, I assume. Now, does Freeloader have another Pathfinder in hand to go forward with a block or any card to block on either side? 2 mana is a lot for Kojo. Most cards are
Yes.
2 mana
Yes,
or
it is.
less. And
Like, oh, and he's able to block both.
yeah, so
Nice.
he will get the double block on that. Not a victory for its Rinku at this point, and with getting some more boosts on that tiny gen, although they already had one, we know for sure it's gonna go to the mana zone. It could honestly afford to not mana this following day to have more resources in hand as its
I don't think
Rinku.
they can. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
as it
enough. There's enough material there for those 9. Yeah, go for it.
yeah.
It's Rinku.
Yeah, and we do see both players opt to pass this time around for the mana, coming down to this point that they don't have very many cards in hand. Riku does have cards in reserve that will help them get some card advantage in future turns, if not later on with the Salvager. We'll have to see how that works out for them. Whereas Freeloader has not ran into a Haven yet that we've seen that Riku's been able to work with. And we see an immediate mana eruption to target that Haven that I was just talking about.
He feels that he has enough resources, I guess, to where he can outpoint it's Rinku. So let's see what you got, preloader. See what you got in
Yeah,
hand.
rare mana eruption has definitely been a factor in this game thus far. Do you run the rare, or are you more of a common mana eruption player?
Nope. I run the rare. That 2 cost is just way too good. Yeah, I believe I run 2 of them and 1 intimidation, or vice versa. Yeah,
Makes
that's all the
sense.
removal I need. Yeah.
Yeah, so this does make that Axiom Salvager in the reserve not as good because you can't run into another character like that
Ooh.
Bravos Tracer that would have benefited greatly from the Haven Bravos Bastion. So we'll have to see how each of these players respond. Each have 3 mana at this point after the Chiron play. Well, I'm not quite sure if Rinko has a 1 cost card that they can play with that Tracer if they so choose, but we'll have to see what those 2 cards in hand are. And it is a unique Lyra
Ooh.
Navigator, which at dusk up to 1 target character gains fleeting.
Oh, great. It's going to be able to get rid of that red.
And we see a
Well,
second
no.
mana. Yeah,
Well, no.
we do see a second mana eruption come up here, which will allow the 1 for 0 for freeloader, and now we are dead even as these mana eruptions just keep on being more and more of a factor. We do have the resource advantage to its Rinku coming up on a Buddha turn, so if they are gonna win, this is probably their chance to do it.
This is the turn.
Yeah, and
Yep.
but, it definitely seemed like that was a weird draw for Freeloader having double mana eruptions to in order to play that turn.
Get out of here! I said leave. Leave. Leave the
Yeah.
expedition.
Yeah,
But
normally,
yeah,
if
it
you can
worked
play
out for him.
those yeah, to reduce the resources, that is ideal, but, in this scenario, not exactly. They do have only 3 cards to work with. They are playing second, though, so they have an opportunity to potentially respond to whatever Isrinku's going to play.
I don't see. I don't unless no, because all the high stat cards that would yeah, no whale, no nothing Leviathan like that. What what do you do?
Yeah,
What
we
do you
will
do,
see
freeloader?
Yeah, we do see them just opt to throw out the red right away and see what they can do with the other 2 cards in hand. They definitely could play both. We know they've used at least those mana eruptions on the previous turns, but we haven't seen any intimidations yet, so that could be a good removal card to be played potentially, or we just may see some more boosts come out in order to hit that red. I don't know, but, if there is any point for Insurinku to take this game, they've been 2 spots away for the past 2, 3 days now, and if they're gonna try to take it, now would be a good time. Unf
Oh, having to
Ooh,
throw away the Haven Bouncer. Yeah.
yeah, so
Ah,
seems like resources are limited a little bit for Freelitter at this point, but they do have enough stats to block thus far, but 5 mana still left for Itsrinku. I have a feeling we're gonna be seeing all cards in hand being played to see who can take this game either now or the following day.
ooh, and a rare Amarok.
Yeah,
Not a
unique
rare, unique.
Yeah, unique Amarok. When another character joins my expedition, sacrifice one character. And otherwise, from reserve, if I'm the only character in my expedition, you may return a target character or permanent. But we just see everything played. We're looking at a double advance for Itsrinku, like we were talking about.
USA, USA, USA. We did it. We did it, Trinku. Good
Not
job,
quite
freeloader. Good
Not
game.
quite enough for Freeloader to stop them at this point. We get the GGs in chat. What a great Kojo matchup to watch there, and congrats to Itsrinku, one of the newer players that we've seen pop up on the scene lately, and obviously doing quite well against an experienced opponent.
Seeing nothing but 400s. I've commentated on nothing but players with 400 points. Hey, you guys are on another level.
And with that, we'll go ahead and take a look to see what we have left here in the Swiss round 4 of the AWOL Season 2 Seasonal Invitational. Once again, want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. I am Blue, and joining me today on the co-commentator cast is Geo. We're running near the end of this Swiss, but we'll see if there's anything else that we can take a look at. Plenty of games, actually, it looks like. Why don't we jump over to look at percentages, table 5, and take a look at that game.
Yep, table cinco. Mm, Caballo. Okay, Mr. Horse. All right.
And we are
And
coming up here on table 5 for the Sigismar versus Tasia. Tasia double treeing it up, making it difficult for Sigismar to do removal and dead even on the Tumult.
so tiny tails and all that stuff is just useless right now. There's no need for them to come out. That's mana at that point. Those are resources.
Yeah, I mean at
And
this
really,
you gotta be
go for
running
it.
Anubises on Sigismar, right?
Yep, yep. Hey, I run one. Yeah,
Oh,
run
nice.
one and Quetzalcoatl too.
Nice. We do have a unique monolith rune scribe come out here where it has a if you control a token from anywhere, you can sabotage. And then when another non-token character joins your expeditions, if you control a token, resupply. So it is one of those resupply
Oh,
uniques coming out, as well as a nice little sabotage available to the Sigismar. Not sure how much it's going to currently help with all those stats on the board for the Tasia and a lot of resources available to them. We'll see if there's any response they can do to potentially prevent the double advance coming out here from the Tasia player.
That is scary. Yeah. At least one side has to be demolished, but I oof oof oof. Only with yeah, no, I'm going to be quiet because these players know a lot more than I do.
uh,
Lord.
We do see the slow play coming out from the Tasia player at this point while the Sigismar decides what they want to do. I have to imagine we're more than likely going to be seeing the cards from reserve first if they can afford to do that. And we do see that Frog Prince go over on the hero side despite not being a good block against that aloe vera and the continued slow play
Oh
from
no.
the Tasia, where a Lost in the Woods comes out, and that'll be great for either expedition because Sigismar is in forest terrain for both of the hero and companion expeditions, and we're more
Just
than likely going to see both cards being played from the Tasia.
all the cards that he needed for Phantom Beta. Yeah. They're coming out. I'm sorry, Mr. Caballo. You were almost at 500 apparently.
Yeah, we do see
But
a
I'm talking too soon. I'm talking too soon.
resupply going into a gift of self that will not be useful this turn. I don't know what the Sigismar player has in hand, but it seems more than likely we are going to be seeing this Tasia take a victory with a 2-0 as they do opt to use the Lost in the Woods immediately, targeting realistically any character. They're going to opt for the unique monolith rune scribe. We are getting the GGs in the chat, so it looks like we will see a victory coming here for the Tasia player. Double tree and a bunch of anchored characters, kind of good.
Very good. In my humble non-Tasia playing experience, and he just puts that out because he's got mana to put out. Why not?
Yeah,
Yep.
throw some more stats out there, plenty left. We will see a 2-1 for this day, but that'll be enough for the Tasia to take the victory over the Sigismar player. Already seeing the effects of Sigismar just maybe not being quite as good, but I think we all knew that the Tasia had a pretty decent matchup into Sigismar, especially when you get those bastions out in order to prevent the removal. So we
It
will
just
go ahead.
nullifies everything you want to do.
Yeah, we will go ahead and
Oh,
head back to the Swiss round 4, see if there's any other games that we want to take a look at before we close out and get told to leave. Don't worry, we'll be seeing some folks later, including both of us, into the top cut. Why don't we take a look at least one more game in table 38? Why not? And see if we can still jump in. It looks like it ended. Never mind.
oh no.
And table 16
Uh,
looks like it still has a decent amount of time left in it. So why don't we hit table 16?
oh yeah, it's Backfire and Alkaline, or what is it?
Uh,
Acelin.
yeah, and Tacfire.
All
And
right.
this will be that Finn versus Afanis matchup. Afanis still as prevalent as ever, and they are currently up on the Finn at this moment.
With a bunch of resources still. Oh,
Indeed. A lot of resources. We
and,
do see the sleight of hand in the reserve potentially able to be played, but a lot of stats on the board for the Finn on the top side of things.
and it is the Afanis player's turn. It is a Tacfire. Oh, it is France against France.
Indeed, we do have a double French matchup here as we wait for the Afanis to decide what they are going to do here. Everything is visible to the Afanis as far as what the Finn has available. They can either play that Tanuki or they can play the Off You Go. They are in the position to potentially double advance here. I think at this point, they just want to put a little bit pressure on the Finn and see what they have left to play.
And just buffed up his previous disciple.
Yeah, get
And
a
put
little
to sleep
buffed.
the Esmeralda. Great.
Yep, getting the Esmeralda there. Slept in general, and it looks like we may see a 2-for-1 at the moment, but we're going to go ahead and throw out that Tanuki just to have another card out there because they will overload their reserve no matter what they do at this point. Now it comes down to the Aphanis. Do they have another card where they think they are going to just try to block? And they will go ahead and throw out that sleight of hand to get a boost up,
That back up.
put the beauty sleep in and throw out a banishing gate to reserve in order to block and advance on the companion side to have a 1-for-1 for this day.
What are you getting rid of, buddy? Of course.
Oh, in fact, with that, actually, Miss talked a little bit too quickly there because they're able to get rid of that Nazi, and
Nice.
the Tanuki does not have the stats to advance. So we'll have the Aphanis in a leading position here, despite having to sleep that Esmeralda. Because guess what? They just need Forest to advance on companion side, and they don't really care about the stats on that Esmeralda, right?
It's not about blocking, it's about advancing at this point. Yeah.
Exactly.
Because even and advances on both sides still got a whole nother day. So even a perfect play won't cut it. Ooh, that's always nice.
Yep, the Finn does run into a nice play there as far as the resupply into the Anansi, but a lot of cards available for the Aphanis and seeing what they can do, and taking a look at their
It's gonna be a small step. You all know that. Let's stop acting like these people have good taste. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
but, I mean, technically it could be, but, and it would be
It should be.
a a a
Should
g
be.
a
Way to
good
go
one
there.
even with the change of the small step, because even if Finn is able to double advance, it wouldn't matter unless Finn is able to double advance and small step themselves kind of thing, and we'd have a double tiebreaker in that fashion, but I don't think that's what we're gonna be seeing here. We do see that beauty sleep come out from the Aphanis that we knew was in their hand after it was returned previously, and now we'll see what the Finn is going to do. Smart play with the Anansi, get some stats on the board, and sure
Oh
enough,
no.
there is that off
We're
you go because we knew there was nothing in the discard pile for off you goes from the Aphanis, and they're gonna go ahead and get rid of the Anansi right away. What's interesting though is they are not playing any characters to get boosts after all these spells to be played.
that might be the only character they have, the studious disciple.
Yeah. And
Or
that'll be because we do have that Hathor and Off You Go in the reserve, so they knew that at any point they could just make that play and send any card that's a character off you go with that play from the return from the Hathor. But instead, we'll see a unique Snowball Commando where you can discard a card from your reserve. If you do, you may
just
exhaust
just
you can
spamming
exhaust
this
target
out.
card in reserve.
That's awesome.
They won't be able to do that, and if I was fleeting, you may return a card other than me from your reserve to your hand. A lot of beauty sleeps happening here for the Aphanis. They only have one character left to play, and now we're at the point that the Finn cannot play the Off You Go and the Hathor, so they can't slow play this. And it looks like we're potentially just going to see the victory happen here for the Aphanis based off of the fact that they had a bunch of one cost slow plays to take the game.
There you go. That was pretty smart.
Yeah, you can send yourself back here to slow play into
Yep.
another off you go. So now we can also see another potential slow play from the Aphanis and not putting out a character. This is just a bunch of cards trying to cycle each other to have one left available on the board.
This is so fun. We're enjoying ourselves.
Yeah, one thing the
Yay.
Faunus will have to be aware of is if they decide not to play that Studious Disciple, they can get hit by an exhaust from the Snowball Commando, and so they will go ahead and throw that out here and just force the Finn to use the off you go and take it out here. And wow, it's a whole lot of cards played for absolutely nothing to happen in general on the Tumult.
Now you go too. I don't want you. Everybody gets off. Poor people. That's the and with still two beauty sleeps there.
2 beauty
Oh,
sleeps available for the Faunus. We still have that unique snowball commando for the Finn, and they could potentially use it in order to exhaust one of those beauty sleeps. Whether they decide to do it at this point, I do not know. Or they can just get a Hathor out to return it to hand if they so choose. This is definitely one of those spots, though, as a Finn, you like the resources you get from the resupply, but you also don't like the fact that you have to mana here because you now only have
yes.
one card in hand.
Oh no.
Yeah, the sabotage coming out here from the
Great.
Tooth Fairy is a backbreaker. We only see an Ouroboros Incaster come out,
And
and now they can just get beauty slept. So
we
after all those cards being played in the previous day, we do see Afanis
split the
able,
other one.
yeah, Afanis able to still take the victory over the top of the Finn, but still quite a good game just by all that back and forth. And it really shows you how
That was
good
fun.
all these players are in being able to come up with multiple ways to just keep this game going.
They were on point. It's like boxing in that. It's a little jab, little hook, little like. Oh, it was so fun. Like this was just. I thought it was over for a while. I was like, okay, what are you gonna do now? What are you gonna? No, these players know what they're doing, and that's why they're in the invitational, right?
Yep. And then with that,
Dude,
that is the end of the Swiss round 4, which means the end of us commentating, at least for the Swiss rounds. It may see us back here later. Tune in and stay here. We will go on a short break. So, folks, do not leave. It's not going to take more than a minute or two, and then we'll get right back into the action. And we will see you soon. Thanks, everyone.
great one, guys.
All right.
Hello, everyone. This is the Killon Guy, joined here by Taum from 39 Cards fame, and we have a super lightning fast match already coming out for you. We have jumped in to round 5 with KRA's Kaifu playing against Helfer.
Hey, Calum guys. So yeah, really excited to join everyone today, and really excited to see this Sierra deck from Kaifu, who has been kind of doing the rounds around Quebec, where I'm from. She has a really, really unique deck, I think, and this is kind of a pun of words because it's really based on her uniques, which, if anyone's not familiar, are mostly based around whenever a card leaves the reserve, you make a token in the expedition. And so she's looking to cycle all of her cards using the Ouroboros, and we can already see that she has basically the perfect setup. And so we're probably soon going to see the deck start to go off here.
Yeah, exactly as you mentioned. This is absolutely this crazy, unique Repotter Otter build around. I think the really critical card for the deck overall, though, even outside of those uniques, is the Ouroboros Lyra Bastion. It's just so good in these Axiom strategies, especially when you're playing so many support abilities like the rare Inari that we see currently exhausted for them, sitting in their reserve, that do threaten to activate that resupply effect from the Ouroboros when they use that support ability. It's just an incredibly strong way to start looping through the deck. So they're so resilient, even though one of those crazy uniques of theirs has already found its way into the discard, they will likely be able to find more, so I'm not too stressed about that. Meanwhile, our other player, actually Helfer, they might not be as well known within the AWOL circuit, but I believe they were one of the players who actually finished top 8 in Exalt Celebration. I believe it was the second Exalt Celebration, also playing Nevenka. I could be wrong on that, but that's at least what my recollection leads me to believe. And yeah, they are a Nevenka expert. They're playing a really interesting list as well. I'm seeing there's even cards like a Winter Nova in there, so definitely some really cool stuff. Really, really neat battle seeing Sierra against Nevenka. Not the most popular heroes that we would expect today, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm also really glad to see Nevenka around as kind of a Lyra fan nowadays. I'm really glad to see her represented, especially like I think most people today are gravitating around Fan and Kroba, which has been
Mm.
pretty strong. But Nevenka like is a hero that um, on the surface can seem really random with her die roll ability.
Mhm.
And I think within the intro deck, like a lot of people like didn't really resonate with that gameplay. But I believe like as you build it in constructed, it gets a lot more stable
Mhm.
because you can build it around a lot of like die roll effects and die roll um, like cheating on adding one to the result or like doubling the number of dice you roll and picking one. So you can really build it for some redundancy and some stability, and it becomes very interesting. Like you have a lot of decisions every turn. Your hero can target any character in play. You have to play around like what happens if I roll one and then my character gets discarded. Is that really bad? Like am I losing the game on the spot? So in this case, like you probably want to weight your options there. So yeah, both decks are like not very mainstream, but very interesting to be playing. I'm really glad we're catching this game.
Totally. And I mean, this game so far, the Nevenka has absolutely made its way a little bit faster onto the board, at least taking some progressions on the tumult that Sierra wasn't able to do while setting up those landmarks that the deck is so reliant on. But what those landmarks do is they let Kaifu find more and more ways of finding these uniques. We did see the second Repotter Otter coming out from them. Luckily for Helfer on the Nevenka, they were able to remove it right away. But I think they went through like 8 or 10 cards even by even the first turn of this day. Just such an impressive showing how deep they can get through to find the specific things they need. And with at least another 1 or 2 ways to continue chaining cards through their reserve, just hanging out in reserve at the moment for Kaifu, I'm not super worried yet, despite the fact that that second Repotter Otter unique did get removed with the off you go.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see like looking at the deck sizes, Kaifu has already like 13 cards left in her deck, so meaning like she saw more than two-thirds of it. Whereas Alpha is on 24, so like saw a lot less cards. But what would happen, the Kalunga, if like Kaifu were to run out of our Unix and go through all 3 of our Unix being handled by Alpha, which is very up. Like we can
Yeah.
see right away that he knows what's up, and like instantly when a Unix comes in, like he tries to deal with it with like the off you go, as we saw just there.
Well, the answer to that question is the discard will reshuffle into the deck as soon as the deck runs out. This is a deck that threatens to do so pretty often, although to be fair, with a little bit less stability than on the traced version of this deck, because they do not have that additional draw plus discard to reserve effect during the day that traced would get in these more late game scenarios. However, they are definitely still perfectly capable of looping through the deck and finding those uniques again on the second iteration. Also, notably, the things that have then entered the reserve or and then to the discard after that will typically have more and more of those effects that will let you continue to chain through the reserve. So the second and third iterations through your deck often go a lot faster than the first one, even.
Yeah, very interesting.
We do
In the
see a
meantime,
nice
like yeah,
mix, though, of these like sabotage effects coming out from Nevenka, definitely making it a lot harder to go for that ideal game plan strategy. And it is starting to become a lot more threatening because even if Kaifu was able to find a way this day to continue to chain and find more relevant cards, whether or not they would actually be able to leverage them on such little mana is definitely still up for debate. But a cool machine in the ice coming out. Let's read what this one does. From hand, sacrifice another robot or permanent. If you can't, send me to reserve. The classic machine in the ice sacrifice effect. And then when a card goes from your hand or deck to reserve, create a 2/2/2 Barasbug robot token in target expedition. So it will get, I believe, likely a double advance here this turn. And if you control 2 or more landmarks, when played from reserve at least, create a Brassbug in each of your expeditions. Wow, that's a lot of effects.
yeah. But we saw interestingly, like if we're choosing to sacrifice the Ouroboros as opposed to the brass bug, just to not straight up lose one expedition there. Uh, that sounds like a pretty big sacrifice to me, because now like she has to rely on just the Axiom reprocessor, and then also next turn when she replaces the machine in the ice, it's not going to be able to make 2 tokens. So kind of a high cost here to not fall too far behind.
Yeah, and Nevenka has also managed through that hero ability plus the Martingale to make sure it always has that additional +1 to the result, does manage to anchor down this Tanuki, and it's already threatening in advance on this day. So honestly, a really good spot for Helfer all of a sudden. Yeah, Kaifu just being met with so much interaction actually from the Nevenka. It's impressive to see. I don't think
Yeah.
we often see Nevenka just being so interactive.
Yeah, I love to see that, like Nevenka being control-ish. And this is getting into like classic, if we're talking TCG lingo, control versus combo, which like Kaifu is absolutely trying to set up some combos there. But Nevenka finding the interaction to kind of put a wrench into that, it's very interesting gameplay in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the really relevant thing that so far for Helfer as well has been the reliance on these Hathor commons that are now in the discard. Those threatening to just pick up these relevant spells and Tanuki effects, even, so that it won't just be one use of an off you go and then the second one be so incredibly expensive. It won't just be one use of the Tanuki, it'll be sabotage again and again. And that's the only thing I really think is letting them power through here, is just the repeatability of these effects.
Yeah, but that's the strength of Lyra in general. Like, I
Mm.
mean, Fan obviously can do that sort of things as well, but yeah, Nevenka is like pretty well set up to do this. I don't know what kind of Unix Helfer is playing, but I know like Nevenka players often like to have Unix that pick up cards from reserve as well to kind of promote this type of gameplay.
I can confirm it is indeed spell return. It's all Katagir and Mage Dancers as well with that effect. So
Yeah.
they are definitely, happy to be playing a card to open off the day, like this magical training, especially if it does find them an effect like that. They should be able to continue to make these after you style effects again and again, and really just always play on the appropriate sides then from there on out.
Yeah, and we can tell like just from the pace of play here, like those players are playing extremely fast. Halfra is like 11 minutes still going on the timer. You can tell like it's not their first rodeo.
No, definitely not. It's also interesting to see. I think oftentimes we've seen Nevenka be a lot more, I would say, like proactive or just aggressive in general, but especially going into a world where Small Step Giant Leap is definitely not a card in their deck anymore. Yeah, it's just neat to see these builds that are just so heavily focused on interaction when, exactly as you were saying earlier, Fen, I think, is often thought of as the hero that does that best out of the Lyra faction. So yeah, pretty cool. What do you think overall are the other reasons why it's well worth playing Nevenka instead of one of the other options, Tom?
Yeah, so I think in my opinion, like the main reason for not playing Fan, well, for playing Novenka over Fan, is sure you get less of this built-in card advantage, but you can also play like cards that are really strong, like Tanuki is a pretty good card, but it's not really working in Fan because you can't, or you have to play the rare, but even then, like you're relying on a dice roll to sabotage. So instead, you usually like are going to play Tinkerbell, but Tanuki just like much stronger. It's less telegraphed to your opponent as well. So I think it lends itself a little bit more to this like interactive style, whereas Fen is more about like raw card advantage and raw power, raw like efficiency, right?
Mhm.
Nevenka can be a lot more tricky, and so it's a little bit harder to play around, I think.
This is
Uh,
a
yeah,
really tough spot for Kaifu, I'm noticing, especially because of the fact that they did have to sacrifice that Ouroboros Lyra Bastion to the Machine in the Ice the last day to prevent that double advance from Helfer. And because now the situation is one where, yes, they could replay this Machine in the Ice from reserve, but it isn't going to be able to meet that condition of controlling 2 or more landmarks when played from reserve that would give them the additional Brass Bug in each expedition. So that goes from looking like a pretty sweet option to just barely not doing exactly what they want. So definitely
yeah,
a really tough spot for them to navigate here.
totally. And they wouldn't be able to like get the machine going, so to speak, and get like the resupply train going. So instead opting to just try and hook um, to make the placement awkward, but I don't know if that's really going to work out for them. We see that Nevenka is most likely going to win there, and yeah, Kaifu sending GG. So yeah, Nevenka is like really well set up in this matchup. Like they found a lot of interaction, obviously, but they also have a lot of like small characters to play around and keep advancing. It's really important to like not let Sierra set up for forever.
Hmm.
And exactly like how Farah managed to get this game plan enacted very well this game,
No, definitely
where they put a
agreed.
ton of pressure on Kaifu and Kaifu not able to get perfectly set up there. Uh,
Yeah,
I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get to see the Sierra deck going, but it's also interesting to see what's the right way probably to approach that matchup.
at the same time, they were going and going, but the thing is, we don't typically see Kaifu then dropping a game after the engine gets rolling, but in this case, the removal and reactive effects were coming so perfectly out from Helfer. Maybe I think we could potentially join into, say, table 13 while it's still live and see what's going on with Damien and Clay.
All right, let's go for it. What
Alright.
matchup is this? What are you looking to
Well, what's
steal as
really
this?
interesting here is that we have 2 of these heroes that did receive a pretty substantial nerf, actually, with the most recent patch, both with Grand Endeavor having changed, as well as Small Step, at least the way they work and the way they're able to potentially win games, and then the suspension of Baba Yaga from the Sigismar, and the helping hand from Afanas, which were both pretty critical for a while. But we see here Damien has settled on a Nylum Withered Tree build, which is pretty solid in this sort of game state, actually, where both players are on relatively low resources. Playdius, of course, it's their classic Sigismar. They were always playing the Monolith Ortis Bastion over the Grand Endeavor, so I'm sure it's business as usual for them.
Yeah, and so really interesting to see how this matchup is shaping up after the recent changes to the suspended cards. This is by far like the most played matchup in season two.
Hmm.
I think I was making some stat the other day, and I was like, over the AWOL and some other like tournament series like AQZs,
Hmm.
there were over like 3,500 matches of this specific matchup played, which is incredible. Oh well, I might be confusing this. Maybe it was only like 1,000 games, but like that's still a ton of games because those are like by far the two most popular heroes. Um, and so yeah, really interesting to see like if the dynamics of this matchup have changed a little bit. I'm already interested to see like the Nilam versions being played on the Afana side. I know this was a version that existed, I don't know if that
Mhm.
was the most popular version. I was more familiar with the Anchor version, so to speak, that was like
Mhm.
bouncing spells back. What do you think about this? Like, do you have any opinion on those builds?
Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, I mean, I've played a good bit of Afanis myself. A lot of players seem to think that the Nilam version was a little bit worse than the Mirror overall, just because of the raw ability for one player to suddenly just barely outstat the other on a critical day was typically a little bit better for the non-Nilam deck. But I think it was always pretty viable at least, and I do think it maybe gets a chance to shine now as maybe one of the dominant versions of the deck. I know there's a lot of players out there who are now playing resupply uniques in Afanis as well, which really lend themselves to the gameplay style. If you've run into it, it's particularly scary, I would say. So I'm not too surprised to see Nilam doing pretty well overall. I definitely think it's one of these archetypes that does have a lot of life, regardless of whether Helping Hand is a thing or not. And I think that's clearly what Damien is playing around here, saying,
Awesome.
"Hey, I don't mind too much."
Yeah, exactly. It feels like this version is probably going to be a little bit more resilient to the helping hand suspension. And we can see here, like already the exhausting cards from reserve, putting a lot of pressure on Claudius, forcing him to play one more, the last card from their hand, actually, meaning they will have to discard 3 cards out of reserve, which is in a kind of resource constraint situation, probably a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's a super huge deal. I mean, for Clay, of course, they were indeed looking to find a progression that day, and they did find it. So that is the consolation prize. But exactly as you mentioned, having to discard down 3 cards from reserve here, they're going to be working with what's in their reserve, and then the 2 cards they draw. In the morning. And the rough part about that is that the Afanis will be the starting player, does have a Rhyme Frost to guaranteed exhaust something down immediately to start with, and that will also result in 2 mana moths being made. So that will be able to go over that 1/1/1 token that does become a 2/2/2 thanks to the Monolith Ortis Bastion from Cladius' side. So they will be outstatting pretty much immediately, I think.
Yeah, and so it's going to be interesting here because sure, Finesse is going to be able to guaranteed like make their Nylon works. The issue is they have to commit to them early in the turn, or like unless they have a card in their hand that can maybe exhaust something else. But even then, like it's not a given that they'll be able to do that. The problem here is like Afanas has to hold up 2 sides, right?
Mhm.
Whereas Claudius on Sigismar is only happy to advance on one side. So we have this very awkward situation where the one progression here is a huge deal.
No, it definitely is. I mean, being adjacent in general when you're playing Sigismar, it's a good position to be in because you have so many cards that can so easily steal a win from those spots, especially cards just removal in general being so cost effective for that deck. Interestingly enough, I think drawing removal at this stage of the game for Afanis would be pretty good. We don't often feel like Off You Go is the best into this matchup, specifically because so many of the threats from Sigismar are often just so low mana cost that it becomes incredibly inefficient to remove them that way. But notably, in general, I think the Afanis likely has a lot of bricks in their deck that they don't want to draw at this point. Things like Conjuring Seal, yeah, they might be really good cards, but at this stage of the game, if they have to commit something like 3 mana to just picking up a couple cards and not doing much else, it's
Yeah.
going to be pretty rough for them, or at least their chances of surviving this day.
Yeah, cards in hand won't help you if you lose the game, right? Like this is a very common situation that we can see in CGs, but especially true in altered when tempo is such uh, a strong part of the game. So yeah, really
Mhm.
excited, really interested to see how Damien is going to navigate that.
Demian is
Um,
taking a long time to think about that mana decision as well, realizing they want to keep all of the cards. I can expect then that there's going to be a lot of low cost spells coming out. And oh, interesting, a sabotage right off the bat instead of this exhaust. The sabotage going after that Ortis Gatekeeper, as it would just be an efficient way of putting 2 bodies on board, both of which would have gotten a boost from the monolith as well.
right. Yeah, absolutely. But now we're getting maybe into this slightly awkward situation where the Iron Frost is going to not have any targets, or actually, yeah, it's okay. It's going to be exhausted anyway. Oh,
Mhm.
and we see this Conjuring Seal you were talking about, so maybe not exactly what Damien was hoping for there.
Yeah, definitely not quite the spot where they would want to have that, especially given that that Rime Frost does get exhausted down. Notably, the sabotage effect does not enable these Nylum withered trees, so it's still up in the air as to whether or not those can actually be activated at this point. Oh, and a really
What?
interesting
Yeah,
interaction as well with Jack Frost coming out and exhausting that Conjuring Seal from Damien's reserve. Even if they were relying on potentially exhausting one of their own cards that was already in reserve, like in that Conjuring Seal, that would have been able to enable the Nylum Withered Tree. But Cladius's choice to exhaust it down, it does not enable that effect from the Nylum. So
yeah, it's a
definitely
very
heads
heads
up
up play from
interaction. Yep.
yeah, exactly, very heads up play from Claudius, which not surprising from a player of that caliber, but always love to see that. And field reinforcement is probably like signing the end of this game for Damien, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think
Um,
the only thing they could really be playing for 1 mana that looks like it would help at all would be something like a Beauty Sleep, but even then, just plenty of characters now for the Sigismar. They will be
ooh,
way over the
this
top on that
Joyride is
field
actually
size.
like okay. We have to do some math now. I don't think it's going to be enough, but
It's
it's worth
close, but it's
noting.
not.
Being
Yep.
cooldown, it enables the Nilam. So really nice play from Damien. I just think it's going to be barely not enough at 888 versus the 11 of Claudius. But really
Yeah.
cool play though. Yeah,
There was a really interesting pitfall that Cladius could have also fallen into by trying to play a Jack Frost over the Tooth Fairy, where it would have outstatted it, but then also been at the risk of a additional boost going on the Tooth Fairy to block that side, and more effects coming out towards the hero side. But yeah, just I think overall, just really clean play. It's I think what we always expect from Cladius. I know a few of us were a little surprised to see that Cladius's elo had dropped down to around 400 at the start of the day, but they are climbing their way back up in this tournament, which is always really impressive to see.
both players complaining or just mentioning in the chat that no player saw any unique sits game. So we played a full like vanilla game of Altered, which I'm sure like those players have really strong uniques that they are really hoping to draw every time. But that's also the randomness of Altered, which makes the games more interesting.
No,
Um,
you're totally right. That felt like a game of the no unique championship even. We've seen similar decks over there as well. I think Nylum's a really good build in that sort of gameplay style where you're not so unique reliant. But yeah, interesting to see overall. We have just one table left, I believe. No, there's two tables still finishing up here in round 5. Don't worry if you're just sitting down to enjoy our cast. There is plenty more rounds for you coming up. I am Killon Guy, joined here by Tom. And Tom, would you like to jump into table 33? See the last couple minutes of
yes,
Poppy
sure. Let's do this. While we're loading on this, I just wanted to mention like the both of the games that we were watching just now were like players that are on, so to speak, on the bubble, meaning they were X and 1. And most likely, the players who lost are probably going to be out of top 8 contention. One might get in on tiebreaker or two, but I think they shouldn't count on that. They're really hoping to stay in the X and 1 brackets. So Claudius and Helfer like still have all their chances to get there, but I think sadly for the two other players we watched, like that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, there is the
Um,
situation because this is an 8-round tournament. Yes, of course, if a player is 8-0, they will be the only 8-0 player getting in. I believe around 3 or 4 people will be getting in with that 7-1 record. So that does leave 3 to 4 spots for players with an X and 2 record. So these players are not quite eliminated just yet. At least they're definitely rewarded for sticking it out, as a few of those players will sneak in. So yeah, keep playing if you are getting your second loss. It could be worth it.
all right. So what do we have for this? You said table 33?
Yeah, it looked like it was the one with
Sorry,
the
yes.
most progression left. No worries. Popiette 2 here is one of these Axiom Lyra Bastion combo players, which is very similar to what we were seeing at the beginning of the round with Kaifu, actually, but this time in its traced configuration. They're very well known for it. Also finding themselves here in a very similar matchup, but I guess both players of both factions choosing a different hero. We have Traced versus Fen instead of Sierra against Navenka.
Yeah, and we already see like the fan cards being very different from what I was
Mhm.
saying in Nevenka. You would not probably not see Nevenka playing either Anansi or Magpen Order, which are really cards built around having a lot of cards in reserve. So more looking for raw power here than interaction, even though like obviously Fan has some interaction. Most decks do. And how are we doing on advancement? So we can already see like, yeah, Traced is adjacent, so really threatening. And this is where you get also a lot of power from small characters like this action Salvager, sorry. Like by itself would
Mhm.
threaten, like meaning like the fan player has to put something on the companion side, which costs a card, costs like at least 2 mana from them, being really annoying.
We are
Okay, and so yeah,
seeing a
they,
off you go now take down this incredibly powerful Anansi unique, but exactly as you mentioned, that off you go will not play particularly around multiple small characters at this point, and that's exactly what Popiet has. Kill on Elemental, putting another Axiom Salvager into reserve. I think that's going to lock it up on its own there.
yeah, it's going to be basically impossible for Aslin to contest your side now. They just don't have enough mana. Like that's what we see again. Like they have cards in reserve. They could still play things, but with only 1 mana left, that's not going to be enough. And Popiet Devo adding insult to injury, doing it 2-0 here, which will let them wrap up this game.
Of course, why win by 1 expedition when you could win by 2? Yeah, Popiet taking that one down. I don't think that they're live for top 8 contention, but I believe they're still playing it out for glory. And I think they're a player who really enjoys their deck as well. So I'm not surprised to see that. Oh, they do have 2 losses, so they do stand a chance to potentially sneak in. But with that, we have our 6th round. That's
Right.
super exciting.
And yeah,
Are you
let's keep
seeing
trying to
anything
see.
right off the bat that interests you?
I don't really know. I think it's probably better if you try to pick games.
Mhm.
But because I'm less familiar, I think, with the heroes that people are playing. But yeah, I think we should try to
I
still
think
find
table
some
4 would be particularly fantastic. It's an X and 1 match against a couple really hyped players.
perfect. So let's see, those two players like are really fighting for their top 8 chances there. So it's Aircraft versus Hyper K. Let's see what those people were. Do you know what they were playing?
Yeah, so one of the really exciting things here, Akraft being significantly successful today on Basira. I do believe they did drop their last round, but up until that point, they were undefeated to start it off, which was always really cool to see. I think Basira, for a time, being thought of as very much the tier 2 Bravos hero, not so much anymore. Meanwhile, Hyper K, they're on their classic Tasia. They've been playing this everywhere and are well known for it.
Yeah, so both of those players, like, I mean, kind of expectedly, but masters of their archetype. Let's see what they have to bring to the table. Pretty interested to see what Basira deck looks like these days. Um, Not a hero that we've seen that much of during the regular season. Maybe a little bit eclipsed by Kojo.
Yeah, I would
Uh,
agree. But I think the later the season has gotten, the more Basira we have seen. I know there's players like Neuro, who definitely early on into Altered, at least last year, were very hyped overall, having won that original massive tournament in Angers, France. I believe they found themselves on Basira, and ever since then, they had some success with it, and a lot of people were picking up the deck. I think overall, the thing that's been really exciting about it is seeing that aggressive game plan that Basira and Bravos heroes in general can be known for, and then mixing that with that mid-game disruption piece, the Aklut, which we assume we're always going to see it from Basira at this point.
that's true. That's probably one of the best card that um, this hero is really well set up to take advantage of, much better than Kojo. So yeah, cool to see that like there is still a little bit of variety in the on the Bravos faction. Which while those players are set up, I want to say like I'm really excited to see Atsadi getting a lot of support in set 3. If you guys have not checked out new cards from Whisper of the Maze yet, there are a lot of really interesting and exciting mechanics. In particular, I'm thinking about Scout being probably very strong for Atsadi, but that's not what we are after today. After in this game, so let's go back to our game, and here, yeah, we can see Aircraft on Basira trying to split their power to get this double advance, and Teja with no one cost to match them there. So Basira already kind of rushing and taking one expedition lead.
Yeah, this is definitely the power of Basira. I think it's one of the best heroes at pushing for those early game advancements. Not at all surprised to see a double advance there, especially through the split stats, those spike stats from the snoozer shroom rather, that did come down on the companion side. Yeah, and that one boost from Tasia, not enough to be able to fight through the Chiron plus Basira ability on that side. So they were able to get their own progression, but of course Basira took a second one. And now the big question is, I would say, does Basira have removal for this anchored aloe vera?
Right. Yeah. Teja really like straight up hyperculate committing hard on this aloe vera. Basically asking the question, yeah, do you have removal? What kind of removal would they be looking for here at Killing Guy?
Yeah, it could be a couple of different options. We do sometimes see intimidation from these lists, but it's often played a little bit less than maybe the rare mana eruption. The awkward thing about mana eruption in this sort of spot, though, to start off the game with a mana disadvantage so early on, given that you do have to discard a mana orb in order to make that work. Eh, I almost wonder if Aircraft, instead of having that or wanting to even play it, might instead just try to hope to play around an A.W.O.L as a way of dealing with the resupplied cards from the aloe vera.
Yeah, very interesting. So you're saying like it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have it. They might have just chosen to not use it because like they might think it puts them at too much of a disadvantage.
It's definitely
Uh,
possible, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, in the meantime, like this Deja gamble kind of paying off, and they will start to get a lot of resources from this aloe vera. Also, they got somewhat lucky to flip the mono ocean biome, so aloe vera being like the perfect fit for that biome.
Yeah, beautiful expeditions there, threatening to both advance on an optimal expedition terrain, but also to prevent the opponent's advancement on that side as well. And yeah, now, especially with this Basira starting off as active player, not at all surprised seeing an Aklut coming down.
Yeah, just
I've yeah,
as you drew it up, yeah.
I've been hearing that this is the card that lets Basira win this matchup. I'm not sure your feelings on it, but I think it's just so important having this tool, especially going into a deck that would love to set up these resupply advantage, whether that's with aloe vera or whether that's plus with a spindle harvester's rare plus boosts.
Yeah, totally. I mean, as a huge aloe vera fan from day one, maybe more so in fan than in Teja, but also like, I mean, how can you not like Teja? Like, have you seen how cute she is? Um, yeah, Aklut is like the things that my nightmares are made of. So that's surprising to see it there. Definitely probably the key moment, one of the key moments in this game. Let's see how the Teja player like managed to deal with that because it's also a ton of stats, right? Like 556. How are they going
Mm.
to contest that? So and keep in mind, like Basira with one expedition lead, just happy to try expeditions now. Like if they're advanced from one side, eventually they're going to win. And
It's
so yeah,
also
that's a way
worth
for them to
noting,
commit to a
though.
lot of resources. Sorry.
No, it was my bad. I was just gonna say it's interesting though because despite how good that play looks, just playing out the Aklut onto the empty expedition there, notably they are on a forest expedition. So if Tasia is able to find a Lost in the Woods, which is their primary removal at this point, it would just be directly able to remove this Aklut off the board entirely. Meanwhile, that hero side doesn't have that same issue for Basira. Even then, though, they're just so incentivized to play to the companion side because of the fact that there is that aloe vera already there.
Yeah, it's interesting. They could have chosen, I guess, to play the Aklut on aloe vera to like play around that and try to contest the aloe vera. But the problem is they would only be like one up on water, and so basically any card from Asia from hand um, would beat them straight up, and that would be really bad. In the meantime, like the Teja player taking advantage and saying, okay, well, you know what, trading is fine. I'm just going to set up and puts down the spindle, which is now like really good protection for the aloe vera coming back, and also the floral tent, which is another layer of protection. So now basically Teja saying, hey, try to interact with me, like I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it was. I was thinking for a second, actually, if there was a world where it would have been worth it for the Tasia to give up on that hero side essentially via sleeping it with the snoozer shroom, but then realizing, of course, the threat of that fire rabbit just too massive in a lot of circumstances. Just overall, though, setting up the Spindle Bastion, it will help at least ensure that they won't lose to a surprise 2 mana removal spell, at least going off after one of their characters in the late game, if that's all that's remaining for the Basira. But there is that mana eruption we were talking about earlier. What is that going to go after though? Is it the Spindle or is it this Aloe?
No, I feel like yeah, it has to be this aloe vera. But crucially, like as you pointed out, now the Deja player not at risk of being like 2-0'd in the face of that mana eruption. Um, so we kind of glossed over the Sneasel Shroom in reserve here. Actually, the Cyclone was like a really clutch play, right? Because Sneasel
Mm.
Shroom. So let's say what does Sneasel Shroom do? From hand, it gets anchored, just kind of the number one. From reserve, instead, it anchors something else. So right now, not it wouldn't have been the great play, but the turn before, it would have anchored that aloe vera again. So like yeah, the Cyclone was really clutch. Now like Deja forced to commit a card from hand. That's not too bad. Like they still have quite plenty of resources. Uh, and as we pointed out, so yeah, the spindle made it so that Bazira is not able to play something else on the hero side to try to 2-0, so they're going to keep trading, which the clock is ticking on Tasia, like don't get me wrong,
Hmm.
but they're avoided
Yeah.
like basically the worst, yeah.
I think the real problem for the Tasia at this point, yes, they're barely sneaking by and finding a progression here and there, but the Basira is threatening to even take double advances at this point. Like the last day, the Nightmare scenario would have been just a 1 mana card like Isunboshi coming out onto that hero's side, which would have been a double advance. So definitely a lot of punishment just that could come out from Basira here and really just close out the game next to immediately. And besides, this Aklut is still around now, so that was an off turn as far as Aklut's concerned, but it's about to threaten to come down now and prevent both that Sneezer Shroom unique from being played out again, as well as this Chiron. And again, notably, Lost in the Woods, that one real removal option from the Tasia, it will no longer be able to go after this Aklut, at least on this day,
Yeah,
given the expeditions it's on.
yeah, and also yeah, Aklut being like slightly stronger on water side, which is a side that I don't know like if Mona is really like super well set up to play on besides those aloe vera. Um, Yeah,
No,
we'll
you're
see.
right.
I guess
Yeah.
there is still like the possibility of a closed cocoon. I don't know if that's still played in hypercase deck. Um, but yeah, it does definitely restrict those options.
No, you're totally right. Aloe Vera being really the one way of a Muna player, at least with a typical deck list, really contesting those water expeditions really well. But of course, yeah, there are some options, at least with playing a character out and finding other ways to boost it, that they could manage to stabilize a little bit there. Dracana would also be pretty okay, just nowhere near the stats that this Aklut already threatens
Mhm.
with.
So what are the ways that like maybe the Muna player could come back here in your opinion?
I think that they might just need to focus on yet another setup turn and essentially completely concede this day. Checking out their deck list as well, I'm realizing that there's no copies of Beauty Sleep even, so a stall won't be a particularly good way to try to deal with it. But they will need to find some form of lasting advantage, I think, that could potentially carry them through. I like the Spindle Harvesters to open the day. On its own, that would already threaten to stick around until the next day and get an additional boost thanks to the Spindle Bastion at noon. So that would be a good source of card advantage. But wow, I feel like Basira just has all of the right things for that sort of setup, which is their own setup in this case. Playing out this Haven Bravos Bastion, finding another Haven. They're not about to run out of gas, at least for the foreseeable future. And anything they do play out from reserve will be much larger now as well.
Yeah, but at the same time, like they're not really going to. They were maybe a little bit unfortunate to resupply another bastion. I'm not sure this was what they were looking for. I think they would have probably rather have a character. That being said, like they can play another Haven, and then like any character they play from reserve is going to hit really hard. The only thing is that uh, how are they getting characters in reserve? Like they usually have to play them first. They're not like a traced that can kind of cheat characters into reserve. And in the meantime, Muna set up the Dracaina. They're going to put another boost on their Spindle Harvester to make a makeshift aloe vera and get yet another card in resupply. So we'll see. I think it's starting to get a little bit. I see maybe like starting to see a path where the Muna player odds of this turn and then maybe closes it next, but we'll see. It's still very contested.
Beautiful resupply there, and a character that also contests on a forest expedition, given how incentivized the Basira would be to play onto that hero side, with Dracana having the weak stat on that forest, which would potentially allow Basira to go through it. But yeah, overall, I'm liking this setup, especially the more that Hyper K could incentivize the Basira to play onto that hero side, while there is that looming threat of a potential Lost in the Woods as removal. That would be really huge. That Haven Bravos Bastion coming out from reserve, it's a sign that there is no Aklut in hand for the Basira, at least most likely. It would be really shocking, I think, for them to conserve all of that information at this point. But a Fire Rabbit is definitely a good one as well. Just 1 mana and so many stats thanks to this Double Haven.
Yeah, and we're in this very classic situation, kind of as we were last game, last round we watched, where like the players that's adjacent is at a huge advantage because they only need to win on one side, and so far they've managed to basically not commit any mana to a specific side. Now, like, is there only their first character? Oh, and this one is going to be pretty nasty, putting a card in reserve to resupply. They were hoping to hit like more characters, and yeah, and the tracer also going like into reserve. So like now they can play both characters from reserve and get full value from their Haven.
Absolutely. It's a ton of stats now that can come out from this reserve with that Fire Rabbit plus Bravos Tracer. I wonder what Tasia could have to potentially stabilize, but it will have to get them another, what is that, 7 in stats? I don't know if they can do it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. With Basira also like still having the flexibility to put more counters. Like they could even do like no, I guess 666 on the companion side wouldn't be enough. So they're probably going to commit hard on the hero side, but I don't know that Deja can really do much there.
Yeah, super brutal. That unique there from the Basira, putting multiple cards into reserve, boosting itself, resupplying. Not even that the resupply was particularly relevant there, really just the fact that it could put that Bravos Tracer into reserve. It's already a vastly overstated character for its cost, and it's even better when you have double Haven out. Haven in these late game scenarios just is often so good as a way of saying after you, while giving a little bit more resources and just a little bit more power onto the board.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is really reminiscent of the Trace days. You know, back then in season one, where like Trace was cheating a ton with the Haven. Obviously, the Haven has been changed for the Action faction, basically as a result of that deck. But Basira kind of making reminding us like why why this card was so powerful when you can get all your cards from and into reserve and get 2 boost on each character you play. It's really oppressive. And yeah, Basira taking full advantage of this. And here we see basically what I was saying, like roughly they get the same amount of stats overall, but Teja having to split it because they were not adjacent
Mhm.
means that Basira is going to take the game.
Yeah, well done from Ecraft. Definitely the hope of the TCA players here who are representing Angers, trying their best with this Basira configuration. It's a cool one to see. Tasia, of course, I think we all expect to see it at this point. That's a very threatening deck, but yeah, at this point, Hyper K is going to have to get lucky, have to win their way out, and finish it in the X and 2 bracket in order to have a chance of making it in the tops. But who knows? They can still do it potentially.
All right, and maybe we can see one last match before we give up the cast and find you again in top 8. We have maybe table 12. I'm not sure if those are
Looks
still in contention.
beautiful.
Tibuchu and Living Plane. Let me just quickly see.
I think it's a good table to get into regardless at this point. They are playing for they are guaranteed, at least if they win, to be in contention for top 8. Whether or not winning out would guarantee them the spot, why not? And yeah, for those of you who have maybe been in chat saying, why did they change our axiom, Haven Bravos Bastion, when when the Bravos one is still just as good as before. Again, I remind everyone, it is Haven Bravos Bastion. That is why they get that original unchanged version
Yeah,
of
I
it.
mean, also,
So
have you read Traced? Like, because like Traced was abusing the hell out of that card. Okay, and so yeah, so I was just looking up at the standings. Tibuchu being on 2 losses, maybe has a chance to sneak in if they win out from there. Living playing pretty much out of contention for top 8, but still having fun in this tournament, and always glad to see some Nevenka gameplay, as we were alluding to earlier. I don't think we had a ton of player on Nevenka, but somehow we are seeing 2 of them here.
Yeah, you're totally right. Having stumbled on the multiple Nevenkas here, but notably the configurations look significantly different between that list of Helfers that we saw earlier and Living Planes now. We're seeing multiple cost reduction effects over here from this Nevenka. Ouroboros Croupier, even in the discard. Cernunos, I think it's more of a just a very aggressive configuration, looking to play overstated characters pretty early.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if they are playing Will of the Wisp for the cost reduction. That's one of my favorite cards out of Lyra from set 2. You can just like blow people out like so hard with this card. Like just as a surprise, like, hey, your character has to be water now. Obviously not the best setup for it here. And the Martingale like rares are obviously like lock-ins. But you're definitely right about the croupier. Like that's definitely more like of a stat stick than than anything else out of Nevenka, and definitely lot less control-ish. They're also on Rare Tanuki, which is interesting. I think Alpha was on the common ones.
Yeah, I believe you're exactly right there. And notably as well, we saw it in Aphanis earlier, but that was playing that Nilam configuration.
Yeah,
My guess is that this one isn't that. From at least the cards in discard, there's nothing there outside of a Moth to a Flame, which is very typical in pretty much any Aphanis build at this point, I would say. But overall, the setup just looks more like that classic stick a Katagiran Mage Dancer and ride it out. I think this is what we're used to seeing from Aphanis.
yeah. Well, and also we see the infamous Spindle Harvester Unix. This one being anchored from anywhere, and then at dusk it needs to have 2 boost or more to return a spell back to hand. So that was like really the first builds of FNS were trying to abuse those Unix. Here they only have 1 boost so far, but I'm sure they'll be able to get a second one. And basically they're trying to rebuy, if I'm not mistaken, like magical trainings of Hugo, all of those like high impact spells, or just like farming counters out of playing multiple magical trainings. It's funny to think about magical training as a high impact spell because it really isn't, but just being able to pass the turn for just 1 mana and getting some card advantage out of it is really strong in this game.
Yeah, magical training tends to be pretty absurd in both factions that it's regularly played in, with the out of faction being Lyra. So of course, seeing it here from Aphanis, no big surprise. What is often interesting, though, is the discrepancy between lists playing the rare magical training versus the common, especially out of Aphanis. There's just so many good rare slots at the moment for Aphanis. Things like this Muna Caregiver that does get played out onto the hero side, they definitely contest that. So I'm impressed to see that Tibuchu here is finding room for that rare magical training as well.
Yeah, I guess like they had to get rid of their helping hand, and so maybe they didn't know what to what to put their hospital now. Just kidding. Obviously, like those players are pretty well versed in their decks, and I'm sure like all of those decisions are extremely intentional. And this is super interesting. Like we just see Tibuchu using this joyride to put counters on a Spindle Harvester when I believe they were already winning or close to winning on that side.
Yeah,
But they are just setting up a big Spindle Harvester, and obviously the Mina Caregiver like trying to anchor it another time means that this is really scary for the Nevenka player. Like they will have to find a way to interact there.
no, you're right. The Nevenka pretty rapidly there goes from a position where they are ahead on the tumult to both being behind on the tumult and with just such a big stat stick in the Spindle Harvesters in play, notably as well, really hard to remove it at the moment because of the fact that most of this Nevenka's removal is in the form of Cloth Cocoon, and this Spindle Harvester is currently lacking Anchored, lacking Fleeting, and it's definitely not asleep. So Cloth Cocoon won't be able to hit it, at least until the point that a potential Muna caregiver from reserve here uses that support ability to give it Anchored. But I'm imagining that our Afanis player here is very aware of that dynamic, and they're going to wait until the last possible moment to do so.
Oh, absolutely. They're also like on the right biomes for this harvester, at least to push, which is the situation that they want to be in. So yeah, let's see how they manage to do this. Maybe like the counter player out of Nevenka would be trying to sabotage this Mina caregiver to at least get rid of the anchor, but instead they're going to go for the big whale.
Yeah,
Let's see
this
what this
is
guy does.
this
For
is a
for
big
a meek
whale.
8 mana, you get a 7/8/7 that is gigantic as tough 2, so it costs 2 more to remove. Even though, like, I have no idea how Avanas would even begin to try to remove this. And you also get to roll a die when you play it. On a 4+, you gain 2 boost. On a 1/3, you gain 1. And so yeah, that's why we're seeing it being 8, 9, and 8 was a boost already. Gigantic, if you remember, like puts the stats also on the other side. So even though there is nothing on the Euro side, for at least it looks like there is nothing on the Euro side of Living Plane, they actually have also a big whale on 8, on 9, 10, and 9 on that side, meaning they are really threatening for a double advance here.
Yeah, it is a massive whale, but notably, Afanis does actually play a couple ways they could potentially get rid of that in a really cost-effective way. The fact that they're thinking so hard here makes me think for a second that they don't have one of those being Banishing Gate, or even, most interestingly, I think here would be Blizzard as a one of in their list.
Hmm.
That would be a brutal way of taking down this
Oh,
Kybara as Garth and
definitely.
Leviathan. But you know what? It looks like they're just going to try to overpower it in stats, and I think they can barely do it this day.
Can they, with this being cooldown?
They get another 2 boosts here.
Oh, they are on
No,
forest, so yeah,
it's
that's
1?
true. Okay, yeah.
Maybe
So one,
no,
they need to find a
they need to
one.
find a 1-cost spell or a 1-cost character that takes it.
Oh, that's going to be really tight. Oh,
It
and
is a
they do.
1-cost spell.
Wow.
Woo!
Okay, with the magical training here. Wow. Okay. I mean, some element of luck, but like that's part of the game. Still, like not being able to block on the mountain side. So, both players are going to be adjacent, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they
Uh,
are adjacent, but notably the Sky Whale does not stick around here. The Spindle Harvesters does, of course. Spindle Harvester now
oh,
being larger than a whale, which is sort of
because of
ridiculous.
monolith legate. Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
really well played by Tibuchu. Um, I mean, in a sense, maybe lucky that they got the monolith, which is the monolith legate, which is maybe not the most common card played in Afanas, but I mean, you perfectly using like the resources that are there at their disposal. So yeah, I was gonna say, like, I knew what the play was going to be for this Nevenka, but now like they have to come up with an alternate game plan here, and crucially still facing this this monstrous spindle harvester. So I think they're basically on off you go or bust here, right?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's interesting. Nevenka does have a world where they could potentially find a one of Twinkle Twinkle, which could help
Ooh,
a
yeah.
lot for getting rid of that Spindle Harvesters at least this day. Otherwise, I was trying to think of ways that they could potentially find to give Fleeting, but I don't think they're playing any. Because I was thinking maybe Fleeting plus a Cloth Cocoon would potentially do it, but now, instead, I think Nevenka is just going to try to play to get into a tiebreaker here. I think it's maybe the best they can do.
Yeah, it's true, and maybe hoping that like yeah, the spindle can't get anchored anymore.
Some pretty good stats coming out onto the hero side so far. Of course, Afanis does threaten to be able to potentially remove those the later the day goes reasonably cost effectively, or go over it themselves with this joyride that we see currently hanging out in reserve oh so threateningly. But I mean, otherwise, you know, there's also a world where they're just going to find a way to ride out the Spindle Harvesters into the tiebreaker. If they can find another way to anchor it, or potentially even play a character to the companion side and then sleep it, or something to that effect, that could do it as well, given that Nevenka is having to commit so many resources over to the hero side at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if they have to, but it's definitely like a risky play not to, because as you pointed out, like there could be some removals from the FNS side. Also, the sneaky after you from the Monolith Legate Unique means that it's keeping the Nevenka player fully in the dark, yeah. And now like this Beauty Sleep means that they'll be able to remove two characters while putting like 2 more boost on their Spindle Harvester. So pretty tough call for the FNS, for the Nevenka player, but they're basically passed now, and like they are just waiting to see what the FNS player can come up with. And look like this Sleight of Hand is probably going to do it.
Yeah, the sleight of hand is just
Doing the last
perfect
counter
here.
missing, yeah.
Yeah, both giving the counter and picking up that Beauty Sleep, which has a super discount cost of just 1 from hand when played, barely sleeping enough things and giving enough boosts to take it by 1 stat point there. Yeah, impressive final turns there from Afanas.
Yeah, really
Managing
well
to beat out that
played.
Kybura in stats even, and then riding it out this day. Yeah, impressive
Yeah,
deck as
that
usual.
was a very interesting turn of very exciting turn of events. And yeah, very well played by Tibuchu here, like masterfully playing around all the Nevenka, the big Nevenka statistics. So that's going to conclude it, I think, for our round 6. Um,
I
did
believe so
we
as well. So I think that
or
we're about to be
oh,
joined. Instead of us, we're going to be leaving you in the capable hands of, I believe it's Runefolk and Pandy Andy, who are going to be joining us next. So hope you enjoy that. I'm the Keelon guy. It's been super fun being here with you, Tom.
yeah,
And
same.
yeah,
And I'll see you. I think you are going to be covering the first semifinals. I'm going to
exactly.
be covering the second semifinals, each with our respective half of the next duo coming up. So stay tuned for that, and enjoy round 7 and round 8. This is where everything is going to be happening. We are going to be shaping up our top 8 like in those next 2 rounds. So yeah, stay tuned for that. I'm really excited to watch it from my couch there.
Me as well. All right. And yeah, have fun in round 7, guys.
Hello,
Okay,
hello.
it seems like
We're
that we're
on.
going to be there. So, hello, guys. Welcome to the 7th and 8th round. My name is Pandy Andy, and together with me here is Runefolk, and we're super duper excited to go directly into the table run to see who are actually getting like the safe spot by far. So it will be Phantom Beta against It's Ringu. And yeah, both players are crushing it totally out of the tournament, especially a Stringer with his culture, right?
Yeah,
It's super amazing to see that.
I've heard one of the plays last game from Itzrinker was incredibly smart. They had a fleeting at dusk fleeting unique, and they gave one of their own characters fleeting to double advance through their Iceborne peak. So
Yeah.
definitely smart players here, and yeah. I've played I've played the first 4 rounds myself on Fen, and I was actually up myself against Phantom Beta and got crushed a bit. And
Yeah.
so cool to see them here now on the undefeated table for round 7.
And also to seeing of how the game is starting. So we started actually just like Tiny Shin was going to answering that, and right now also that Itzrinkel just like use the intimidation to put a card back in hand. I mean, it's totally fine for the teacher to having like more resources, but sadly the anchor Trakina just like got removed out of that. So needs to be played out again, or just like otherwise like plenty other options. But with the starting of Itzrinkel to actually getting also his Buddha again in the combination with the Tiny J, just like it's like not the best spot right now for the expedition rise, but actually still got like an answer to getting like this extra boost and also to just like pass by. So let's see how Phantom Beta actually will manage it.
Yeah, and I think usually putting back a character for Tasia into hand it's super annoying for the Tasia because they usually like to have their cards in reserve and they don't really mind about having hand cards. So I think this is a really smart play, just putting Itzrinko up early on, and now they are just kind of playing from ahead. And also it's making this Alloy play
I'm
super
aware,
hard.
or is Rune like okay?
What?
Seems everything
know.
going back. You're just like was a bit lucky. But as we
Okay.
can see now, the Elaria will play it, sticking to the board and also to get the answer with the Purpose Pathfinder. So being a double, just like expedition now for X Ringo, and this is just like super incredible how fast Kocho is going to be. I mean, in general, if it comes up to match game rise, it's just like a favor for Kocho because as a teacher, I mean, still you can just like start to board up and everything else. But if a coach has like a super duper chance and also with the intimidation plus tiny chill play to just like go straight forward and continue with that. For now, we still got like the Aurora being represented on the companion side with those 3 sets lineup for the plant and the mount region, and also a Muna trade. So yeah, we directly get used to play it on the Aurora, and maybe it could be also like a flower tent, to protecting it. And
And usually I'd say this matchup is probably really tempo based because Kojo wants to go as fast as possible to just
yes.
close out the game before Tasia can find their setup. And this Tasia list, of course, being on the highest tables, of course, is playing the mass anchoring uniques. Surprisingly, not all of those uniques they are running are mass anchoring uniques. There's a Dracana that is basically a more expensive Spindle Harvester, so it's resupplying at noon. But the other 2 cards are, of course, those sweet mass anchorings with a Kitsune and also an Isenboshi. So there's definitely some potential of a lot of anchored plans this game, and that's probably also now with the double alloy setup pretty much what the stage is looking for. And strong start for both of these players, I'd say, for now.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, seeing those both Aloras just like sitting here and being sure that there is like, would be there like a second intimidation? I'm not sure, or like any other removers for culture right now. So it seems like that it's like either for our culture being like a safe spot, to just like make sure to progress for the upcoming turn. But those both teachers will sticking there. The Fluorotent will go back to the reserve. So there are like super, super many options right now for the upcoming turn for our teacher. So with the fast start, it's actually going to getting like a little bit more base down, a little bit more controlled for Phantom Beta to taking over those game, but still like a good chance for Ringo to take it back. But right now, the Alaria on the companion side sitting on super duper expedition, and also just like the hero sides in a second Ogun, and
2 times Floritant. Oh, there's so
Two more
much slow
chances for
play.
the support anchors
Yeah.
or for the uniques. So yeah,
And ooh,
this is
okay.
probably one of the best draws here
Yeah.
for Itzrinko just getting slow plays and stronger characters from reserve. But unfortunately, not hitting a character off of that, you probably would have preferred just drawing that mana eruption. But yeah, this way it's kind of better for your card advantage. But yeah, it's probably still not a resupply you'd like to see. And yeah, we do see now that Kitsune, that first mass
Ooh.
anchor, be resupplied here. This, I'd say, unfortunately, is also giving its Rinku some card advantage or some cards back. But yeah, of course, just having those anchors going into this turn now is super important. And yeah, just the turn before, its Rinku was ahead on mana, and now already just not manaing this turn and having to play out that mana eruption. They are down already, and yeah, the game should be becoming harder and harder. I feel like.
It's getting harder and harder, and also just like to see that, I mean, it's like a good thing for the other world. It's actually just like got discarded, but there is still like the Kitsune. With the Kitsune, also just like being able to getting played out. Oh no, actually deciding for the Spindle Harvesters and then maybe also the Ogun afterwards. But it also could be just like the Kitsune getting played out. You could just like having it with the Aloe, but right now we're seeing that, and I would say it's just like another. Oh no, it's been, and then afterwards the Ogun.
Oh yeah,
All right,
the
that's
double
just like a
advance.
super crazy setup
Yeah.
here. So again, being able to just like blocking it out and also being able to double progress. So with that, I would say it's getting harder and harder, but still I hope for Rinku being super duper amazed that he managed to getting Rift Culture on the top table. But right now it's like a super hard matchup and also like a table state that he needs to face off. So
I feel like one of the cards he now needs to just get back into this game with the stats is probably Iceborne Peak, or just have super strong characters that are not fleeting, because you really can't afford to lose more characters to just immediately fleeting with the Tracer. And yeah, that is just on being on 3 cards on 6 mana. I mean, the chances of them being able to play out all of their cards is quite high. I feel like, since Kojic usually tends to run a 1 or 2 cost mana curve, so it should be fine that way. But of course, seeing this board, seeing now this Kitsune be played, of course, also giving its Rinko card to find more outs for this. But yeah, this still seems like a tough turn.
And also, it's just like continuing with getting the Kitsune onto play. Also, the Spindle Harvester again getting anchored. So if it's sitting there, it's another resupply. It's also just like the fact that if there's like the decision to make like, okay, I will play the Spindle out, then it's just like getting super duper defenses for our Tisha and just like even harder race for our Kojo. And there's like the second one, all right. So now it seems super good. So Kojo is now on the turn, and who? I mean, what are like now the potential chance for our Kojo here?
Oh, that's a good question. Probably they have to be looking for more mana reapings, I feel like, to just get rid of these cards. And I'd say luckily for them, the Tasia hasn't found their second mass anchor unique, so this Kitsune will now be discarded, and they seemingly only got 1 anchor off of it. So that is
And
fine. But yeah, that Video Sleep most likely going onto that Kitsune, so it will stay around for another turn. Just be annoying for more anchors, more boosts. And yeah, I feel like that Spindle Harvester next turn is just immediately getting re-anchored, just due to that Spindle Bastion being in play, and also, of course, that unique. So, yeah, I feel like Tasia has the setup they want, and Kojo also looking quite okay, especially with the expeditions, with that the Mighty Jin for companion side next turn, also the Buddha turn going first. It's fine, but I feel like that the longer the game goes, probably I'd say this favors the Asia. But surprisingly, its Rinku was on 1 card a few turns ago, and look at his hand now, and what happened there? That is super crazy.
It's just like so many cards left. I mean, more options right now to getting played, right? But I mean, it's like at that fact or like at that state for teacher, it's like, okay, you have like many options, but like in general, it's like depends on which options right now going to be have. So coach, of course, can still like playing super duper great characters for that. But now to actually just like erasing the plan of our teacher, need to sticking everything else on board. It's just like got harder with the spindle, right? So even if there are like plenty of options, it's just like the fact of getting like a specific removal, for example, onto the game, and then also to paying the extra cost of 2, and it's almost just like another sacrifice. And not even the Buddha right now would help with that, because the Spindle Harvester is just like not even it's just like easily defending it right now for that turn. So I'm super duper excited to see how Ringo will handle that, because for Phantom Beta is like it seems like a more relaxed game now to getting everything set it up, and it's more like of an okay, I will continue to play with my plan, getting an additional boost, already getting like, and Lear Thespian also
That,
getting with that is like super duper helping for Phantom
yeah,
Beta.
that was super brutal. Yeah,
It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah.
and I think there's pretty clean plays here for Phantom Beta. Just play out pretty much everything. Probably play your Harvester first. So I feel like Sabotage might have been good here for its drink at this point, since you would I would expect that Spindle Harvester to be played first, since it just goes so well together with that Spindle Bastion. But maybe Phantom Beta also just trying to play for a win here and just wants to solidify that hero expedition and then just see what its Wrinkle is doing and maybe counter out with a double advance here. So I'm not sure what these players are playing here for, but this game could end this day.
Yeah. It's just like the fact that we see like the Thespian still around there, and for now, it's safe that Koji can do like nothing. It's like either if there like would be like any card to do anything against like the board state right now, it's like no potential chance. Also, just like even if this turn would be just like actually being survived and it will come to another turn, it's just like those cards that are still staying there. I mean, like with the Snoozer Shroom, with like the Thespian also being anchored, the Spindle Harvester actually still being a game. It would be super duper hard, but let's see. So I would say there's like the
Kind
last
of-
chance now.
I would kind of
Our coach?
expect a Haven Serengar here for its Wrinkle,
Mm,
just boosting up that forest set by
yeah,
3. And
could be.
I feel like pretty much getting a double advance into so
And
for against a
Amarok.
okay, that's also pretty good, just putting out 4 stats instead of the 3 from the Serengar. So I don't think there's a chance here for
No, it's good.
I think there has to be removal or Beauty Sleep
Maybe
to
just
be a
like
win
an
this day.
Ogun?
But otherwise, this seems like, oh yeah,
Or just like a Lost in the Woods. All right.
there's the Lost in the Woods, and that should just discard one of these characters in Hero Expedition.
Yeah.
And Phantom Beta should be our first player, going 6-0,
Surely he is.
7 wins, and therefore pretty much qualifying for the top cut already.
Yeah.
And
So
yeah,
congrats on both players. Also congrats on Phantom Beta to actually save the spot. And also for Ringo, it's like quite still like a really, really high chance to staying on the top tables with like being already on the first table for round 7. So super amazing game. I felt like that the game was like super duper fast with the beginning and also continually. So
it is fluent.
was super amazed to see. And yeah, so we got like another time for the next table. I feel like maybe we can also go to table 2, because then we can see like actually also the next ones that going to be safe.
Are
If
they
it's
gonna be
like
safe? Is it?
table 2
I
could be
think
safe,
now
bro.
now I'll basically have equal. Well, I think the ones going into this round with 5 runs are probably still
Yeah.
the ones that are
So
more likely. So yeah.
yeah. Going to table 2, and we see that the Basira facing off in Afanis, and actually amazing to see a Basira at the top table, right? So it's like super duper.
Oh yeah.
So actually we saw like how many like heroes in general got like into play, and there are like a total of 4 heroes actually being played in the tournament at all, and seeing one of those actually being in the top table compared to like 24 Alphanas actually being like represented in the Invitational series is super. And as you can see right now, it's getting to start off a lot of brews going on. And yeah, Alphanas being down to 2 mana, and there is like actually like any spell, yeah, it actually made it, right?
Yeah,
So
and
yeah.
seems like Basira here getting, unfortunately, beat for a second time. Still having chances, I believe, for the top cut.
Yeah.
But yeah, Keyboard Chu definitely
This we can
increasing
find
their
out in the
chances
upcoming round, yeah, because then it would getting super duper interested for all those viewers. Actually seeing to know, okay, maybe like the first and second place are going to be like almost like a safe call, but going like to the matchup where it's like actually decided to who will be on the top cut after 8 rounds, just like incredible for all those who played like until the end and also being like super duper focused on that. It's just amazing to see. And yeah, the F-Finers taking it for now. So congrats on Tibuchu for taking the game. But it's still amazing that Aircraft managed to be there on table 2. So yeah. We can just like go to the next game. Do we have like it's like so the games
we're
are
just
going
going down 1,
super
2,
fast.
3, 4.
We can do it if you want. It would be totally fine for that.
I mean,
to see how the matches go.
Elrubi's game is already finished. I would have, of course, loved to watch that. But
Maybe we
I
can
think, yeah, we
go.
can go to Circus against Rulets.
Yeah, okay, then we go to table 3 to Rulets against Circus, yeah. And for that, we will see, one of the oldest matchups will be an Afanas against the Sigisma. I mean,
And
with Afanas having like down to 7 hand cards compared to the 2.
and earlier we were chatting a bit about Rulets' list, and
Yeah.
I've spectated a game of Freeloader against Rulets, and we were talking a bit about that this Baba Yaga change probably hit Rulets' deck less than it hit maybe some other lists, since this is just much more reliant on their uniques and just resupplying a bunch. Of course, getting card draw is nice, but with these value uniques, you just don't have to spend as many cards from your hand as other decks might have to. But of course, seeing this game position, being down to 2 cards in hand against enough Varnas with 8 mana left, it's looking super tough. And I could imagine that also just more card draw in the Baba Yaga would have helped this game maybe. But yeah, currently this is looking super good for Circus, and
Yeah.
they are still missing some characters to be played out onto that Hero Expedition. But yeah, anything played there together with some spells, especially with the Joyride in reserve that is looking to give out 3 boosts in total, should be enough to overpower that expedition. And yeah, this is looking hard, especially now being down to the last card.
It's just like so many things of like on like the spells that we're still seeing like on reserve, and I don't want to think about what's like actually just like being there on the hand. Beside that super duper Splinter Harvester with the 2 or more boosts it does, there's just like a spell that getting returned. But I would say with that, it's just like the Joyride that could be played out. It could be also just like any other spell boosting everything up, and then
Yeah, I think Joyride itself is just winning already, right? Oh no.
Yeah, I mean there's like
Joyride
steady
itself
chance for
is missing 1
tiebreaker,
boost.
yeah. But with the off you go, yeah.
Yeah, this
Andy's
game
Mustache,
should
the
be
Splinter Harvester. Strictly higher tier. Alright. Alright, Keelan. Super You know, I was thinking long time for this mustache, but it seems like people like it, so I will stick to that. Mustache QC when? Good question, A.W.O.L. Just stay on that. So yeah, with that, also being like down on the same, it's like Jerry that Circus will taking the game. And for me, now the question is like if we're going directly after that to round 8, or there's still like some tables left.
I think there are probably still some games left. I feel like this round hasn't been going on for that long yet, but maybe that's just me not realizing the time pass.
Yeah.
But I'm already looking for other rounds, and I'm seeing one of our teammates that I of course can't spectate going up against Cladius.
Oh, yeah, they're still playing Franico gegen Cladius?
I think so, but I can check it. Double check.
So we can go there. It's like do game after game after game, but this games went like I felt like super duper fast. So yeah, both super incredible players. Claudio still sticking to the Sigisma, what's like super amazing after all those like nerfs that we got to see, like that also like strictly go against like some of the Sigma. Also for Franny Garrigo, I was watching him like at the beginning of the games, and actually he started off like with 2 losses and now straight up winning every game that he's up
Yeah.
to. So he's actually doing the started from the button run up. So super excited to see him on table 9 and being represented. And now it's Tisha against Sigisma. Like a matchup where usually it's like be a favor for Tisha if it's just like go to like statistic, but Cladius is super experienced player. So also knows how to play, how to face against specific like broad states against. So we will see the Orders Trooper will be played out. It's still like the Discipline Harvester is a short pass by, and now it's just like rely on the last cards. I have like the feeling
Yeah.
on how this game ends, because
And that is a give 2 boosts to 2 characters. So that is pretty sweet. And I think it's a new unique here for Gladius. I haven't
Yeah.
seen that too often before, but yeah, probably now just having lost that Baba Yaga, probably they are thinking that they do need more card draw in their uniques, so they picked up a pretty sweet one, I'd
It's
say.
a pretty sweet
Not
pick.
as strong from Reserve, I feel like, just getting not the best stats, but of course getting that arrow draw still really solid. And now let's see what the last card here for Frenico is, and if that helps him to force out plays that are not optimal here for Gladius.
Yeah. And I mean, how it feels like, or how is it discard? So it could be either just like another character that could just like getting to provide like a certain boost up, and it's the Esmeralda, alright. So when a character you control gains 1 or more boosts up to run target character event cost 3 or less other than against anchored. Okay.
Getting
So
the
no chance at
mass anchor
all.
as last card in your
Yeah.
turn is super unfortunate, but yeah, maybe still enough to just win out on the forests, on the water stat. And yeah.
I mean, with that, the tiny J is coming up to play. But yeah, it's not enough. So
Enough, yeah.
congrats on Franny Garrigo to taking it. And I would say with that, maybe now we will go to the final 8 round lovely stream.
I think
So
it's still not wrong.
still not. Oh, because I'm already like super like I want to see like how like the last games and this last round will just like go on. So
I think it's 3 tables left at this point.
3 tables left.
And
Okay,
there's
so
a freeloader against Psychos match, but I feel like someone told us to not stream snipe them.
okay, then we're gonna do it. Reloader
Oh,
1.
okay.
All right.
Okay.
It's super amazing. So congrats on that. And with that, if you want to, we can also go to table 20 for Giganaut against Kloops.
Yeah.
Watch it, because it's like the game that's just like on a percentage, it's taking longer. And we actually see a Lindy against a Sigisma. Oh,
But
that's
I feel like this
amazing.
is the second Lindaway I've seen today. I've
Yeah.
only seen a Chomp other than that. Probably I haven't seen any Rush games, but I feel like they've also been playing today, and they're most likely also on Lindaway. But yeah, and this Lindaway currently ahead, and also having, of course, that double Baba's Ispa and Mothland are already in play. So this looks like this could be a strong turn for them. But of
Yes.
course, it still very much depends on what the last cards in hand are for each player here.
That's all right, but I mean, just like with the state we currently see right now, it's like a chance of actually sacrificing 2 characters that comes to play. And also then it's like not just like getting you remove a character, and at least the more is getting up to boost, because with the Moth Lantern, you're being sure like, okay, there will be like more. And that's like actually it was a really, really good and smart play with the teamwork training. Directly just like targeting the Orders Trooper to potentially just like maybe remove the first.
It's
And
basically
sacrifice?
removing 4 stats,
And
but having your second
okay.
play then in a turn be that Monolith Bastion, probably not feeling too
Oh,
good anymore. And the
yeah.
best card I think going alongside that is probably the Orders Cadets,
It's look
but
really
not
good.
even seeing that. So
Yeah.
Giganaut should
And
take this
with
here
that,
against
yeah. Also just like having the Blizzard in hand for like any answers.
insult
So
to injury, yeah. That might just take us to round 8 then. I think there was one other table that might have still been running. and it seems like that is still running. So
And just like go quickly in on table 15. So the last game of round 7. And also like super bots. Like it's
can you
like
tell me
actually
how does the Sigismar get 2 Monolith Bastions out against a Farnus
super interesting.
without losing the game instantly? How does that happen?
I mean, if we're like going to, I quickly check the Discord. I mean, maybe there was like one of the rare chance that our Afanas was just like either like got a lack of like characters to getting in play, or maybe just like also spells to actually boosting them up. I mean, we're still seeing like a Spindle Harvester with a 10, like with 11 total like instead. So it's just like the fact of, okay, it's like a little bit like around for that. But with the double monolith bastion, it seems super duper for the Sigma. It's still like that the orders cadets being up. I mean, any removal right now would also like super help. But
And it's
yes,
2
with the
removals
sleep.
basically in 1 card. So yeah, I feel
So
like
it's just
that
like the
is
double sleep. I mean, with the orders cadets going to play on the companion side, it would be a 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8,
But
and 9 total in stats.
yeah, but now the hero set can be slept, and I think
Yeah,
this should be still game for Javi Navarro
it
here.
should be still, yes. But hey, we were here for the rare thing of actually seeing 2 buff bastions just like being in play. Actually, it's like something that I actually never saw before, like during a cast. So thank you so much, Laser Show, for showing us up that this is possible, that you're having both of them ready to play. And with that, and AutoGG just like going into the chat, we can just like take a quick look on the tables that going to be for round 8, and also just like the time for how it like the standings are in general. So yeah.
Do you actually have a favorite today on who's winning the whole thing?
I mean, I'm surely if it's like because if it comes like to our team, I would love to see at least Franik or Rico being able to go to the top tables, because I just like love how we do the run up. But also, as I realized about its Ringo, it was also like the guest that Starshine Simon actually just like did, right? I was also
Yeah.
super duper excited to see how its Ringo got in action. Also, it was for Saban actually already dropped. But it's also one of those players that just like started to do like any like tournaments, being able to run the AWOL on Monday, being also a German player. So I was like super duper excited to see maybe a German player on the top table. And talking about the top table, so Fandom Beta right now being undefeated, will facing against a Rui. We got the second table Genetic against It's Ringo. The third table will be Tibuchu against Nitrak. And the table 4 will be Techfire against Circus. And table 5, Cabello and Franny Rico. And I would say we can choose like games between those tables, like those mid tables, because on those mid tables right now, it's actually being like a high chance to decide, okay, who is going to be on the top 8 and on the top cut. So Rune, I would choose like any table to represent, but I would just like completely give it to do, so that you can actually choose the table that you want to see. Yes.
To be honest, I think I would go a bit lower on the tables.
Bit lower, yeah, it's totally fine,
And
totally fine.
I would rather go to table 7, I think it's right now.
Oh,
It's
Hyperk against Watamutu,
it's a
yeah.
Watamatu against OMB Hyper K. So
And let's go in and
Watamatu is actually altered ace, is Matmatu, but
yeah,
just playing on a different
on a
nickname. And I
different
think
account.
whoever wins this has the chance of going into the tiebreaker,
Yes.
into top cut. So I think this is. I think if we choose one of these 6-1 tables, we're definitely seeing one of these players in the top cut, and I feel
Yeah.
like now highlighting players that are eliminating each other to definitely not get into top cut. I think that's a bit more exciting. So that's why I want to watch this match. And I don't really remember. I haven't been catching up with the stream to a whole lot. So, but I definitely feel like I haven't seen either of these players too much before on
Yeah.
stream, and I've played myself also against Matmatu again already, and unfortunately lost that game. So yeah.
But what we can see
So
actually
now
right
here
now
to
is
just see them win.
the Muna Bastion was starting off, and also like for the second turn, being answered after actually with the spin, there was like a high chance for our fans to just like double progress, and this would be just like happening now again. Also, actually funny to see this Caesar's room actually just like choose to play also for Afanas this time. So let's see when our teacher were actually getting it. But right now with hanging like the Trakina on the companion side, getting the boost out of the Spin the Bastion would be like super duper, being able to maybe also just like block for that turn. Give Muna back their cute friends. Yeah,
Yeah, how
we should
often do you
do
see an
that. Should do that.
how often do you see an Afanas just double advance on the first 2 days of the game? I feel like
I
that is
mean,
super, super rare.
actually, it's like super duper rare because I also feel like almost if like an Afanas doing like a setup for like the first round, it's more like a setup of like, okay, I play like a character plus a spell, and then going to do with that, but seeing like a double expense, and then also being like the Spindle Harvester. So I'm not sure who is playing Muna right now, but it seems like that Afanas just like copied some playstyles
Yeah,
for that. And
Afanas
here we go. The
doing the
Sneazer
better
Shroom
anchoring so
also
far.
going into play. So being able to right now going to a progress, but with the studio designers, I would say getting discarded for an Conjuring Seal also. Okay, that's like super
That is,
amazing. So being
yeah.
able to also just like play out the magical training and just like getting so many card ranges, but with the Lear Thespian, at least it's got to make sure for like, okay, the progress will be happening for today. And also
And I,
right now
w-
our teacher being able.
and I was thinking that this board state for Matu is looking nice, of course, because
Mhm.
they're that on the expeditions, but they might not feel too comfortable because they just don't have the amount of cards that Afanas usually wants to be playing on. But of course, that turn, just having that Conjuring Seal plus that magical training, just setting up an anchor plus 3 draws a turn, still has to feel quite good. But I think this Muna Bastion now might become a bigger problem, since any anchored character that is now hitting the board is now getting that a bit harder to remove, and of course seeing Aloes on the board,
Yeah.
that can be super scary.
I mean, with that state right now, and also our fans being able to super progress like through the game, from that moment on, the beginning of the spin that got played out. I mean, there's like the chance that the fans actually can consider to just like going to the Spindle Muna Bastion, because it's like, okay, if now Tisha would be able to just like double progress, I can also just like totally fine answering with the Sneezer Shroom on either side to also just like start to anchoring something again. Also, just like to considering that the Spindle Harvester is still being on play, so there needs to be at least like another card getting played, on this side, and also just like getting anchored. So it's totally good. And it's like even now the decision for the off you go.
Yeah,
Didn't thought
this
of
is,
that actually just like playing it out, but it's like super amazing, yes.
I mean,
So
this is basically just going even now on the Tumult,
yeah,
and this can't be double advanced on, since there's no one cost for Tasia that has a water stat, at
yeah,
least in this set. I think next that there is something getting added. And yeah, Afanas here has to discard down 2 cards from their reserve, but the board state for them looks super nice. Being even on the Tumult is totally fine for them, but the more important thing is no anchors sticking around this turn and no permanents anymore for the Tasia. So Afanas should be feeling pretty comfortable, and they still keep around that
yeah.
off you go in case any alloy hit the board here.
And also with just like this Trakina got hit, it's also just like super hard for our teacher, because this Trakina would be just like flying on a super expedition right now with the mountain. It would be like super awesome to not just like use the Thespian out of the reserve, because it would be like a amazing potential card for the upcoming turn to just like play out and getting like those extra stats on the board. But now it's just like said for our teacher that actually anything that was like getting set up right now needs to getting set up again, and Afanas is just like super duper choking out and saying like, hey, this could be potentially you, but those friends are mine friends now. It's
Yeah.
just like seeing again the Spindle Harvester sitting there and also the Caesar Shroom, super funny. And yeah, the First, oh yeah, like the first unique for our teacher player is getting played out now is the Kakoba, and if you control 2 or more plants out of hand, either the meat target character gains anchored. But sadly, only one plant is just like sitting here
Yeah.
on the game, so no anchoring right now. And just like another Conjuring Seal, and it's totally fine for the Afanas because knowing of, hey, I can set up my board, everything is good, so
And they have 1-cost spells, so they even go 1 for
yeah.
1 most
Or
likely.
just like a Studio Disciple is also like
Yeah.
is super amazing. So it will be again a trade for a 1-for-1. But again, it's just like that the teacher is going down more and more on resource. Just like need to decide which card is going to be. I mean, the Kakoba right now from the reserve can give another character fleeting anchor or just like asleep without any conditions, beside the fact of actually getting played. So let's see how this would continue with that. But for our
And
Afanas is super not to play like additional cards, can fully focus on the spells right now. Super hard. Super
And
hard
it's super
for our
cool to see
teacher.
both of these players also playing super fast. I feel like these games
Yeah.
have been super quick so far. And of
Yes.
course, Hyper K being one of our players that
Ooh.
is still super consistent on Tasia, despite not having these super mass anchoring uniques. Still, of course, that Kakoba is anchoring a lot, but it's not one of these mass anchors.
So we see that the Spindle will getting played out on the companion side. Maybe to make sure, is there like any chances of at least just like defending something? But here we go, the Studio Disciples we're getting to play. It's the field reinforcements. All right.
Yeah,
It's just like
probably
amazing.
just still putting out the token. Maybe still scared of removals.
And
And
they got enough mana left for actually
what is
just
the best card here for Tasia at this point? What would you be
Tasia right
hoping
now.
for Tasia here?
So for Tasia right now, the actually best card would be like a super sneaky aloe vera that's just like getting out to play on the companion side. If like our Afanas right now, which is like actually decide to off you go, but I'm not sure if it's like actually going to be, but at least the aloe vera with like really much luck could potentially saying like, okay, at least I'm being able to defend somewhat.
Yeah,
But
I
beside
can
that,
see
it's
that,
just
yeah.
like the past
But
because I would say, yeah, it's like a super rare chance to get like anything for that. And with that, Radamaru takes the win against
yeah,
Hyper K. Super fast game, also super amazing game
that's true.
from both super amazing players that not being like represented right now here on the higher tables, but especially just like in general, super amazing players to watch all the time with their certain decks that they're like representing, especially Hyper K with the Tisha. So yeah, with that,
What table do you want to see now? I've chosen the last one. Do
yeah.
you have any favors?
Actually, if you want, we can go to table 8, Shoots the Rocks against Bananka. So just
Sure.
like one table below. And no way. We're seeing an Ivanka here?
Oh.
That's super interesting. I'm so lucky to pick up that. Super amazing. But with that, it's just like a pass by for our Sigisma and also for our Narenka. And it seems like
Both players
our
super low on
Narenka,
resources.
yeah, super low on resources, but with that, our Nevenka being able to have like the Trinket, just like being on reserve, having the Tanuki also super down to playing on the companion side and actually being able to progress. Even the Frog Prince is sitting there. So this is like super interesting right now how this game could
Yeah.
go to an end. But seeing an Eranka on like one of the higher, that's like amazing. So Jude's good job on that.
Yeah, I
Showing
feel
up
like
that also Nevenka can show up like really good results with that, right?
we've
So
earlier
super cool.
seen some other Navenkas, I feel like. I
Yeah.
think there were a few. Let me check how many
I mean,
Navenka players we had
so
in total
Nevenka,
today.
3 Nevenka players total.
3
The
Navenka
total
players.
of 3
Okay.
Nevenkas.
There was definitely one that was playing Kaibaros as unique. This is a
Oh
list
yeah,
that
I
I love,
remember. I
especially.
remember.
Yeah.
But seeing that at the
I
Anansi getting played out, and with that is Autostruber as an answer. It's just like the Tanuki that could be played out on the companion side, or even better, just like the Sandman. So also
Yeah.
being able to block out the Frog Prince. And right now, let's see
That
what
is true,
our
yeah.
Sigismar got, and it's just like
And
another
that is
auto
it.
screw will not be enough. So Trude's taking the game.
Having a chance for the top cut, it seems like, for this Nevenka here. That is super exciting. But to be honest, I kind of want to see either Alrubi or Genetic battle it out here for their
Yeah.
final spot if they manage to get the safe one onto 7 wins, or if they drop another game. So they are
Yeah.
up against the game that we've against one of the players that we've seen last round. But I feel like those are the players that I especially am looking for with the fan plays, and I think there.
Yeah.
How many other fan players are left in the tournament?
I don't know, like,
not
in
many.
general, but right now we saw like super amazing games by far, and still got like so many games left, especially still on the higher table. So if you want, we can just like climb up, or just like go
Yeah.
just like to the next table down. So also on table, yeah, you can choose now. You can choose now, because I already decide every table to watch once, and we'll be fighting so hard. So if Keelan asking for that, we can. If you want,
Yeah,
we can go
let's
at
go
this point.
to
Sure.
that. And Ruby, of course, today being on that festival Nevenka list,
Yeah,
that is super amazing. And I've also earlier seen Ruby playing against Arlea, and that was a
yeah.
super close matchup, and Ruby was able to win that one in the end. But currently, yeah,
But with
popping the
that,
dragon,
it seems super good with the dragon, right? It's just like
yeah,
the Sneaker's room left, and with the
yeah,
Sneaker's room, we've enough.
isn't getting enough stats, and yeah, the dragon.
It's enough.
Play the ice bar, play the ice bonds in your lists. They are good.
It is
Amazing.
crazy, and also with that, it seems like that no one actually is like going to be undefeated for the Swiss, right? If I'm seeing it right, but hey,
Yeah,
super
that is true.
amazing. So, really taking the game, and also just like, I mean, can we call it like the festivalist, or is it just like a mix? But it's
No, this list definitely isn't focused completely on festivals as we just saw this game. It's kind of more like a bait in this list. But
yeah,
I feel like I'm not quite sure what the anchors in this list are, but it seems like he's probably playing a few copies of Header, and of
yeah,
course the Aloy plus the Iceborne Tiger as their anchor triggers. But I feel like they are still just mostly focusing on winning through the expeditions and not actually through that festival. But of course, festival could be a surprise factor for a win.
yeah. So amazing job for Avery. Also, just like a super dedicated fan player. I'm not
Yeah.
sure how many lists he showed up that he being managed to play with fan, right? So many specific lists that like focusing on anything. It's like super amazing. And with that, if you want, I would actually super love to either go to table 4, Techfire against Zerkos, or also seeing like Caballo and Frony Rigo in action on table 5. But I'm not sure which table I need to choose. So maybe the chat will help me, or Rune, you will help me. Which table we're going in?
I mean, table 4 is the lower progression shown at least. Maybe
Okay, yeah,
that
then
goes a bit longer, and we
yeah,
don't have to switch within
go
the
to
next
table
few
4.
minutes again.
Are we
So
going to
maybe.
see an Aphanas mirror match?
Oh, and
So-
yeah, they're not too far advanced on the tumult yet, so probably still some plays left this game.
And now
And it
Simon
seems
asked
like
for Rinku, that the mage is insane, but now we already decided the table.
oh yeah,
So maybe Rinku, maybe there will be enough time to go.
yeah, and interesting. I think this game might still take a while. I think this is
Yeah.
at this point super technical and
Mm.
super hard decisions for both of these players. And I'm a bit surprised about the deck choices for Techfire using the common Mage Dancer over the rare Mage Dancers. I've seen that a few times in recent times, but I feel like the rare Mage Dancer just getting the draw feels so good, and just cutting out on that seems surprising to me, but of course might still work for a lot of these Ephanos players,
Yeah,
since a lot
surely.
of them are running it that way.
And it's also the fact like with getting like the Mage Dancer as a comment, then you have like a potential chance of adding like other rares too, right? So we're seeing right now that Zerka's actually just like passing by, so our bottom Athena's Techfire will be able to progress. So Athena's on the top Zerka's getting the draw that you mentioned for the rare Mage Dancer. The rare Mage Dancer still being able to just like sit on the board. Beside that fact, the Techfire actually getting the Beauty Sleep just like back because of the Spindle Harvester. And with being the starting player, it's a super nice way to just like play out the Spindle Harvester again, because it's just like a 1 cost sitting there, also getting anchored. But it's just like both of the players have like super many resources left. I mean, for Zerkos, like being in a favor with 8 hand cards, right? So
Yeah.
let's see.
I would definitely favor at this point the circus. Just yeah, they're down on the expedition, but I feel like just having that mage dancer pretty much solidifies that hero expedition, companion expedition already, and you're now kind of going. You're kind of fighting now for the hero expedition, and going second and having more cards should be advantageous for them. So I could imagine them winning out that fight over the hero expedition. But yeah, it of course depends on what these players have in hand. And I feel like that this might be a turn for Techfire where they just want to set up anchor characters and play out Conjuring Seals to just get some card advantage back. And yeah, 4 cards in hand from the Farners
Yeah.
feels super uncomfortable, I feel like. And since all of their cards are super cheap, so yeah, and we see that Conjuring Seal fired off as first card and not even setting up that Spindle first. Just playing out that Conjuring Seal.
Yeah, being with the controversy, what I actually just like getting thought in my mind was like usually if you saw like those mirror matches against Athenas, at some point it was always like, okay, who is getting to be favored to just like end it out with small step giant lead, but with that, it's not actually work anymore, so it's getting like even more interested to
There's
see
the
because it's
suspended
getting
card.
close. Yeah, it's actually just like getting close for both of them. So right now, Circus would be able to just like double progress, but it's still like 5 mana down for our Athenas as Techfire. So playing out the Spindler actually on the hero side. So maybe seeing like the chance of, hey, did I actually defend it? I mean, there's still like the off you go
Now
being there.
off you go.
It's like the
Off you go would go hard here.
Yeah, it would be actually super amazing for Zerkos because it's just like getting the off you go, being able to also getting another boost up for the Baba Yaga, also for the Mage Dancer.
They don't have any off you goes in the Discord yet, so
even
but
better.
of course,
Just like pass by
in
with
the
the
reserve.
magical training. A slower pass by, being able to double progress again. And we will see the Slate, our friend being played. So it could be actually like that. Yeah, the Alice getting
Interesting.
in.
This is
Seeing
an
an
Alice
Alice.
list.
With an Alice.
I've
Is like
definitely
also
seen
rare
this
to see that.
before.
That's interesting. And
Yeah.
with the Rhyme Frost actually going to the Alice, getting another boost, it's going to like gain like a total set of 7. Actually, Baba Yaga also getting something. So let's see
I
how
feel
this
like
will
this
go
is
in.
just another Conjuring Seal here, but
Yes.
maybe they feel like giving up that double expedition here now is too much. But no, actually, still just deciding. Well, I now basically have the anchor. So going into next turn, you have to fight go on
Yes.
even materials and being down on the board basically, or having the weaker board going into the turn. You now have to find options, and seemingly not having found another off you go yet that would have nullified that Spindle Harvester going into the next turn. And yeah, I think this game, of course, still being in Circus' favor just because they have that expedition lead. But
Yes.
of course, that game is still far from over, and both players can still win this. So yeah, a close one.
And it's also super amazing for Circus right now because heroes surely don't need to use the off you go for this certain turn. So just like being able to gain like for the last round another magical training, being able to stick like on certain cards, still like in reserve. And I mean, every card would be great, but I mean, it could be just like the Mage Dancer, right? And I would say like I'm not sure. It depends on what's like actually on the hand, but the Rhyme Frost as the Off You Go could be still like super good, or just like the Magical Training, right? So
Yeah.
super amazing picks right here. Still hard to believe, and actually decided to go with both of the characters. As we can see in the discard pile, there are like 2 Magical Trainings relying on there, but actually only a single copy. No, actually all 3 copies being in the reserve. So a high chance that actually the other 2 Off You Goes, and also maybe like more Rhyme Frost, are just like sitting in the hand. So Zerkros actually know, okay, I can play out those characters, getting like super easy ways to remove it, just like the board of Tech Fire. So let's see how this goes on. And let's see how actually also Tech Fire is reading those like, okay, getting rid of the Off You Go and the Magical Training, and just like start with the Off You Go to the
Yeah.
Mage Dancer directly, getting the next boost onto it. And right now we only see
And also
the
just having that Alice here, I can't imagine that Alice will actually get played out, but it's just a 0 mana after you, and
yes,
that is
and this is super.
just super good into
Yeah.
when you're going second, especially because you're basically forcing 2 plays out of your opponent. And I
the
would
Tooth
now
Fairy.
the Tooth Fairy, all of the targets feel kind of bad because yeah, if you sabotage the Alice, the Sleight of Hand is basically just another after
Yes.
you, and yeah, therefore just deciding to sabotage the off you go, so there's
Yeah.
no more off you goes available to tech fire. All 3 are on the discard pile yet now, and
Oh,
so
that's
not
super hard
feeling any
for
removals
playing
anymore.
against the mirror match to having those on discard. Right now for Circus, it's
Yeah,
still like being the case of actually just like being able to play out the Baba Yaga on the hero side, being able to have like a potential another character, and also surely another removal on hand to just like getting rid of the Spindle Harvester. For Techfire, there are still like the chance of playing out the Slate of Hand to getting like another sheep after you, right? Or pass by
yeah.
for this turn, or also being able to firstly play out any other spells. I mean, if we can look at that, there are like plenty other options like left for Techfire to getting played. And now we can see the answer for the Spindle Harvester will be the own Spindle Harvester, but it's an at dusk with having 2 or more boosts to return a card.
And I think we've seen already that
Oh,
there is still 1 more Beauty Sleep in hand for
yes.
Techfire, but of course, if there are Beauty Sleeps available to Circus, this could be a 2-0 advance for them, and they could theoretically take the game this turn, and that is not possible yet for Techfire. And there we do see that first Beauty Sleep be fired off, and I just have to mention the Beauty Sleeping that Spindle Harvester from Circus feels a lot worse than Beauty Sleeping the Spindle Harvester from Techfire, just because it has that at dusk bounce effect. And yeah, now we do see that second Beauty Sleep coming out, but it's onto the Tooth Fairy. And yeah, there could still easily be played more characters from Circus. And
Just like
yeah, it could
also like any one
still.
cost character, and even having like the Beauty Sleep, it's just like if there would be like not another character actually just like going to join into the expedition, then I mean you can still use like the Slate of Hand, right? So it's still like a chance of just like bouncing the Beauty Sleep back to hand again. For that case.
Yeah.
So super interesting choices right now that Zekros actually needs to take for this turn right now to see, okay, what potential actually just like going to be played out. Because it's also even when like the Beauty Sleep actually at some point getting used to directly sleep the Tooth Fairy to say like, okay, now I have the chance to play something else and you need to answering it. It's still like the face. Oh, okay. Oh, just like the Muff to a Flame. That's also super good for that.
And
So
now
I
I
have
would
the feeling
kind
there
of
is
maybe
another Beauty
expect.
Sleep in hand. Somehow I have a feeling there's like another one.
I have the feeling more that there's a Joyride in hand here for Circus and just
Oh,
boosting up a
Jared
lot.
would be also good. But seeing
But
the
there's
Moth to
the
a Flame.
basically counter Moth to a Flame and
Yeah.
another Beauty Sleep in hand here for Techfire. So I doubt that the game will end this turn, but it might be super resource intense for one of these players.
We see another
And you
Beauty
are
Sleep
correct.
going to play. Going to the
Yeah.
Tooth Fairy right now. Getting an additional boost, and it will be for sure the Spin Harvester to at least activating the effect. Right now, the Math Tool Flame could be played out on the hero side, being able to not only block, it's also being able to just like progress for that. So it would be again a 1-by-1 trade with that.
So the
And
game can be tight here, right?
it's super hard, yeah. But there's another Beauty Sleep.
Yeah, it was just returned
Ooh.
by
Yeah,
the sleight of hand.
I was just like super excited because I forgot.
Yeah,
Because it's like a
but of
super
course that
intense match, and then it's just like crazy. But going to those many sleeping characters, just like relying on the expeditions right now, it's just like
actually
amazing what
Techfire
is getting it.
Techfire
Yeah.
going into next turn has equal stats
Mhm.
on that companion expedition as Circus, but of course down 3 cards by now, and of course we do see that Beauty Sleep that was just returned to hand, so that might be. Even though that turn was super well played from Techfire, just looking at the card disadvantage, I still feel like this could, depending on how it's played, be an easy double advance from Circus here. And especially now on a crucial turn like this, going first with less cards, I feel like is even more punishing. And we've only seen one off you go yet from Circus. So next to the one Beauty Sleep in hand, there could be more off you goes. So your characters on the board can't feel safe at this point.
Yes, so it's just like super interesting how this can go on. So right now, Techfire will be the starting player for the turn. So let's see how it goes. I mean, it's just like being a favor to having like an additional character, just like laying down on the hero side. Also, Cedra is super duper good, and also getting the next boost with the Conjuring Sea, being able to draw additional 2 cards. We will see from Circus right now that the answer will be the Spindler Harvester also on the hero side. And so let's see what Techfire actually got out of his deck if he's not relying on actually play something on the reserve. But right now would be super interesting to see. And we're seeing the next unique, and it would be the Studio Disciple. And also, when I leave the expedition zone, return a spell from a reserve to your hand. And actually, the effect for getting into play, the next spell you play this afternoon costs 1 less. That's an
So this is basically a 1 cost 0 cost card
yeah,
from hand and reserve. So
basically
it's
for a
super
Thanos
sweet.
especially, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, a super amazing card. I never saw that like before. I actually just like forgot
Yeah.
it, but it's like a super cool, unique for that. And also with that, it's just like the Beauty Sleep is going to actually just like cost 2. It's actually just like the Slate of Hand is basically for free to getting back the Beauty Sleep onto hand. And also the Moth to Flame so is super setup right now for Techfire actually being here. So let's see how Circus will
I
answering
mean,
on that.
the setup probably is still better from Circus. They do
Yes.
still have 3 cards more and 3
Yes.
mana more as well. So I think they're, even though they are behind currently on that hero expedition, it's still super tough, I feel like.
Yeah. And as you can see, also the time as the game is getting closer and closer
That is true, yeah. So
to end in
probably the
general.
last round,
So,
and
yeah.
this will likely decide who's getting the top 8.
Oh, that's super
Yeah.
interesting.
And one of these players is guaranteed, I think, for the top cut, and the other might have to hope.
We see the Mana Moth actually going to the companion side. We will see the Beauty Sleep that's got back to the hand, getting played out. So getting the Mana Moth, being able to putting to sleep right now to getting double progress. But for our Zekras, still got like 6 mana left.
Yeah, there could be
Plenty of
just
cards. Yeah.
Beauty Sleep and off you go, and that would, I
It's
feel like,
just like
take the
another
game.
pass by
But
the Auto Spindle
yeah,
Harvester
yeah,
getting into the play, and it's like
seems
super
like
faithful.
harvesters are good uniques, right?
Yeah, it seems like still like super amazing
How
uniques.
unexpected.
I mean, like those uniques are actually seeing like that they were like super duper effective with helping hand with like the
Yeah.
2 cost because you're like able to play like both out of them. So as we can see right now, there would be like additional chance right now. So let's see how this would to continue. So okay, the mage chancer will be played out. We know that there's like still
Only
a
one
Beauty
character
Sleep on
getting
hand.
slapped this time, yeah.
There's like still Beauty Sleep on hand, and I would say with that, still deciding like on the last card because with the Beauty Sleep and got this Beauty Sleep again, and I'm sure, yeah, it will actually go to the Mage Dancer and getting an additional boost to a card. So let's see how Circus actually is going to handle that. Both of them being in the overtime now, and we will see another Beauty Sleep.
Yeah, and
All right.
is now Off-You-Go taking this game, or
This is a good
I think
question.
Off-You-Go isn't
Will be
enough
there
at
the
this
off
point,
you
right?
go from the beginning on? There's like only one off you go actually being in the discard, and beside the fact
Yeah.
to not know what's like actually getting like in the mana zone, this is like super interesting. And here we go. It's actually the off you go.
And yeah, Off-You-Go is winning the game, right? They get one more boost onto that hero side, are
Yes.
winning out on that companion. And yeah, that super close on time. I think that they've just finished the game on pretty much 3 seconds
Hopefully
difference and are
finishing the
now
game
just
on time,
going
because
to
with returning
discard.
stuff like in hand, that needs to be still handling out super duper
Yeah.
fast. Also to put the cards out of the reserve, because if this is like not happening, then actually the overtime could be like messing around.
I
So
think the overtime at this point will be going to in a total of 5 minutes at the end of the tournament, so
okay,
that there
so
aren't
super,
these super
yeah.
obnoxious timeouts. But
Okay,
yeah, that was
so
pretty much
this
the deciding turn.
is the end
Super
of
close
game,
until then,
and
but I feel like Circus had the card
yeah,
advantage most of the game and just was able to convert it off that.
and actually, so with that, it comes to an end, and also it's like the end of the tournament. So we've got our top 8, and right now I'm looking to our, I'm looking to call.
Okay.
We do announce the top 8, or is like someone else doing it? Is like the thumbs up, thumbs down? Are we doing it? Go ahead. So the top 8 for the Season 2 Invitational. Congrats of reaching it out. Also, just like congrats of everyone who's being qualified, played, and was super interesting. Every matchup was like super highly intense, competitive play that we saw by far. But at the end, it's only like 8 people that's reaching it out, and those 8 people will be the first place of DSA Genetic. Adding to that would be the second place for Alrivi. Closing out to that on the third place would be Siercross. Afterward is really the fourth place for Head Phantom Beta, the fifth place for KNP Tipuchu, the sixth place is It's Rinko, seventh place would be another head member as a Lopez, and on the eighth place would be Aircraft. So congrats on that. And with that, I'm super duper excited to see how the top cuts will be handling. So my name is Pandy Andy, and together with Runefolk was super amazing to be here for the round 7 and 8 and have fun with those who is going to start being on the first top 8 matches. So have fun, guys, and we will hear us soon again.
See you later.
Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I forgot. We will be right back
We'll go
soon.
to-
It will be a short break.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are in the top cut of this AWOL Invitational Season 2. I am joined back here with Geo. Geo, are you excited to get into this first round of the top cut here?
The creme de la creme, the best of the best are only in this invitational. I am so excited to see the plays that they come up with. I cannot believe that we're finally in the second season of this. Oh, yes, so pumped. Let's get to it. Yes, I'm ready for this one.
Indeed, indeed. So, before we get into that, we're waiting on the link before we start into this. We'll be taking a look at the first seed versus the 8 seed matchup, which we have here as I pull things up, will be Genetic and from Team DSL versus Acraft 17. I think a lot of folks definitely had Genetic up there in general. Acraft also a great player. Be excited to see both of these players move forward and watch their game. And then after that, we will get into the semifinals matchups for everyone that is watching. And we will get to watch both of the semifinals matchups. All quarterfinals will be played at once. So we'll get to watch this one game and then we'll switch over when we get the chance to the semifinals. And then, of course, we'll be able to watch the finals as well. Anything in particular that you are looking forward to when it comes to this matchup, Gio?
Not particular, just solid players. Hopefully they, of course, they bring their A game and they don't try to run off the clock. Please don't. You guys are better than that. All right. Let's be classy.
Indeed. Now I'm pulling up some stuff here as far as some deck lists so we can take a look at them for all of the people in the chat. I'm gonna set that up for all of y'all in a moment, and we'll get those while we wait for the link. And it looks like
I think we got it.
we do have the link,
Oh.
so I'm gonna go ahead and just do that real quick before we go to anything else, and then we'll get to start to watch the game.
A.W.O.L. Yep.
And we are live into this game as I switch us on over. We have LWE versus A Craft, or not LWE, Genetic rather, versus A Craft Genetic on the traditional Finn. And then A Craft getting a Basira in the top 8. Happy to see it. It was definitely one of the heroes that I thought may get an upset and overperform a little bit. Hashtag check out the article because I got all of my top 8s wrong as far as players. But yeah, great hero in my opinion, especially on the Bravo side of things.
I am not on the same page as you are. I was on the other game. I was on the A.W.O.L's game.
Okay. Yeah.
It's on the
Did you need the link?
please and thank you. If you don't
I
mind.
gotcha.
Can't find them.
No worries.
My boomer brain. My boomer brain. Thank you. Thank you. Da-da-da.
Should be in the stream team chat for you.
There it is. There it is. Eric Estrada would say. Thank you.
And as we get into here, the past the first day into the second day, we do have Genetic on the Finn using a rare Alice. I can't say that I have seen it a lot as far as it being played in these deck lists, but Genetic is quite a good Finn player. And I know I've seen it on occasion when it comes to the BGA ladder. And then, of course, with Basira, having that tiny gen always feels good in any Bravos hero. Anything in particular you're looking for from this Basira? I don't know how many you've gotten to play or how much you've played of it.
I like playing Basira. I'm awful at Basira, but I like playing Basira. I always just misuse that ability. I always jump the gun. Yeah, but when it comes to Basira play, anything that basically is going to help on repeat buffs, I really like that. Hopefully we get to see what kind of combos they come up with. That way I can just leech off of it. This is so much information is coming into my brain right now. Thank you for this.
I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, it should be an interesting setup that we have here as I get some other stuff sorted for everyone. And we keep on seeing this game proceed. Good old Tiny Gen play, getting a lot of boosts right away from the Haven Bravos Bastion and the Basira setup. And then we'll get to what the Finn has left here. We're going to get the Hathor play to potentially set up a card return later on. What are you looking for when you're playing up against the Finn and Crowbar on occasion as a Bravos player?
I'm scared when I'm not one ahead of a Fem player as a Bravos player.
Mhm.
That's what you asked, right? Or did I misunderstand it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I
Like,
just as long as I get very comfortable once I'm one ahead because their zero stats. See, right now I know where that hearth has to be used, where it has to be the support ability, or it has to go to the other side because it's useless in the oceanic side, right? But then
right.
this throws a whole wrench into it. Like, what's going to happen now? Like it's so unpredictable. That's why Fem players are so good, especially at this level. Like, Gen's scary. Yeah,
Indeed. So get
and
to
of course,
there.
love the card because you get to draw another card at the end of the day. Dude, and a solid stat always. Always. Isn't it the most played card, the most played common card?
As far as
I
the
believe it is in Bravos.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, the
like
Sarenger.
in yeah.
It's definitely
Yep.
up there. I mean, at this point, it's done so much for the Bravos faction as a whole. You don't feel like you're so low on resources all the time, and everything moving forward with that. But we do have a chance here to transition over, and we can get out of studio mode here, and we'll plop up some deck lists while we are getting some game played here. First, we will have the deck list of the Finn and Crowbar on Genetic. Um, Seems like we do have two of those Alices that I was talking about earlier. They are running one of those Amales in order to get some potential card draw. We have some fun uniques
Mhm.
in the sense of the Lyra Cloth Dancers as well as a Kodama. Off you go, always a great card. And yeah, a lot of that past that pretty standard setups that we have here in the Finn and Crowbar list. And then we'll take a look at the Basira here shortly as we watch some more gameplay going through. The Finn is ahead at the moment, and you did mention that when you're behind as a Bravos hero, you're not feeling as good. What are you gonna do here to
No.
potentially come back?
Ooh. Especially right now with no characters.
Mm,
That's always so difficult for me. I at least have to have right there 3 characters in hand. If not, I'm feeling nervous. And I'm just
yeah,
going on one side just to secure that one side. And I'm going to the one side that it's going to be more difficult for them, which would be, in my opinion, the the Oceanic side. Yeah, I try to block them over there.
I gotcha, I
Yep.
gotcha. And we do
That's
end
just
up
me, right?
yeah, and we
That's why I'm Kansas City champion, baby.
there
That's
we go.
why. Huh?
Yeah, indeed. And then you get the Viscera to take the advantage there on the tumult as they pull out a second Haven Bravos Bastion, which has to feel good as anytime you're playing a Bravos
Yes.
hero to get things set up. Whereas the Finn is just sitting with two acapella trainings in the reserve, which can do some damage to the Bravos hero if they play something from hand in order to get cards to the reserve and play them and take advantage of those havens. And it looks like they're going to try to slow play as much as possible to use those acapella trainings and get some of those cards fleeting immediately so they can't take advantage of those boosts coming from the haven.
Can't rush it, right? Let
Yeah,
it play out. Let them tire out.
and we will see
So let's
the
see what our
yeah, the red come out immediately.
Acraft is gonna.
And then while we're doing that, let's go and take a look at the Bravos deck list here. We do have some cards as far as the standard Serengers that we were mentioning before. Only one intimidation and two of the rare eruptions for removal, and they're using one
It,
Twinkle Twinkle
it
as
works for
well.
the best of us. It works
Yeah.
for the best of us. That's the
Uh,
same. That's what I play, really.
And with
Yeah.
that, we have two rare helping hands to go along with the standard 3 rare occlutes. So a very interesting Basira deck list to take a look at
Hmm,
as we proceed
just playing
forward
it out.
in this game. We
This is why I
are
like Ishii. This is why I like Ishun.
we do
I
have
like
an
him.
Isenboshi to play slow here a little bit. I wonder if they're even going to try to acapella training that Isenboshi.
I would. Dangerous little hermit.
Still 1 mana left
He's
too
speed
for the
switch slow.
Basira.
Yep. Get a
And,
rabbit in there. I probably have one.
what did you mention?
The rabbit. Yeah. What is
Oh,
it?
gotcha,
Fire
gotcha,
rabbit?
gotcha. Yeah.
Or, yeah. Forget the names. Don't do marijuana, kids.
They do in fact have 3 fire rabbits, 3 tiny gins, and 3 Isenboshis, so they're running the full 9 1 cost, but we do not see an acapella training on that. Instead, opting to throw out the anchored aloe vera, which will be nice for next turn, despite being down 1 on the tumult to the Basira.
And it's blocking, not remove, blocking the Oceanique for the Sierra player. Going to be a difficult 4 to get over. But with that meta eruption, oh, and of course,
Some great
Anansi.
resupplies there. Yeah.
Yep.
They're getting
Don't we
the
love to see that?
Anansi to be able to play something from the reserve for some boosts, and then even potentially return that sleight of hand with the Hathor or any other card they want to play from the spell side of things from hand. So we'll have to see how Finn responds. I don't think they're in too bad of a spot despite having to deal with 2 Havens from the Basira and all the boosts that could come with it. But you do have to be careful with that mana eruption still in the reserve and know it can come out at any point.
Of course, playing Anansi. And NC and going to the other side. Going wide.
Yeah, at this point, I'd have to imagine we'll see something from hand, and we do see the Chiron, another staple for any Basira deck lists, getting those boosts out to be able to trigger your hero ability if you so choose. In this scenario, not even having to worry about it. And there's that second acapella training that we saw on the previous day. Finn opting to save it for this time around, not worrying about the Isenboshi, and instead taking out
Oh,
potentially a big card when it comes to that Chiron. But we did see that there were multiple rare helping hands in the Basira deck list, so I'll be interested to see if we have that come out now.
I'd get rid of aloe vera. It's gonna be annoying.
Yeah, they are
My humble
discarding
opinion, but
yeah, that tracer, and they are picking their target here, deciding between the Anansi and the aloe vera. Both good options, but
Oop,
instead going for the
this,
Anansi, not wanting to deal with all those
this is
stats.
why I'm not where these people are at. Right? All right. Let's see if they made the right decision, or what could have been a better decision. Right, just that at the moment. But
Yeah,
interesting. Interesting. He wants to secure it, not thinking that he has anything else up there.
yeah. And they
Hmm.
are down to oh, and we'll get the acapella training returned, immediately played as a little bit of an after you here. Nothing really to worry about targeting here. Wants to see what the Basira has left to play at this point. If they would decide to play anything at all. They are currently ahead on both sides of these expeditions, and there's only 3 mana left here for the Finn. So the question is do they have a character that they want to play from hand, as we do see the Basira pass?
Cool. And they do. And he gets to return something from hand. What are you? Oh, that's so annoying. But it's valid. Both get one.
All
Ooh,
right, and they'll
this
get the
is a
1 for 1.
difficult one.
Yeah, and we will see Finn able to return a card here. Question is, which one will they want to return, and then which one will they be getting rid of from their reserve. A lot of good options, and they're going to
Oh,
opt to get rid of the sleight of hand.
I still think we got another day. I don't. Ooh, that's annoying.
Yeah. A lot of good Finn players
Very
here.
helpful right now.
Yeah, a lot of good Finn players here in this invitational, so it's been cool to see Genetic do well. And I think a lot of people had assumed that Finn could have a run here, while others had definitely had their eyes on a Faunus. And honestly, I'm just happy to see a Basira make it this far and currently ahead, but they'll have to contest with all the resources that Genetic has on the Finn at the moment.
For a lot of resources, and as long as you advance one, you get it done.
Indeed, they are
Playing on
down.
the
Yeah, they are down 2 mana though, so I'm guessing that they're planning on ramping up with this Tiny Gin, which is quite easy to do with the Basira ability and just getting a single boost. The question is, what are they going to do in order to trigger it, and can they get that single advance that you're talking about?
at the minimum, right? Because it'll put them in a way more comfortable spot than having to block both of them. The other one, but it has to have that buff now. Now it's got to go there. Not that's just useless. Just an after you basically. Hmm, frustrating. But of course, you don't want to just not put it on them because the opponent tells you to put it on it because you want that mana. Yeah.
And we do see one of those boost
Oh, nice.
triggers coming out here with the Chiron. It has to feel kind of weird though, because you do see that acapella training in the reserve, which is always going to be a threat to not allow cards get to the reserve of your own. And it just feels nice to be able to play something for one cost and use it as an after you, which we've seen a lot from acapella trainings. And I know anytime I'm playing a Bravos hero, I hate to see acapella training at any point.
Yeah. Some people just don't have good taste when it comes to picking cards, and I get it. It's a cute card, but no, we frown upon that.
Indeed.
And here comes the buff.
Yeah, we do get a buff coming out here from the boost triggering from the Bravos Trailblazer. If you control a fleeting character, gains a boost, and we will hold off on the Basira buff. So more than likely, I'm thinking we're seeing a Fire Rabbit in hand to get that boost if needed. But we'll have to wait and see. That's one of the main cards that you can always expect to see out of a lot of Bravos decks, including the Basira. Only 1 to 2 more plays for the Finn if they have something in hand they want to play, but we could definitely be seeing that Aloe coming out with an anchored potentially.
And no, we're deciding to see. Oh,
Opting for the Amale, and
just
we could be looking at a Fire Rabbit or a Helping Hand. I forgot about the rare, and it sure
there it is.
is a rare Helping Hand. Gonna hit that Chiron that they definitely would want to put to reserve. It will allow for a 1-for-1 advance and put them adjacent while having 2 cards in the reserve to take advantage of those havens, which will be quite nice for the Basira having to deal with that Anansi and potentially a Male in the following turns.
Nothing but big numbers. Throwing up big numbers. Yeah, but that the Amanzi coming out, the Molly coming out, yeah. So did not see that one coming. They've been using them a lot in this tournament. Definitely a
Yeah,
card I haven't seen that much played.
yeah, I feel like it's been a pretty popular card lately with the Finn players having so much available to them in the reserve and potentially needing to draw more and put more into their hand when you typically don't get to decide that unless you are swapping cards on occasion. So it can be very beneficial. We will see a lot of passing here for mana, a lot of low cost stuff within the Basira setup. And Finn, as usual, has no choice But we'll have to see who can potentially take it here on the final day as we get into what is a pretty highly contested quarterfinals matchup here for the season 2 AWOL Invitational. Who do you think is going to do it? Is Basira going to wrap it up here, or can Finn come back from the brink and take the victory?
I really want Batsira to win. I'm Bravo's fanboy in that aspect, but I don't think they have the resources, the numbers to bring it up. And I think the resources that the Fem player has is just off the charts. We know that Anansi is going to be played, and still having 7 could easily play either of these 2 cards that he has in reserve, plus anything else. Dude, yep, just I see it
Yeah,
very difficult. I'm giving it to Finn. I want the Basira player to win, but I'm giving it to Finn. Yeah.
it's definitely possible. It really depends on what the Finn is able to get here. And with playing the Magping Hoarder from hand, so I was gonna say it's dependent a lot on if there is any removal in the Finn's hand, because at this point, I still feel like the Basira has a decent chance to be able to get some good amount of stats. We know they can play everything in reserve. The question is are they holding on to something in their hand that is useful, that they think they can use to win just one advance on the game? And they are going to stack up on that companion side competing with that Magping Hoarder. Now we'll have to see what the Finn can follow up with. They can play it safe and potentially play something low cost if they have it. If not, they may be looking to try to draw into something that they can use as far as a off you go, a twinkle twinkle, and that might not be a bad idea either if they want to use the Male to draw 2 cards here. But we'll have to wait to see if they want to do that or if they're going to try to play a little bit slower to see the last card that the Basira could play.
Whole lot that's happening. Gyro and Shirion drops. Of course, you're dropping him on the hero side if you're playing right now as a Basira player, right? That's what I would do. Just in my Unga Bunga moment.
I gotcha. And
Yeah.
then we are waiting. Finn is taking their time on this. They do have plenty of time left in the round. We're at 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes for both players. So we'll go ahead and wait to see what they have going here.
Oh, senor, come on, place the card. No balls, no balls. Come on.
And they are
There
gonna
we
do
go.
the Amale play that I mentioned here. I imagine they're discarding both. They will discard both to draw 2 cards. That makes me think they did not have any interaction within their hand at the moment, maybe running into a Twinkle Twinkle or an Off You Go, which would be huge at the moment, and it would allow this game to continue on tied up on the companion side with the Basira boost, ahead on the hero side. Now,
Ooh,
what does Finn have? They get the additional boost to go over in companion. Genetic
that's the
is
GG.
calling GG. They only have the magical training. They didn't run into the interaction that they were hoping for with any type of twinkle twinkle off you go or anything. And we will see a Basira in the semifinals, top 4 of the AWOL Season 2 Invitational. What a game.
That was a nice one. That was an enjoyable one. Didn't go on too long. Everything was fair. No cheesing. Like, oh, nice, nice. That's why they're in the. I'm giving a thumbs up. That's why they're in the top, right? That's why those players are up there. They're just
Indeed,
better than us.
indeed. These players are
Congratulations, to both players.
yeah, these players are quite good. We couldn't expect an even better quarterfinal matchup, so excited to see what we can have here for the semi-finals. We'll take a look to see what we have left on the quarterfinals. I believe the majority of the games are done. We have one more ongoing, which I don't believe we'll be able to catch the end of. Let's see if we can really quick. Um, and see if I can grab it and we can jump in really quick before the game ends.
Send send the link, please, if you could on this
Yeah, I'll
Discord.
get that over to
I have no
you.
idea how to. the stream team, right?
There you oh, let me delete that.
Oh, yeah.
And then there we go. All right, let me switch
That's the
over
best
here so
one.
everyone can watch this gameplay. As we watch the very end of the game, we will get to a 1-for-1 and a tiebreaker here for the final quarterfinals matchup. All these games extremely close, so glad we were able to catch the very end of this one. We're gonna
Look how
take a look.
unique out.
Yeah, we'll have a bunch of characters staying out. So we had some characters slept and anchored. And oh no, it looks like everything's anchored actually. So we'll have 2 trees out for the Tasia. A lot of stats out for both players, with the Tasia having the slight setup here. And like you mentioned, we do have a unique Keylon Elemental that has a reserve ability of you may put a card from your hand in reserve, and when a character you control gains 1 or more boosts, if you control 2 or more boosted characters, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored. And we have
Uh,
5 cards in the reserve for the Finn. That festival is not the most ideal situation here, as we see the tokens slightly misaligned, but they will get a bunch of boosts
can,
for the Tasia because of the landmarks.
can you win? Can you win with festival in overtime? No, right? Just if you meet the conditions, you win.
So we more than likely not going to see that being played unless they want to
No.
just use it as a pass off here. They do have that Amale, which would draw a bunch of cards, but I don't think
Oh yeah.
they have the plan to do so at the moment. They're instead going to start us off slow with a draw from the magical training as we see a third tree go up. I don't think I've ever seen 3 trees
Nothing is
being played.
moving from this expedition. You will leave my creatures alone, he said. Yes. 3 of them. That's screenshot worthy. There we
Uh,
go.
oh, sorry to clarify in chat, it does work. I just assumed that he was going to slow play more often than he was to play the festival victory. But he very well could since he is down in stats. So we'll have to see what it works. Um, and we do see that Keylon Elemental go to the reserve from to go into the play here, and they will be able to put a card from hand to reserve if they so choose, as well as getting some anchoring going out here, just in case they get into the double tiebreaker. We'll have to see how the Finn is able to respond. Has a lot of options, especially if they wanted to do a last minute festival setup. But 6 cards in hand, 6 in reserve. Who knows what could happen, especially with a Finn in general. And I'd be quite worried if I was the Tasia player.
He's got it. Like what else do you need? Just the sleep and the anchor. Right? That's those things that you don't have available at the moment. Sleep in it. But yeah. Oh, it's difficult. Because if he doesn't have it, those 6 cards in hand, he only got 14 cards left before a reshuffle. Oh, there we go. Playing it out. All 3 of his rare magical training.
Yeah, a lot of triples being shown here. We have
Thing.
triple tree, triple magical training. Why not, right?
Yeah, let's bring it out. I can drop 2 festivals at the same time just because. Yeah. Can't do it anymore. But sure he has something that makes a card cost less and he can do it.
I'm sure at this point the Finn would more than likely like some of the anchoring abilities from the Tasia that's been happening. We do see a unique Ouroboros Trickster that will allow a potential sleep based off of a draw, but they are going to discard a card to reserve instead. And they will be able to roll a die, get a 5 here. So I believe the 5 is for a draw. Yep. And
Yep.
so many cards in the reserve, down to 5 mana. Everything is down on the table for the Tasia. Not sure what else they have here. They can't use the festival to get an anchored character out, and they currently don't have anything that could be slept. everything is free play at this point for the Tasia, and so they're going to put out a massive Anansi that still has them
Big
behind,
numbers.
and they still have 2 mana left to play here, going to cost reduce and potentially play a 3-cost card here. Maybe another Anansi from hand? Would be
Oh,
huge.
yes. Yeah, that would destroy a dream. Yeah.
Uh, any type of interaction would work really well here, whether it be a Twinkle Twinkle or a Sandman or something to that effect to remove cards in play, but they can't hit anything with it because of the triple tree. So they're going to have to cost reduce more, and they're down to 4 mana now, which really still doesn't work for any interaction with Tough 6 at the moment.
I don't see it happening. I don't see it. Just more points on the board to play something for free that'll put it to sleep. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so they throw out
And
the Hatter here, and they're going to use the Hathor to return a card from hand, draw another
so it's
card.
a tie.
It's
It's
currently a
it,
tie, and we will go to
yes.
another tiebreaker, which I don't think the Finn was looking for in particular, especially with all the anchored cards that the
Ah!
Tasia has. They're gonna have to get rid of a lot here just to have kept up with the Tasia. Pretty nuts game to be able to watch to the very end of, and excited to see if the Finn can pull out
That's
another.
insane.
Yeah, could pull out another way to potentially come back against this Tasia, despite them having 16, 17, and 19 in stats already.
I don't see it happening. But again, I'm not these players, right? These guys are way better than me. Shoot. I mean, of course, if they were in Kansas City, I'd whoop them. But they're over there across the pond. No, they don't count. Dang, that was an interesting. What is it like? Think of events. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was fun.
and we do see the festival remain for the Finn, so they are probably at the point that they realize that they more than likely are going to need a festival victory here, not being able to keep up with the amount of stats that the Tasia can put out. They do have the ability from reserve to get something asleep if you have 3 or more
Oh,
base statistics of 0, which their Trickster does. They do see a resupply into another festival. I don't think they
awesome.
wanted that, but we'll have to see what's going on here. A bunch of 1 costs available for the Tasia. So I wonder if they're going to try to slow play and hit some type of interaction. They have to have something like a Lost in the Woods or a some type of mana setup here to remove. They're gonna throw. We're gonna see that festival come out. Some plenty of 1 cost plays for the Tasia, like I mentioned. Now, does Finn actually hit the festival victory? Is the question.
With all those resources, if it's not now, when? Like, has he been doing it? Of course he has. He's in the spot where he's at in this tournament for a reason, right? But come on,
Exactly.
like 6 resources in hand, you got one already 2 cost that's going to obtain fleeting. So literally off you go, as the card says. Come on, surprise us, brother. You got this, and we you got this.
We do see a
I'm sorry,
Nyala
oh, there we go.
show to exchange a card from your reserve, and we will see a Ouroboros Inkcaster go to reserve, likely just to be used for the cost reduction available to it and be able to play other cards. One more 1 cost for the Tasia. They're down to 1 other character. We didn't see a Hatter pop up into the reserve as far as the exchange, so anchoring is going to be pretty difficult for the Finn to get the conditions that they need. They are able
That's
to
it.
get the
Now I
sleep,
just need to anchored.
so we're down to just 1 more anchored card. Can they get it done? If it's an aloe vera, they're able to cost reduce by 2 due to the ink casters and get to the 4
That's
cost
insane.
anchored.
That's insane.
And we get a bunch of chat from El
That's
Wiwi,
insane.
so I'm thinking we are going to see the aloe vera come out here potentially, and we sure do. Oh my gosh, after
That
using
was
all those
ridiculous.
cards. gets the victory over Easy
Oh,
Lopez.
yes,
Tasia.
shut
What
me
a
up
game.
immediately.
What a game.
That is high level altered for you. Thank you for that. Gracias por eso, hermano español. Oui. Bonjour. Le piquete banquier foie gras. I don't know what else. Thank you for that.
Oh man,
Awesome. Oh,
amazing quarterfinals games. I'm glad
awesome.
we were able to
Yeah.
witness that one as well as our first quarterfinal with the Basira taking the victory. We are now down to 4. Everyone be sure to stick around. We're going to swap over some casters here and then we are going to watch both of the semifinals matchups before we get into the finals. I hope you enjoyed and we will talk to you soon. Say goodbye to me and Geo for the time being, and we will get into the game shortly.
God bless, guys. Have a great one.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. I am the Killon guy, joined once again by Pandy Andy. We've casted a lot together before. I am excited about it, and I think you are too. And sorry for the brief delay, everyone, but we were very busy picking our jaws up off the floor after seeing that last part of the quarterfinals. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I got nothing to add it. I mean, what was that for a game for Ruby against Lopez? It was just like those resupply actually just like being enough to just like reducing the cost for the final Alorera. I'm actually honest, I never see like a game like that before. It was like totally different. It's just like super amazing. So I'm also looking forward for now the upcoming top 4 matches and what's happening there. So super excited
Yeah,
for that.
I mean, luckily for us, we are slowing down the pace a little bit in the sense that
Yeah.
instead of all 4 matches taking place at the same time for the quarterfinals and commentators jumping around and us trying to watch all of the things going on in the background, we have 2 semifinal matches and they'll take place one after the other here. So just now, we will be getting into the bottom part of the bracket semifinals, which is going to be A.W.O.L against its Rinku. Yeah, just crazy stuff overall. I'm so excited for these matches. Pandy, do
Yeah.
you have any thoughts about what we're seeing as far as heroes are concerned now that we've reached our final 4 players?
I mean, first of all, seeing that finally there is like there is like you think of that we're not seeing like any Afanas or Sigisma is just like super duper surprised of how hard changed like the meta, right? Before
Mhm.
like we're going to the next set. And with that is actually amazing to see like a Kojo, a Fan, a Tisha, and also an Abasira on the final top 4s. And also super excited for that thing that we actually either see a Kojo or a Fan on the final table. And I mean, for both players, it's just like super incredible. And we're renowned for playing like almost every archetype that you could possibly be with Fan and still being amazing on everyone. And for its Ringo, it's just like special because just like came out of nowhere, going to the online tournaments, crushing it totally. And yeah, so for both of them, it would be like a super amazing journey to go onto the finals and also to win like the tournament at all. So I'm super excited to how this game went between those both players. Yeah. So
You
let's
were
see.
totally right on that. It's yeah, super exciting to see both of these players doing so well. Both of them were actually players that the AWOL admin team and myself were predicting might actually win the event. Actually, all 3 of Cole, Robbie, Simon, and myself predicted that El Wiwi was a good contender of taking it, as they have over 4,400 matches played, I believe, all on Fen on this Agite's El
Yeah.
Wiwi account on BGA. So no surprise seeing them absolutely crushing it. But as you mentioned, it's Rinku coming out from nowhere seemingly and just taking down event after event. Impressive
Yeah.
results all around. And yeah, playing some excellent Bravos today.
On Cetus starting off, it's actually just like that the Haven Bravos position got played off from the Ringo and we see the Amarok being represented there. And for Aruri, it was starting off with the Alorera. So right now being able to progress on the companion side. But with that Tiny Chin being placed, both of them actually going to be there. So an amazing start still for both of them. Are we being able to potentially play out this Aurora from the reserve if there's like a chance? But I mean, the Amarok is also still like sitting there as an answer, right? So
Mhm.
let's see how this goes on, and also what actually Fan will resupply out of there.
Yeah,
And
it's
ooh,
exactly as you mentioned that Amarok does threaten to immediately get rid of this aloe vera, but it was a perfect resupply here for Fen if they are working with one of the one-cost spells that we're really used to seeing from the faction, exactly like this magical training that gets played. Beautiful. So at this point, Fen now still threatening to be able to anchor the aloe vera and to be able to do so underneath this Amarok effect, which is already a pretty
mm.
big deal, I'd say.
Yeah, it's totally agreeing with that. So right now for our culture, it's also just like the chance to play out the Tiny Chin, just like for something. And also, yeah, the Amarok will be potentially just like sitting around for that, but then maybe being able to just like getting rid of the Adora from the upcoming turn. But it's actually right now a hard decision for Ringo to take off the
Yeah,
chance on what to place where. And we see that the Tiny Chin actually goes to the companion side. And so right now, we will be able to just like getting it blocked out for that. or just like playing the other route to the hero side to make it a little bit more surely to move onto that. But for that, it seems also like a good chance for a double
Yeah, it's an
from Kojo, yeah.
okay chance for a
Mm,
double advance, but otherwise it's also entirely possible that its Rinku has a removal spell. At the point
yeah.
on that second day where you don't see a
And
sabotage effect come out,
oh,
yeah, there is the removal with the
mana
mana eruption.
eruption.
It's pretty likely that by that point you either are working with sabotage or removal.
Yeah,
Sabotage would have been able to take out the aloe vera, and with the play of the tiny Jin out, not super surprised to see mana eruption go after that aloe vera.
yeah,
And they will stay mana neutral with this play, which is particularly important just playing
yeah.
a long-term game against Fen. So overall, pretty reasonable interactions overall for the Kojo, them taking now one advancement lead on the Tumult, but still pretty okay for Fen, all things considered. That does cost them a lot of resources.
Yeah.
So, Pandy, tell
Yeah.
me a little bit about this matchup. Like, what do you think you're particularly worried about as the Kojo player when you've spent your removal into a Fen like this? Like, what do you not want to see from this point?
I mean, what's actually seeing like from this point is like being anything else for the fan, and just like depending on what's like being back on the hand, right? It's just like either the defend right now is just like starting to do like those pass bys, and you as
Mhm.
a coach or after using this removal actually needs to sacrifice a lot of your own resources by the between like the fan starting to just like getting more and more out of it. And I mean right now we're seeing like a double resupply and also just like okay, that was an interesting move for actually getting back the Haven for the upcoming turn. We're getting like another cut in resupply, so now resource-wise it's still being good. But with that, we will see the Anansi just like getting played, making sure to also just like to progress. The Slider friends still being able to actually just like exchange a card, and I would say it will be yeah, magical training. And let's see what else will be go down there. And oh, so being able to actually just like anchoring the Anansi, and that's actually really, really good. But still, like for our coach show, with like the Haven being back on hand, it's still like super amazing chance of just like getting back resource wisely for that point.
Yeah,
So a super duper play.
totally agreed. It was a really nice resource focused play, and that is the advantage of having an Amarok like that unique that we did see, where it either threatens your opponent, but then otherwise, especially if there's no sabotage, the way that this Fen list is playing zero sabotage effects. You can oftentimes use that on your own things when they are trying to play around it, which can be pretty good. Notably here as well, that anchored Anansi. It is definitely a help, absolutely, for the Fen. It's a good thing to see, but at the same time, the ideal scenario would be anchoring that Anansi in preparation for a turn where the Kojo will have the Buddha token as well, because that will really help them contest on those turns. And as it stands, it's likely that the Kojo will still be able to try to push for progressions on the hero side.
Yeah, totally agreeing on that. And right now, we're seeing what is actually back in reserve with the Previous Pathfinder and also with the Exam Salvager. It's still like a cool chance right now for our coach to take back at least at one of the certain expeditions that both are fitting really well into the Previous Pathfinder. But starting off with the Axiom Salvager to see, okay, what potential the thing is again, and it's actually the Haven Seringa. But it's also like totally fine right now for our coach to having it in the reserve, maybe either like for this turn or just like for the upcoming turn. But for our fan, there are like plenty of options right now, just like sitting here on the reserve. It's either just like the Glove Cocoon to getting hit the Havener. It's also just like a reduced caster. So let's see whatever he actually decides to do. And it would be just like an additional magical training for a
Mhm.
draw.
Yeah, they're just trying to use the reserve in a way that actually keeps some amount of card advantage here, which is a little bit of an awkward situation. That notably, that Bravos Pathfinder is so perfectly statted
Yeah,
given the expeditions that the Kojo is on, so that's definitely a big help. And Haven Seringar, I mean, what a card! This is really
yeah.
absolutely the glue that has been so integral for these new Bravo strategies. I don't think that this deck was anywhere close to the same power level back in Beyond the Gates, and I really think it's Haven Seringar that's been
Yeah,
carrying all of these
should
Bravos
be.
archetypes.
So with playing out this Haven Seringa, its Ringer was actually really, really sure that it's like it's just like doesn't matter what actually getting played on the hero side, there is like no chance for right now to actually just like blocking it out, right? So let's see what actually will be happening. So we will see another Arabos Quickstart and will be able actually to put a character to a sleep. So, and it would be Anansi again, so we'd be sticking for another round. And so both of players actually just like getting one expedition each moving on, but it's just like the favor for Culture with being one expedition ahead. So, and also that the companion side still is super amazing for our Culture with getting the Buddha on that, and also still got like the Bravos Pathfinder to just like going to an additional way of just like putting it down there. And now again for really the hard decision of what to actually just like remove out of the reserve.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult decision here as well. I It's you know, LWW now having used multiple of their uniques this game, I think it was a really nice thing at least that they were able to keep this Anansi around. I was talking before about how important it is to try to go with a character like this that's already outstatting on the companion side when you go into these days where Kojo does have that first player advantage of then having the Buddha. Otherwise, of course, being first player not typically an advantage. And yeah, but now the question really is, can Elwiwi on this Fen leverage the fact that they are starting
Yeah.
with an advantage on board? Because any progression from this point is really favoring our Kojo, considering that they're already ahead.
Yeah, totally agreeing to that point. We see that the Iceborne Tiger is getting played out for a race, so a potential chance to getting another Dragon Shade, just like going to play a 5/5/5. Because for our culture, it seems like still like super duper good, just like reserve rises. So getting like a small Fire Rabbit at the cost of Run to pass by, also getting like the 2 additional boosts from the Haven Bravo special to be played out from the reserve on the hero side. Just like an amazing set liner to starting off. So right now it's like still hard for Alviri to just like guess. It's either just like the our bow tricks that maybe give a potential another resupply that could help out. Still like relying on what is like left on the hand. So with the fact of knowing that Arrowy actually is not playing like any removal like an off or something,
Mhm.
it's really still special for what are like the potential chance, but either like a Twinkle Twinkle would be just like actually pretty hard to hit like any of those characters for our coach right here. So
Yeah,
let's see how this will end. Yeah.
in general, what we can see from this Icebound Taiga, though, is that Elwiwi says they're comfortable playing from behind simply because they're willing to register a list with this
Yeah.
Taiga in it. And so, for that reason, I would still say their position is pretty okay. The main issue that I think they really have is the fact that this Haven Bravos Bastion or double Haven setup from the Kojo threatens to be able to even go over some of the more powerful Anansi setups that they could potentially set up. Um, yeah, normally there would be some good ability as well for this Ouroboros Trickster unique that we currently see in reserve to be able to attack some of the resources from the Kojo as well. But virtually everything coming out for the time being is already fleeting or
Yeah.
is coming out from reserve. So it's also not super impactful despite having that incredibly powerful support ability.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, right now, you could potentially have a chance to actually hit something with this ability, but would be just like the Bravos Pathfinder that could show direct to player out from hand. So still like a hard decision for Avery to take. How to take so far. For the companion side, it seems like super duper good. Right now to actually just like being able to progress and also potentially to just like defend it. But it's still like the chance of like either playing out the Ouroboros in custom, maybe using the support ability. Could it hit like the Kocho and with only the Bravos Pathfinder? But here we go. It's actually the Nightshade that's getting out to play it. And so it would be like an exchange. And yeah, will be the Ouroboros Trickster, and we will see it Trinket Trinket. And actually, it's being able
Hmm.
to just like use the discard effect and playing it out again. So this Dragon Shade, we're actually getting be on the field and also being chance to anchor the card again. So it's looking really good right now for our
Yeah,
really.
notably that this anchored effect will only go on that dragon shade, meaning that they're no matter what at the end of the day, the reserve for the fen is going to be way overflowed and they are going to have to discard down something. The upside here being that they will be able to pick up something with their Ouroboros Inkcaster and then likely have a discounting effect as well going into the next day, but it's definitely like easier said than done here for figuring out which of the options specifically they're going to need. Meanwhile, for the Kojo, I think like card advantage is really not an issue that they're thinking about whatsoever at this point. They're just pushing, and they have a pretty good setup as well to be able to do so. They
Yes.
will find a progression this day, no matter what. It's just whether or not they will be able to ride it out now that both players will be looking for a double advance to win them the game.
Agreeing on that, and with that, Fan will be able to double progress. It's also just like the progression for our coach. Now needs to decide which cards will be just like sitting there on the reserve. Would be potentially like the Trailblazer with the Pathfinder, right? So to taking use of that, firstly of all, before that Arafan will be able to just like take a card back to hand, cause out the effect from the Arrowbow's Incaster. Also needs to remind that the Dragon Jade is still just like sitting there around, and now again it's like the tough decision of what Avery actually wants to keep in the reserve. There are like plenty of good options right now with the Anansi and also with the Arrowbow's Trickster. Potentially, yeah, just like keeping on those both. Really good decision from there on. So let's see how it would just like take again. And I mean, for our coach or for its Ringo, it's being just like good expedition in general with like those Bravos Piner sitting here, right? It's just like
Yeah,
either the
it's
Radar region type
it's
and
not just
Rock
good
River.
expeditions because
Yeah,
they're looking to win on them, they're
yeah,
perfect because no
yeah.
matter what, Elwee needs to be winning those expedition types in order to win as well. It's so brutal. This double
Yes,
Haven setup is just perfect for its Rinku. The fact that they can, for 2 mana, essentially completely invalidate that Dragon Shade that Elwee had to put so much resources
yes.
into the last day. Yeah, I'm loving the
Ah,
setup for its Rinku here.
and it's also just like this pass by with this 1 mana X Observation, even if Arrowy Samuel could be managed to also just like activating the Icebound Tiger in the chance of playing it out. Shakti decided to play the Arrowbow's Trickster. Again, just like Eva getting something, putting down in the reserve, it will be the Will Auto Wisp. Also, just like a good card, and also maybe just like for the ability to discard, because even if there's just like the fact of like, hey, you only need to actually facing in the water region type at some point, it doesn't help at all. So a nice way of discarding, and we see the second Arrowbow's Trickster, and it's another draw card. Okay, interesting. Let's see
Yeah,
how this goes.
it's so sad for them that that sleeping effect does not take place here on the front side of the card. It's only when played for reserve that the Cerberus Trickster is able to sleep something, and I think that might be a major worry here. Yeah, drawing cards here, it's always nice to be drawing cards. Of course, when you're playing Altered, you love having access to all these options, but at this point, I think they just need removal effects practically. It's very unlikely that there would be any ability to set up the festival win condition, which is what Elwee is built around, other than, just looking for potential wins on the tumult. We've seen it before, but otherwise, they are not playing the removal that we do sometimes see from these lists. Twinkle Twinkle is a sort of card, though, that we could see as pseudo removal. It's often just being used for its support ability to discount the next play. But otherwise, if there is one in hand at this point, that could be a really critical tool.
Yeah, totally agreeing on that. And right now, it's still like a good decision made for our coach to what to card play at next. Whereas Pathfinder just like sitting there. So as we know, there is like not any sabotage at all through as I mentioned before, like for Avui, and also just like one Cloth Cocoon. So being hard in general, so getting played out. So and with that, and also Ringo, maybe also known, is just like being super relaxable to play out those cards, to set up this, and also being sure that this will be just like continuously, just like also staying at this board set right now.
Mhm.
So facing off like a really, really strong companion side, either on set rise, also a hero side that still potentially could be being chosen for that. Still got 4 mana left. Also just like the real auto Wiz to reduce the cost of the next strike, so potentially just like 5 mana. So let's see what every will just like decided to do. I mean,
If
with the
I
Anansi,
Yeah, if I had to guess,
yeah,
Awiwi's trying to figure out if he has a way of playing around a potential removal effect here.
yeah.
And this is a pretty solid
Ooh,
play as well. If there is removal at this point, it's definite at least that Elwiwi will be able to win one of these expeditions,
yes.
and so will be alive going into the next day. But yeah, that intimidation, going after the Dragon Shade, it's definitely the smart play here. But now Elwiwi will be able to make this 5/5/5 Anansi and stays
Yes.
alive for another day.
And also
Now
progressing.
yeah, he
It's
does
just like, yeah.
progress.
Getting closer and closer for that.
It's just now at this point, both players are in such low resources.
Yes.
There will be this Axiom Salvager though for the Kojo, which is a really
And
big deal. And they will be starting with that Buddha token, which is going to be a big help. And yeah, that Haven Bravos Bastion plus Axiom Salvager thing, that's a pretty big deal at this point. But, as is setting up this Icebound Taiga, actually. It's not the most commonly seen card, but it can help a lot here.
Yeah, I agree with it. And it's actually so amazing to play it out anti-end because right now, considering that there's like the Buddha already being there and also Aruri actually just like got in favor to maybe also play like the cards down on the hero side, it's a super good potential because the Martingale and in combination with the A.W.O.L Trickster, getting with the A.W.O.L Trickster either like a resupply or drawing a card. So a high chance that we will see that this Iceborne Tiger is getting activated and also being able to getting like those Dragon Shade out to the game. But with that resupply, it's also just like super strong stats. The Haven Bouncer, getting the boost when played out from the reserve, and getting the additional bruises from the Haven. So a 5/5/5/5 just like sitting there for our coach here. And
So
so now,
you are right, but I think the biggest worry for El Wiwi is that
Mhm.
there was no sabotage effect to start the day from
Yeah,
the Kojo. It was so
yes,
important because now
and
this Ouroboros Trickster on its own represents a 2 mana sabotage plus
yeah,
additional value,
yeah,
and it's going to put a counter
mm.
onto this Icebound Taiga. And if that does pop, I think there's a really good chance that El Wiwi can maybe steal this game.
Yeah, it's like a super chance for Avery right now with that. So seeing there that the our tricks are also just like getting out another Nancy being here represented on the reserve, we will see that it's Rinku trying out to just like save out the companion side, but it's also like the chance that Avery now can maybe potentially also use the Trinket right now to actually save those game because the Axiom Separation are also getting to put asleep. So there's like any character that could just like play it out for that. So a super extreme chance that Avery can take it, but still Ringo got possible options to also doing that. And we see another Hafer, all right.
Hathor's solid.
Mm.
The interesting thing is these characters need to be played onto that hero expedition in
Yes.
order for them to get the counters onto the Icebound Taiga. And the reason why that's a little bit problematic here is that this Hathor does nothing to prevent Kojo from potentially advancing on that
Ooh.
side, given the 0 stat that it has in water. So, what a tight game state.
Yes. And so with that, it's just like either for everybody to play out the Anansi on the hero expedition and then to try to figuring out with the Dragon Shade to play it there. But actually, the Anansi will be played on the companion side.
Hmm.
So every got still a chance either with the Hafer or the Martingale or whatever is left in the hand to actually just like activating those Iceborne Tiger on the hero expeditioner. So let's see what will be the last card for our Kocho. And
Unless there's something crazy
Mhm.
for 1 mana here, I think Elwiwi's done it. Playing
Yeah,
either of these 2 characters that we can see sitting in reserve here onto that hero side will give both a 5/5/5 Dragon Shade that can outstat on the companion side, and it would be 1 stat or 3 stats ahead, at least on the forest, and that would
yeah.
represent then a double advance versus just a single advance. I think Elwiwi's got it.
I mean, the Fire Rabbit could help out, right?
It could.
It
That would
could.
be 2 boosts. No, even then, the Hathor goes over, I believe.
The Hover goes over. I mean, there's like the 7th set if you play it on the hero side. With the Dragon Shade is going down to the the Dragon Shade is going to the hero side. If it's going to the companion side, this Fire Rabbit could
No,
actually boost it up to 8.
the
If you play.
Hathor has to go onto the
Yes. Okay,
oh,
the Fire Rabbit is there. So this is like a potential boost up right now. And this boost,
I see a 5/5/5. Yeah, no.
no,
Wow, what a
not working
close
with that.
game here. And
Yes.
yeah, this with this Dragon Shade anchored, it's going to be enough. It's going to be a single
Yes.
advance against a double advance, and thanks to the
That is
fact that 2
crazy.
advances is greater than 1,
Yes.
Elwiwi barely taking this one in a
Ah,
nail biter against
amazing.
its Rinku. Really impressive performance from both players.
Yeah, nothing to add on that. So Avery being represented on the final table, so fan on the final table, congrats on that. But also it's Ringo for going into the top 4, both incredible players as we've seen so far in the tournament and also in those tournaments before. So I'm super excited of how Avery will be managing or handling it in the final table, and also for the next top 4 game to see who will be also on the final table. We'll be super excited to see that.
Absolutely. And with that, I think we're going to be swapping on over so that you can see a really impressive Basira versus Tasia.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. We are directly jumping into the game. It is the second semifinal now, again with Icroft against HAT's Phantom Vader, and the heroes are Basira against Tasia, and I'm Runefolk, and I'm joined by Tom now for our final cast today. Afterwards, of course, the finals I think being casted by Blue and Co. But yeah, let's see how this game is going.
All right. Yeah. Hi, Runefolk, and really excited to join everyone for this semifinals. We just saw some really exciting games from A.W.O.L. Let's see what this match has for us.
Hopefully just as exciting as the ones before. And we do already see one of the power cards, I'd say, for the Basira in the reserve. Unfortunately getting resupplied by the Haven, I assume. But yeah, that card usually performing quite well into especially these anchors from any Tasia player. And I
Yeah,
feel like
we were just talking about it like before this game started that A.W.O.L was going to be one of the key cards out of the Basira deck, especially because Asia not really being able to sabotage it means Basira can play it on their own pace, on their own terms.
yeah,
and try to constrain the resources from Asia's side.
And this being the day one seems super awkward. So it's super weird since the Haven plus the Floral Tent was played on day one, just giving both players day one resupplies. But yeah, the Tasia definitely got the better of it, and just having that Muna caregiver to count out the Tiny Jin, and is now up 2 expeditions. Since
Yeah, and crucially, like in their luck, like Phantom Beta flipped 2 expeditions, where Mountain isn't one of them, meaning Jin is not going to be blocking any of the advancements this day. Where I'm pretty sure like Aircraft would like to play the Jin as soon as possible to start ramping up, but unfortunately, they're not going to be the best
luckily
on that day.
luckily the Tiny Jin basically still gets 2 or 3 boosts depending on the Zero Hero ability. So yeah, it's still a decent play, but of course you would be a bit happier if you can actually block up more expeditions. But I think at this point you still definitely get at least a 1-for-1. But
Yeah,
anything
at least
else
you will.
might be
Yeah, you will likely advance because I don't really see the Tasia player like being able to match you on this mountain biome. But yeah, I think you were hoping to also. Usually, when you play like this Jin, you're hoping you can try to block one of the side, but not going to happen here. That being said, like I don't know, I think we're usually used to Bazira being the aggressive player, but maybe this matchup has slightly different dynamic. What do you think about that, Runefolk?
Yeah, especially with that opener, the Tasia plays seemed very aggressive, and yeah, now we already get the first mass anchor here from Phantom Beta. They do have only 2 of their uniques as these mass anchors, and the third one is just a Dracana that is basically having the same effect as a Rare Spindle Harvester, but that's of course still a super sweet card, but unfortunately not one of these super strong mass anchors.
Yeah, and this uniques for those not familiar with them, like this one in particular is probably one of the better ones. It says whenever another character joins your expedition, so any other character you play after that. If I have 1 boost, so if this Oisenbushi has 1 boost, which we know it did because it was the first character played after Tasia, it can anchor any other character.
Oh, but
And so
unfortunately not having another 1-cost to anchor this Harvester here again. So even though their openers seemed super strong by now, for now it's seemingly a bit weaker, but of course we do see that there's been here in reserve, and that is looking to be a 5/5/5 anchored character, and basically anything else that is now joining will be anchored. So that is super sweet. But of course, Basira here having still a lot of options, having already ramped and having that Aklut here in reserve, definitely still not able to count them out here.
yeah, and the Avern Seringa also is going to be pretty good this turn.
Oh yeah.
Drawing a card, and on the companion side being on the having a big spike on the forest biome, which is the mono biome they're on, is going to be pretty good this turn. So let's see if Phantom Beta manages to take any advantage or to get any benefit from the Isenboshi. Keep in mind that those anchoring uniques usually cannot anchor themselves, thankfully. So right now, like the Spindle Harvesters is kind of not triggering the Isenboshi because it would have anchored itself anyway.
Yeah, these are usually just best when played to anchor other unique other cards, and unfortunately it was played last turn, but wasn't able to actually anchor other cards, and it's just got anchored by the support ability. And yeah, I think I would have still kind of preferred just to anchor the Spindle Harvester, just to have it stick around. But maybe with the second Spindle already in hand, they didn't feel the need for that. And I'm kind of hoping that they do have an Ogun here to just boost up that Spindle Harvester, get a second anchor and maybe, and just potentially beat out that forest stat here.
And I see our chat overwhelmingly voting for Tasia to win this game. I don't know if that's because that's their favorite hero or just because they think their Tasia player Phantom Beta is in a much better position, but we'll see if that prediction ends up materializing. Okay, and now we are starting to get value out of the Isenboshi with anchoring this Ogun.
Yeah, there was actually that Ogun here, so that is quite sweet. Now getting that resupply next turn, and also deciding to, usually we see Tasia players not anchor their own Oguns on the first play, but of course here they would overflow their own reserve, so they decide to just anchor that Ogun as well for now, and just replay it when they have not as many cards in reserve. And
why would they not want to anchor their own Ogun?
Usually when you have these, whenever a character gains a boost one, you usually just get to re-anchor your entire board when you play this card. But of course, this Isenboshi is anchoring when a character joins and not when a character gains a boost. And usually you don't want to anchor your first play of the Ogun because you can just re-anchor your entire board on the second play.
Okay, yeah, they are mostly playing those Ogun for their triggers, I guess, instead of their stats, which makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, and so yeah,
Of
we
course.
see Basirazo like manage to tie up on expeditions. However, like they have to fight a pretty big bot now this day. So let's
Did
see what they
Basira not
manage to
ramp
come
this
up
turn?
with.
I feel like that they already had a tiny gen, and they are on 6 mana, just like the Tasia. So they likely have decided to not mana this turn, and starting off with an Isan Boshi on a reserve on a expedition where it doesn't contribute any stats. Likely have the best hand at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting if they didn't put into mana. It would usually indicate, I
This
think, they
turn
did
here,
good
or
cards,
before,
but
looks super strong, just having super huge stats.
oh, okay. I think maybe yeah, maybe they were holding up for some interaction, trying to like cut the card flow of the Tasia player with this intimidation,
Yeah.
and maybe hoping that on
No,
the next days, like they are ahead enough on resources that they can make something happen.
And for 3 mana, I'm not sure if there are a lot of cards that can actually still contest these 5 stats they would need in either of these expeditions. So yeah, I feel like Phantom Beta might be in a decent advantage at this point.
Yeah, that's fair. I think like they could still have another removal, but like just spending a mana eruption on this Lyra Thespian is maybe not exactly where you want to be. You would still be losing 1-0. So okay, so they are putting a bit of stats. So probably they have a plan to contest this companion side, given
Oh,
that
and
they have all
that
the information face up. So
is super
okay,
sweet, just giving your own Fire Rabbit the bleeding, so your Trailblazer gets another boost. That was a super sweet play. Just the turn basically slowing down the opponent's Tasia and still just managing to 1-for-1. Of course, this was a bit expensive on resources, but that's probably also the reason why they decided to not mana this turn, because they probably before already planned on just spending 4 of their cards, giving 2 of them basically fleeting, going down a lot on cards, but
yeah, very good
therefore
point.
just being even on the board. And that is probably what they think is the most winning line, and it's looking okay for them.
Yeah, for sure. And they're also managing to use their reserve pretty effectively by giving fleeting to the Fire Rabbit that they would have had to discard anyway at the end of the day. And
Yeah.
keep in mind, the cards in reserve have a lot more value than cards in their hand because of this Heaven in play, giving a boost to all the characters coming out of reserve. So
And-
this Basira here, like really trying to play more characters from reserves than from their hand to get
And-
full advantage of this.
And both of these Bravos players we've seen on top 4 today, utilizing that Haven as much as possible, just getting so many boosts out of that card. And we do now already see that next Haven Sarenga that is hopefully drawing more cards for the Basira. And yeah, they are looking low on cards, but as is the Tasia. So
Yeah,
just
exactly.
try to get an advantage now where they don't have an anchored board, and hopefully be able to convert this on the next day.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely watching like a game of low resources on both sides, making it fairly balanced right now. Let's see what the last card is from Phantom Beta. If it's a big one, then maybe they're able to fight on the other side. Okay, Aloe Vera, I think is pretty impactful here. Also going to give them a bit more resources on next turn.
And Arcroft still hasn't tapped their hero ability, so yeah, now we do see that helping hand. And we've been talking on our stream team a bit about this rare version of the helping hand, and it seems a bit weird since usually you would be just running the common version, but of course usually you're just discarding your common anyway, and therefore you just get that little bit more power out of your card, and it's working out beautifully here, just getting that double advance here, and maybe just taking down the Stasia here next turn already.
Yeah, being
They do
adjacent
have
now
3
is like a
anchors,
huge
but
threat for sure. Yeah.
they do have 3 anchors, but that hero expedition still looks super weak.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. With having Sarenga like having the spike on forest and Phantom Beta having a single point of power on forest there. The Ishin Bushi in reserve not going to help there. Oh, but the Lost in the Woods being resupplied here might help a little bit. They can
It's
pay 3 mana to discard or to send the character from in forest to reserve.
it's still a super expensive card though.
Yeah, that's true. It's a little bit expensive, but it could sort of handle this Avenseringer, like that's going to have a big spike in forest. There is some Boshi being fairly irrelevant. On the companion side, I don't think. Well, they're for sure going
Y-
to play it there, but like Phantom Beta having already 5 power on the ocean biome here to block.
But it's still super threatening for them, and now the Tasia doesn't quite know on which expedition this Asira's planning on playing, and
Oh wait, they're removing the
they
Haven
are
ocean. Okay, that's interesting.
just take a single expedition, and I think it's on the Tasia here to find an answer. But seeing that Lost in the Woods already, and it's GG, well played. They
Yeah.
are calling it already, but the game isn't quite over, so it still comes down to these last few cards.
Well, it is. They might know that it's over if they don't have a way to fight this Avenseringer. It
Yeah.
could also be, I guess, a way to bait their opponent into playing fast, but I think it most likely, yeah.
Oh,
And Phantom
and,
Beta
and
passing.
they're saying the last cards
So
in their hand are Mana Reaping and Lost in the Woods.
yeah, so both
yeah.
of those would have like did not work there. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate maybe for Phantom Beta, but interesting to see Aircraft going to represent the Bravos team in the finals. Excited to
Yeah.
see. So our final is going to be Fan with the festival deck from A.W.O.L versus the this Bazira deck from Aircraft, which is pretty aggressive, has a little bit of disruption. Who do you like in this matchup? Do you have any predictions for us?
I usually would say that Lyra is good into Bravos, but actually Bravos can also just, there's no fleeting or sabotage in a wish list, so this pure aggression out of the Basira could just take over and actually win today. That's actually a possible outcome here.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to see in just a moment what the outcome from this game is with our 2 next casters. I think you mentioned A.W.O.L and no,
Blue.
sorry, and Blue. Yeah, okay, that I had that right. So stay tuned, everyone, for the grand finals of this season 2 AWOL Invitational.
Yeah, have fun on the finals. Yeah, see you in the next season. Then I guess this. Yeah.
Hello, hello, everyone. We are back once again for the finals of the season 2 AWOL Invitational. I am Blue, back here with my co-commentator who started us off, and Cole Robbie. Cole, how you feeling?
I had some watermelon. I'm ready to rock.
Indeed, everyone should be ready to rock at this point because we are going into the finals of a matchup that I honestly didn't see coming here, of a Finn and Crowbar versus a Basira and Kaisamon between A.W.O.L. And who do we have on the Basira side of things, Cole?
We have at Craft 1. I don't think we know a super lot about them, which honestly is very cool to see in a final for the season invitational. I know there's already been some conversation about how this final is maybe directly caused by the changes to both Afanis and Siggy's typical decks. I'm not sure if I think that's entirely the case, but maybe I'm wrong in that regard. I think we saw a lot of Afanis and Siggy performing really well. Um, these two players just performed a slight little bit better.
Indeed, and we are grabbing the link here shortly that we'll be able to take a look at for everyone. So we are going to switch on over right now straight into the gameplay as they start drawing their mana. And things to look for, obviously, when I'm playing Basira, I'm usually pretty happy to see a Finn on occasion because sometimes I can get a nice little double, triple, and even quadruple exhaust with my Occlute. But we have to expect that LWW, expert on the Finn and Crowbar, could definitely see that coming potentially. So, gonna try to play around it. What about you, Cole?
Well, another key point for me is if you read the blog post that went up yesterday, kind of a teaser to today's event, where some of us answered some questions. El Wee Wee was one of my favorites, so I am not surprised by that. I am just very good at predictions, of course. What I am surprised with is the deck list that he's doing it on. I think it's been a couple weeks since we've even seen LWW use Festival. And it's not only a festival deck. I don't know if we've ever seen a festival plus what is it, Tundra or whatever is the landmark that's used in this deck.
Yeah, the Icebound Taiga.
Oh, okay, so it is the taiga. Since I was away a little bit, I saw that there was one of those icebounds. I just did not take a closer look quite yet. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and
totally
we can
heard
yeah,
of.
we can pull that up really quick just to take a look at it if I have it, and I believe it's the Taiga. Yeah, it's the Taiga right there as far as what we have on their deck list. One more time, I'm sure you've seen it at this point, but definitely a very interesting deck list as we get through the initial turns here. We did get a double advance almost immediately for A-Craft on the Basira, so a good way to start, especially having that Haven Bravo Bastion out available to them.
Yeah, that is. I think taiga is one of the best icebounds in the game, so that makes sense. It's just really weird to see it here in this list, but it is obviously working gangbusters right now.
Indeed, and we do see the Anansi coming out for El Wiwi. We did get the Kodama played previously. One thing that the Basira player will always have to be aware of is that festival that you did mention before. It's just one of those things that you can also focus too much on it, and then before you know it, though your opponent is going to take the victory regularly on the tumult. So be aware, but not too overly concerned. But yeah, honestly, just surprised we haven't seen more festivals with success, especially in this season of limited permanent removal from the meta.
Yeah, I was trying to think about that while we were here, since I don't remember off the top of my head in Acraft's deck. There isn't too much to deal with permanents in there, is there? Just the mana. I always get the 2 mana ones mixed up.
Yeah, we can pop
Um,
it up here on the screen. They do have the ability to use the 2 rare mana eruptions, and they have 1 intimidation that can hit the Lyra Festival as well. Otherwise, they just have a twinkle twinkle as far as interaction with your opponent.
yes, and I can also pull up the deck list, which I should be doing. So yeah, 1 intimidation, and then like you said, the 2 mana eruptions. I feel like with that being the case, if Elwiwi puts out a Taiga, you just have to let it sit. Like, can you afford to use one of those 3 removals to remove a Taiga when Festival is an option?
And I really like this Basira play here coming with the Clute. It's played on the as a player 2, so they will be able to play it again as player 1 and potentially hit, the been with a double exhaust at least, but they did come out here with the aloe vera. Unfortunately, they are not able to anchor it, so it is a target for that Basira potentially in the following turn, as well as that Twinkle Twinkle and the resupply. So they'll be down to just the 2 cards in their hand potentially as far as cards on the following day to have to deal with this Basira.
Yeah, and the fire rabbit does have to come out to stop the progression from Elwiwi on the hero side, but it wouldn't have been enough on the companion side. So Elwiwi does take a move there. And honestly, looking at it here, both decks are kind of performing how you would expect. As the previous casters have mentioned, this is a pretty aggressive Bastira. But Fen is going to take a little more time to set up. There's no Taigas out yet. You don't see too much going through the reserve yet, but it's the longer we're in this game, the more it's likely to start heading back in Fen's direction.
Yeah, definitely. And we will see that triple exhaust come out here from the Basira, leaving the Finn to only the 2 cards in hand. Should be interesting to see if the Basira can pull out a double here, only having to deal with the cards. And ooh, an Amale is a nice card to get for the Finn in the sense of not even having to use those reserve cards and getting 3 cards to draw off of just to use for following turns despite being behind. And for anyone that is wondering in the finals, this is the finals of the season 2 AWOL Invitational best of 1 as everyone in the chat is responding. This is not a best of 3. It's going to be all or nothing here.
Yeah, that was an incredible play to kind of counter the Clute. Uh, the Isenboshi in reserve wasn't going to be able to do anything to stop Elwiwi on the hero side. It is creeping closer and closer for Basira, though. And we'll have to see if Ben being in the driver's seat this next turn will slow that down a little.
Yeah, it's been a great overall tournament through the Swiss and especially the top cut El Wee. Definitely a player that has had some of the more exciting games, especially that quarterfinals matchup where they're able to pull out that festival victory in the double tiebreaker. We've had some other great top cut players. We've talked about It's Rinku a few different times, a new player on the scene that had made it to the semifinals and ended up losing to El Wee. And I mean, Acraft bringing the Basira, hero that I think not a lot of people expected to go this far and overperform. It's almost like I mentioned that in a article recently about potential overperformers, and so it's crazy how they're doing so well. It's kind of a wonder why I'm the only AWOL member with that Tumult Championship mat right behind me.
Mm-hmm. How many chances did you have at that?
I got it on my first one. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. So another thing that I was interested in and I went and confirmed is another counter that Awiwi has to the Aklu is the Nyala. So in the deck list, there are two Nyalas for Elwiwi. So even then, if the Aklut comes out and Elwiwi really wants one of the things that was exhausted, able to just pick it right back up if that Nyala isn't.
And we do see a unique Axiom Salvager come out here for the Basira player, where it has you may put a card in your reserve from your hand. If you do, resupply, and you may put a card from your hand in reserve once again. If you do, I gain one boost. So we do see the double card from hand to reserve to resupply and put the Seringer and the Occlute into the reserve.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I usually like to be surprised by decks, but when we're here in the final, it's kind of seeing what is possible. I think Runefolk did mention it. There is no sabotage in the list for Elwiwi. So all of this that just got put into reserve is safe on Acraft's side.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. And it's probably why we saw both go into the reserve. Either way, they have the potential to set up an additional boost for the Clute, set up for more draw with the Seringer, and play another card if they so choose. They can play two cards at any point with what they have in reserve. The question is with the support abilities available to Elwiwi, are we going to see something working? And we are going to see a cost reduction come from that Inkcaster to potentially play something else. We may see the Amale. I don't think so. More than likely, something from hand potentially to set themselves up. And instead, they are just going to play the Kodama. Very interesting. I thought they might save that for an anchored possibility later on.
Yeah, maybe it's one of the lowest cost options they have, but okay. Not I was about to say this Isenboshi plus Basira plus Haven can make this a clue very big, but key point, the clue will be fleeting, which is a high target for Cloth Cocoon. So it looks like the Basira is playing very smartly, even though they are looking right at a win if they double progress here.
Yeah, and we did see a sleight of hand coming out from El Wiwi on the fin here to put that Will the Wisp to have some more card or costs as far as reduction available to them. They picked up the Amale, which will be a nice card potentially for the next day if they expect the Basira to do some multiple exhausting like they did before, so they can just discard their entire reserve and just get a bunch of draws for the cost of 5 mana. But it may also be a little bit risky, especially if one, we're not even going to go to another day, but two, if the Basira is adjacent and can just pile up on one side.
Yeah, looks like Alwiwi did pull off a block here. It's looking scary though. I'm hoping this game goes a little longer than it's looking right now. Um, if we get to 8 mana, a lot of things can happen on the Fen side here. So we'll see if the sheer stats from Basira as well as the Clue exhaustion just ends it right here on day 6. Yeah, I believe we're going into day 6.
Yeah, I mean, it would be quite a story if we see a Basira take this whole thing. We are looking at an all French finale here. No longer have the folks, as far as the Swiss Keelan guy on the commentator desk this time around as the defending champion, not in this tournament. But if we had a Basira take the whole thing, I would definitely be surprised. Either way, happy to see a Finn and a Basira finale here, as we do get that triple exhaust. I wonder if we will get to see the Molly come out here to try to draw more cards, or what the situation will be.
Um, low cost here to see what Basira has available. Um, well, the Axiom Salvager will not be played. I would expect a Intimidation left in hand. Perfect mana left here at 2 mana. Um, I don't know though. This could be rather interesting. Because what is the cost on Intimidation? 4 or less. So it
Yep.
could not hit the Amale.
Yeah.
Um,
But at this point,
interesting.
yeah, at this point, the Mole is probably a little bit too expensive for the Finn in El. We've just seen really expert level play from the Basira as far as timing those occlutes to get them out when they are the turn one player and being able to do as much exhaust as possible. We do see a exchange here with the sleight of hand, and it will just be a Chiron coming out here to get an additional boost on the occlute just in
Oof.
case there was something else that they wanted to prevent to be played from reserve, including the cost reduction coming from the Martingale. But we do see a unique Ouroboros Trickster to take a look at.
Yeah, so if 1 mana from hand, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, roll a die. So a 1 to 3 was a resupply. Um, this is 8 water is looking scary though. Um, let's
Yeah,
see let's see what. So there's still. Oh my gosh. Yeah,
so
I don't know. I'm just we take the wheel.
he's gonna draw as much as he can to potentially try to get some level of cost reduction with that Martingale. I don't know what he has for 1 mana that can help him out here to start that Clute. Anansi was probably a good response there with everything in reserve, but we are gonna get the GGs. We will have a Basira in the form of Acraft piloting from France take the victory and get the win for the season 2 invitational for AWOL. Congratulations.
Wonderful, wonderful. I feel a little crack in my heart for El. There were plenty of times where he took second place in Ace and made a comment or two about always second place. But you are always number one in our hearts, El. So impressive Basira play from Acraft. Really just straightforward, aggressive Basira using those new tools from Trial by Frost. Really, really nice, smooth play.
Indeed. And I believe we are going to try to get Acraft in here for a winner's interview. I will check to see if that is possible. I am getting a response for him right now. Let me grab the link that we can provide to him for Simon. And then once we get him in here, we will hear him on our side, and then we will go ahead and switch over so all of you folks at home can see him as well. And then we'll get some questions in, and then everyone in general, if you do have a question, go ahead and throw them in the chat. Maybe we'll be able to get that in there. If not, too bad, and we'll just talk to him ourselves.
Fen is S tier. I agree. Fen is a very incredible deck right now.
Yeah, great deck. I think a lot of people are expecting it to do well. I don't know if everyone thought it would do this well, and I don't think anyone thought that the Basira could be doing quite this well overall. But I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the setup here to interview our guests as soon as they can jump in here. As you can see, we have a guest thing here. And we'll just switch that over to Acraft 17 once they're able to join. Uh, just giving them the password so they can set things up. Again, want to thank everyone that has joined us in the stream thus far. By far our biggest stream. It's been a pleasure to be able to cast it and just help everyone out. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for the demo deck tournament first one sponsored by Equinox in collaboration, and we're going to see a lot of folks play some new cards and potentially put some more prizes out for that based off of the article that everyone saw on altered.gg. As we give Acraft a second to join us on in. Should be joining any second here, and then we will get things moving. Just setting up their camera so they can look pretty for everyone in the chat.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Can we break all the records tomorrow with 512 players? We should be able to. Also, we're only 110 subscribers away from 500 on the AWOL YouTube, and everyone knows the most important number on YouTube is 500 subscribers. So, if you have not already, hit that button and you'll be able to be alerted when we go live tomorrow.
Indeed, and we'll be getting Acraft hidden here shortly. In the meantime, you can stare at Basira, coincidentally, in the guest slot for Acraft. I mean, when we were making this, Cole, did you know that Basira was going to win, and that's why this interview screen is having Basira ready to go to get interviewed?
Yeah, so I could say that I can tell the future, or I could say that it was the only art from the next set that I had. So
Okay, it looks like we have Acraft in. Don't know if we have the audio ready, or let me make sure that it's coming through. Don't think they can hear us either. Should be able to talk. Acraft is going to close out and rejoin. It looks like.
we're using a lot of new fancy tools. First time doing this specific setup, so it's been a very good test. I feel like we've learned a lot from this event, so thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate it.
And more messages. Okay, we may need a translator potentially as well.
Hello back, you got.
Hey, we
Perfect.
can hear you.
That's fine. That's fine. It was a bit messed up because of my VR headset. Sometimes it just don't pick up my mic.
No worries, no worries. Glad to have you on. Appreciate you jumping on for an interview. I mean, honestly, what entire tournament for you overall.
Yeah, amazing. I didn't plan to win, honestly.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll start off with a question for you. I mean, can you tell us a little bit about your preparation and strategy for the tournament and how you went about getting your deck ready?
Uh, I get like my deck has been ready for like more than a month now. I've been playing it everywhere. A few people already knows it, so yeah, it's just a deck that I play a lot. It was created by one of my teammates from Angers, and basically I tweak it a little bit with my own Unix, etc. And I just play it, and that's fun, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Basira was gonna do slightly well, potentially, win the entire tournament. Was not my thought overall. And I mean, as far as anything else, did you find yourself getting stressed throughout the event at all? And how did you manage to overcome it if you did?
I mean, I got absolutely no stress. I was hungry because I didn't eat a lot today. I wasn't planning on being on the top, So I was planning on eating normally. So, like right now, I just took a part of my baguette and that's it. I'm really hungry.
I can't
But
believe that is literally what was said here. I just took a bite of my baguette.
I'm
And
French, man. What do you expect? What do you
Look.
expect?
I
So
respect it.
yeah,
I also did not prepare food enough. So if you're playing tomorrow, anyone, bring some
yeah.
snacks because you might top 8.
I didn't even get a slot. I was on a meeting. when you
Aw.
dropped the bomb, and I couldn't
Darn
get
work.
there. I mean, it's fine. I won't be able.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, over 100 players, just destroying everybody. Awesome game. I do have some other questions for you. Rare
Yeah,
helping,
feel
rare
free.
helping hand. It was a card that I did not
Oh.
expect to see in your deck list. What was the thought process behind that?
So first, what I'm gonna do is I tier craft a little bit for set 3, and helping and rare and helping and in general is going out of the list. So it was like a good card, but not good enough considering the card we get with Whisper in the Maze. But what I can tell you is that I'm playing a lot on resupply, and you see my Unix. I'm originally a Trace player, and so I switched to Bazira after set 2 it, and I really liked the design of the Haven, so I would play a bit of Bazira like a Trace, basically. And what's really interesting with my Unix is that I need 1-drops, because when I play them from my hands, there are two drops. Those will resupply, of course. And when I play them from my reserves, there are 3 costs. So I really need a lot of 1-drops to fill the gaps and to really push that grow deck to the limits. And when I'm a bit exhausted, my opponent is as well, because he has to respond to my threats. And basically, this is when I put my big occlude and I win the game. So the thought process is just I need a 1-mana card in the reserve, and helping and common is not a 1-mana card from the reserve, so I just put the rare. And it was the best things when I tested the deck, when I made some small adjustments, and was not in the first version. But I got a lot of success with that card, so that's it.
Definitely. Cole, did you have any other questions before I keep on asking them?
Well, I mean, we have to ask the classic question. Now that you've won the AWOL Season 2 Invitational, what are you going to do? How are you going to celebrate?
Well, you know, tomorrow is Mother's Day, so gonna see my family, and just it's not my day tomorrow; it's the day of to my mother. So I'll just go have some dinner, some lunch with all my family, and I think I will celebrate with my teammates on Thursday, our weekly event, and of course, when I see them a lot in the event premiere, for us it will be next weekend, I think.
Wonderful. Shout out to all the French moms out there.
Yeah.
I won't tell you then that you could probably still snag a spot in the demo deck tournament if you watched registration. Just heard someone just picked up a slot, but I won't tell you that because then your mom will miss you. So
No, I will not play in the top tournament. I cannot. I need to be
respect.
somewhere else.
Yeah, and then one last question I had for you is, I mean, you barely made the top cut, right? You got that 8th
Yes.
spot. You just edged out Tapeted Elinage and from Altered Aces. What was the thought process? I mean, going through the Swiss, you lost twice. Was there a specific matchup that you were worried about? Did you lose to those matchups? And did you think you were going to make that top cut?
I mean, there are tougher matchups, especially FNS. It's really difficult. But since the nerf of Helping Hands, it's a good 40-60 for them. So my match against the FNS, it couldn't do more than what I did. And I don't remember the second one which I lost. What was it?
Let's see. We have KNP. View it real quick. You were playing. I see an
I don't
Aphanis
remember.
lost there, and
Yes, there is
then
an FNS. I've lost
yeah,
an FNS, but the other one, what was
yeah.
the
I'm
other one?
pulling it up right now here for you.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And this one right here. Once I can pull it up for you. View game replay, and it was against. They were both Aphanises.
Yeah, they're both FNSs. So I've told you, FNS is the worst matchup of the deck.
Yeah.
It won't be the same going on with Whisper in the Maze. For sure.
Fair. But yeah, that's all I had for you. Cole, you want to say anything before we wrap things up?
I think you really already answered the other question I had. Is are you keeping on Basira in Whispers from the Maze? But it sounds like yes.
You can guess it. Yes, of course.
Awesome.
I love Bazira. I love the fact that you can build a super aggressive deck with Whisper in the Maze. It's gonna be awesome to play only 1 cost and 2 drops. And I only snag a few Eclutes in the deck, maybe.
There you go. Got to keep the little bit of the Eclutes in there. Got to say,
yeah.
excellent Eclute play there, especially in the finals. Timing out those turn 1 plays, pretty great. Getting those triple exhausts on the Finn have to feel pretty good, right? But,
Yeah, it was pretty good.
yeah.
Absolutely.
But
I was
yeah.
shaking just because I knew the game could end at any point with the festival.
Yeah.
But in the end, went okay. Got super Eclute. Nice hand. So I'm really happy.
Indeed. Well, thanks for coming on and answering our questions. That'll be it for us tonight, folks. Be sure to join us again tomorrow if you are not seeing your mother on Mother's Day, for everyone that is French. If you're not and you're from somewhere else and you want to watch some demo decks or compete in demo decks, feel free to watch AWOL once again. We'll have a lot of stuff going forward with you. And past that, we'll talk to you later. Bye, everyone.
Thank you a lot to all the team for the tournaments and every week. It's a pleasure to participate, and I hope it get even bigger in the set 3.
Exactly. Hype up Basira as much as possible.
Thank you.
Catch you later, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.